Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. So here I'm going to introduce our long-awaited Flutter Riverpod course. Now previously we have seen this e-learning app based on Flutter block, and this time we are going to introduce this course using Flutter Riverpod. So let's go ahead what it covers. So let's take a look at it very quickly. So of course over here I have these two simulators, and on this simulator this app refers to user app and this app actually refers to teacher side. Well, so user app, actually user would be able to see this onboarding screen, and then after that definitely we'll have login and the sign up section. Now over here anyone can go ahead and sign up. Well, actually I have signed up already, so I'm not going to use it from here anymore. But if we sign up, actually that would help us sign up through Google email login, and of course there are Facebook and Apple login as well. Now since I have already signed up, so over here I'm going to log in. So how do I log in? So let's hit login, and we'll see that over here we are logged in, and so this is our user and app. Now over here we do have another app for teachers, so that the teachers or anyone related to this would be able to chat with the users from here. Now over here our teacher can log in as using their account, but this account actually would be coming from their backend, because for these two apps we also have dedicated backend. Actually we have two apps over here, and we'll have two backend. One is super admin panel, another is the teachers panel. Anyway, so let's take a look at our user and app over here. Now over here at the top we do see that we have search section, and then we have this sliders, and over here we have this 4 images. Each of the images actually refers to virtual products or courses in our case. Well, we do also have this search bar over here, so you'd be able to search items, and then over here you'd be able to see all the courses you have bought, and then over here you'd be able to see if you have any chatting or not. And after that over here you will see, okay, you have your profile section, and here we do have settings and some other related information. Now when it comes to settings over here, of course we have this page, and over here you can eventually log out. Now let's go ahead and see our front end. Now front end over here, for example, this is a course, and this course is uploaded by someone or one of the teachers. The teachers are available in the backend. Now over here we would be able to see course related info, a course that has been updated. Now all this information over here is coming from actually backend. Now at the top, of course, we also see author page. Now author page is author related information, and from here actually you can go ahead and start chatting, and these are the courses that's been uploaded by author. Definitely, of course, you have to buy the course first. To be able to buy the course, you need to go ahead and click on the go buy button, and over here it would pop up with a payment page. Now over here we can use our dummy email address to log in and make the payment. Now this payment has been done using Stripe, so you'd learn how to go ahead and use Stripe for payment. And in this case actually we are using Stripe web view payment, which would be integrated using backend REST API. So once you are done, you can see there it says that payment successful. Now if you try to buy it again, it will say you already purchased this course. So yeah, this is the checking we also do. And after that, if you come over here, actually you'd be able to see the course detail, like the related information. And inside this, and the awesome thing that we have covered is this video player, because if you are a course author, you are uploading course using video, and in the app itself we'd be able to play the videos, as you can see. And of course you could do left and right, but of course in our case we just use pretty much the same image. And over here, sorry, not image, video. Now of course over here we do see that there is a different video. so you'd be able to play videos, and which is very cool. So everything over here has been done using Riverpod. So eventually when you take this course, actually you'd master Riverpod. Now anyway, let's go to this author page over here, and inside this author page definitely you can view authors all the courses if you want. And then at the same time you'd be able to start chatting. Say for example, from here you can send messages. Hello, how are you? All right. Now over here we do see that we have this message that popped up immediately. Now of course this is the teacher. This teacher has uploaded the course over here, so that's why we are able to send message from here to the teacher. And as you can see, we also have over here this dot. That dot means that we have messages. Well, right now we see there is one messages, and good morning. So you can send more messages, and we'll able to see that the dot that changes immediately over here, it's 2. Now from here you can reply to your student or anyone if you want. So over here would say good morning. You'll see the messages popped up immediately, and of course we have a beautiful UI. So far so good. So that's how actually a teacher can answer or reply all the users or the students from their side. Of course, it looks like we have to go deep inside for buying the course, but so we have to go deep inside for doing the chat. But actually someone can also chat from here, like as you can see. So if I'm going to send messages from here, it'll pop up here as well. Questions to ask. So we'll see that it pops up over here, and then once we open it, we will see the message over here, and then you close it, the red dot's gone. So this is the beautiful thing about this section. Now over here, let's take a look at this search section. Now you can search something like visual, and we'll see that if we have courses related to that, that would show up. Here actually we could do a search. Not only that, we can go to a page from there. So that's how the search works. Now of course in our profile section we have these few sections. Basically we have covered over here the settings and the logout section. Now everything over here has been done using Riverpod. Now that was our user end, and this was our teacher's end. Now teacher's end over here actually is simple, not much thing to do. If the teacher wants, they can come over here and they would be able to change their profile information from this section. And not only that, teacher would be also able to change their images. So let's go ahead and access our gallery, and let's take a look. Now I'm going to select this image, and over here we do see that teacher images has been changed, and then you can definitely go ahead and save. Not only that, over here if you want, you can also actually go ahead and save this information as well. Over here we are Flutter coach. All right, so just let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see that it takes place immediately, the actions, and it's over here. Now of course this thing definitely is coming from backend, and how we know that, you can go ahead and simply sign out, and you'll see, and sign in now. And now let's come over here. We do see that whatever we have done before actually is pretty much saved over here. So all this information actually goes to the backend. Now backend actually we have covered using Laravel REST API. So step by step you learn how to build your own API, actually powerful API. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our backend. So this is our backend, and let's go ahead and log in. We just have logged in our backend. Now in the backend itself, we see that there is a menu, and well, this section is pretty much responsive. Now over here, we would be able to see all the orders that have been placed by our users from the front end, and we'll see the number of people in a sense that they have logged in our app. Now definitely this comes from over here as well. So if someone has logged in, so you'd be able to see the people they have logged in. Okay. All right. And then you'd be able to see your course category. Course category, actually, you can create a new category from here. And once you create the new category, and then you'd be able to upload or create a course from here. Now, course you can also set as recommended or not recommended. If you course is recommended, then it will pop up in the front end on the user side automatically on a special place where it says the course is recommended. And after that, you'd see over here that, and over here you'd be able to actually create a lesson for this course. So these are all connected. The idea is first you'll create a course category, then course, and then lesson. Each course will have many lessons. All right. Not only that, actually from here you'd be able to separate your users. So as you can see, you can log in as admin. So this is actually super admin. And then if you want, you can also create separate teachers account. So this is from where you create teachers account, and pretty much everything we do on this backend, that would be, for example, if you want to create a new course type, you have to click over here, go ahead and create a new course and submit the button. And after that, you'll create a so if you want, you can go ahead and create a new course category. You have to click on this new button and submit the form. And after that, you have to go ahead and create a new course related to the category if you want, just like this from here. And well, this form submission is a bit complex, and we have covered step by step everything over here. And then you'd be not only able to do that, you'd be able to create lessons, and each of the lessons that you'd create over here, actually you'd be able to upload the lesson name, thumbnail, and URL. Now, of course, the URL itself over here refers to a video, so you'd be able to upload local videos, and you'd be able to upload actually many of them at the same time. So that means that one course will have many videos or lessons, and then just go ahead and submit it. So it's the same for creating teachers. So if you want to create a new teacher, all you have to do, come over here and create a new role, and that's it. Now let's go ahead and look at the teachers panel. Now one of the teacher over here is the best tech, and we are going to log in as the best tech. So this is very different from our super admin panel, because as a teacher, all you'd be able to do, create a new course from here. You can do that, and after that you'd be able to create new course related information from here, because if you created a course, you need to upload the lesson. Now all this thing actually applies to the virtual products. So if you want to show or sell virtual products, or develop an app and backend that sells virtual products more like an e-commerce app, then this is the perfect course for you. So go ahead and check that out, and if you have any questions, you can leave a comment below. Thank you.
Hello everyone, so let's get started. Well, before we get started, make sure that if you're following it on YouTube, go ahead and download it from the link below. There is a downloadable link where you can download this assets, and there is also a common folder which we'd be using throughout our app to build this app. Anyway, so now go ahead and download it from the link below. Now we'll go ahead and create a new project. So we're gonna go ahead and create a new Flutter project. So make sure that your Android Studio is installed, or VS Code. I'm not going to cover them here, but I have tons of tutorials on YouTube, so you can reach out to those tutorials if your Flutter is not installed. Anyway, so as I would assume that you don't have any problem installing Flutter SDK, you can use Android Studio or VS Code, doesn't matter, but I'm going to be using Android Studio, and which I recommend because it is very Flutter friendly. So once you do that, open it up and then come to this file section, and after that go ahead and create a new Flutter project. All right, and over here make sure that your SDK path is available, and after that I'm gonna click next. Well, I'm over here and we're gonna give it a name. We're gonna call it uLearning app, and here we need to access our project location. So I'm going to access it from here. So I'm gonna be in my documents, and I'll have Udemy courses, uLearning app, Riverpod. So inside this, so I'm going to create a new folder over here. I'm gonna call it uLearning app. Okay, I'm going to create this one. All right, now if I go ahead and open it, it shouldn't have any problem. Okay, now everything else stays the same, and I'm going to say over here finish. All right, so it's creating the project, and then I'm going to open it in new window. All right, now it's gonna take a bit of time to get ready, and most of the time I would be using iOS simulator to work with this, but yes, once in a while I'll go back and do test on Android as well. All right, so now let's see and come over here, and I'm going to do pwd to check where I am. So I'm inside this folder which we just created early, which is called uLearning app. And now over here inside this, we also see that we have a main.dart class. With this, we'd be able to make it up and running. Now I'm going to select my iOS simulator over here. And even before I do that, actually, let me check it over here. I could do Flutter version, and let's check the version. So from here, we do see that I'm using 3.10, and until recording this section or this tutorial, it is the latest version that we are using. All right, and now let's come over here, our popspec.yml file. Okay, well, it's actually the latest one. So pretty much make sure that your SDK version is this, so that you don't get any surprise along the way. Now, once this main.dart is selected and my iOS simulator is selected, I'm going to run it. All right. Okay, now it may take a bit of time to get started. Now, as it is getting started, I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to come over here. Now here we do see that we have uLearning resources, and this is the resources that I'm talking about. If you downloaded it, so we have to do few things. First, I'm going to copy this. So let me go ahead and copy, and I'm going to paste it inside this project over here. Okay, so let me go ahead and do that. Okay, right, so now here we do see that we have this 4 projects, 4 folders actually, and inside each of this there are different resources that we would be using in our app. All right, okay, so that's the first thing, and it looks like our app is up and running, and we can see that. And we do have this one, and this common folder we're gonna drag and drop later, not now, because if we drag and drop, I have to make a lot of changes, and we are not ready for those changes yet. So remember, we do that later. So all we did just now, we had this SS folder, we dragged and dropped over here, and at the same time we have created a new project over here. Great. So now I'm going to close this, and we do see that our app is up and running. All right, great. Now let's come over here. With this app, the way it looks like, if we click on this, it's working. So here currently it's working with this state management. Well, I wouldn't say state management. So internally Flutter is using set state to manage this. So if you don't know, set state function is helpful if you want to maintain the state of your app. And if you go to a new screen, this should be available in your new screen or in a new class. But of course, with set state itself, it becomes a little complex if you have too many pages or like a different page which is not here. So passing this and passing this counter value would be difficult. Now if I say counter value, this might be a little bit abstract to you if you don't know what we are talking about. So here we do see that there is this variable and int type counter, and each time we click on this button over here, we do see like on pressed event inside floating action button, and there is a related callback function which is increment counter. So internally, actually, it goes ahead and call this increment counter as we click on this and increase the values. And as it increases over here, we get to see the value inside this text widget. So this over here, when you hover over on this, it did say that it's coming from Flutter source widgets, and the class name is text.dart. Now this is a text widget. The text widget itself shows a string on the screen, and at the same time we do see that here we have this style, so we can apply styling to it. All right, so that's the first thing, but of course this is the default state, and this is something that we are not going to bother about, and soon actually we are going to change this thing. We don't want to use it. All right, okay, so what do you want to use? We want to use our own state management using a package called Flutter Riverpod, okay, or Riverpod Flutter. I think it's called Flutter Riverpod. We'll see what it is. So very soon we are going to install this, and we'll be achieving the same result over here, like once you click on this and increasing the value. So we'll be using this same effect using our state management package. And why is that? Because as your app gets bigger and complex, you can't solely depend on this set state, because set state has a difficult time getting values and updating it if we are in another file or another class. Like right now over here we do see that. Let's take a look over here. So we do see that over here we have main function. Now of course we all know that this is the entry point of Flutter app. Now this main function calls my app, and this is a class, stateless class, which doesn't have any state, which means that it doesn't preserve states. When I click on this, state changes, but my app class itself doesn't preserve any state. But over here inside this material app, we have another class that we are calling my home page. This class is actually right over here, as you can see. So this class has a property. Well, I wouldn't say it's a property, actually. It extends a class which is called stateful class. Now, because it extends stateful class, it borrows some of the properties from this class. and my homepage class can implement those properties. Now let's go ahead and check the stateful class. All right, it extends a widget. Over here we could see that, and it's an abstract class. And there are the properties. Well, of course, a lot of comments over here, and we also see that over here there is this state class, and it's very important. We'll say it soon. And at the same time over here we do see that let's go down. There's also something called build context. Now this is very important because as we want to maintain our state, we actually pass around this context and work with that. Now over here this is our set state class, set state function actually. This is the function that I was talking about. It's over here. So internally it takes actually another function which we call anonymous function, or you can also call it callback function. Over here we say it as a callback function. So set state itself takes a function. So this is actually a function. If you want, you can separate them and write it outside, and that will work the same. So over here you will just call the function name. Anyway, the idea is over here we do see that set state. Now it's a lot of things that goes on over here. Now what I was trying to say earlier, that our class over here, this my homepage class, it extends stateful class and it borrows the property. One of them is called set state, which is inside the stateful class, and we have our own implementation for it because stateful class is an abstract class and it just gives you the method name and some rules, but based on that how we are going to use it's all up to us. But as our apps goes bigger, now if I want to access this from a different class, not this class, we'll see that we will have very hard time. But this is something that I'm not going to explain right away, and actually I'll not explain more about it. It's pointless. This is something that you need to know, that if our app gets bigger, using set state, managing state becomes painful. So that's why we are going to introduce something called Flutter Riverpod or Riverpod Flutter. We'll check it out what it is. Right, and it's one of the popular packages out there. Apart from Block, Block is very popular, GetX is popular, and Riverpod is another popular package for maintaining state. So anyway, let's go ahead and restart it. Now we see this state is gone. It's returned to 0. But if we click on this, we'll see that it starts again. But of course right now we don't have any other pages over here to check it, actually whether we can access this value from other pages or not, like this value. So in our next section actually we'll deep dive into Riverpod, and I wouldn't say deep dive, we'll touch it and then we'll have an example. The same thing we are doing over here. First we'll do that using Riverpod, and from there on actually we'd be working on our UI and Riverpod, UI and Riverpod, and then backend and Riverpod UI backend. So let's go ahead for the next section. All right, and let's go ahead and do something interesting. So here we are using set state to update this page, right? And we also said that we won't be able to update from other classes outside of this class, which is this one over here. You won't be able to actually update this value easily. So that's why we want to use state management package. Now for this reason, we're gonna install the package, and of course this course is going to use Riverpod, so we're gonna install it. We're gonna say Flutter pub Flutter Riverpod. All right, so it's going to install the dependencies for us, I mean the package. And let's see if we can access pubspec.yml file. Oops, not that one. I'm going to close it, and then I'm going to look for pubspec.yml file. Now inside over here, we do see that we have the latest version. It should be the latest version, at least for now. And whatever the version you're using, make sure that it's above 2.000, and then you should be good to go. All right. So since we have this installed, we can start to go ahead and do some interesting things. Now, our first job is to replace this mechanism, the set state. And to do that, we need to work with provider. Now, provider is coming from Riverpod. Now, it sounds like a fancy name, but it just gives you the state, the value that should be shared. Like over here, this counter value, this variable is a shared variable, which means that theoretically, if I go to other pages or screens, I should be able to retrieve the current value and show on the show on the page. So this is called, we are preserving the state. If we can preserve the state, we can show it. But of course, we also need to get it. So Riverpod, the fancy name, here it calls it provider. So we have to create a provider. When we say create a provider, we are going to create a shared state. Okay. All right. So here first we are going to create a variable, and we'll call it final. And we're going to call it app count like this. Okay. And then over here we'll have this provider, and it will have integer type. And after that we have to use something called ref object. And let's see, we do have two of this, we don't need that. And regarding ref, we'll be talking later a lot more. And after this, over here, we're just gonna return 1. All right. And provider, let's go ahead and see. All right, so we need to import the package for this. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Now, when I have written like this, the syntax, we call it provider. First thing, remember, this is something that you have to remember. When you do it like this, you are saying, okay, I'm going to create a variable. The variable type is int, and this variable should be accessible from anywhere in my app. And I'm going to provide that. And the value I'm going to provide, or related stuff, you're going to save it in this variable, which is called app count. But of course, app count not necessarily int type, it's a provider type, as you can see over here. The value it returns so that we can use it, that's int type. But actually it's more than just returning int value, it's whole object over here. As you can see, it's a provider type. Now if you hover over on this, there are a lot of interesting information, so you can go through them, and some of them actually we'd be using later. Anyway, so well, I don't want to bombard you with so much information, so we'll take it easy, step by step. So we have created it. So of course, the way Riverpod works, because this is coming from Riverpod, you have to declare your provider in general, especially for dummy apps, globally. Okay, that's what we did. Anyway, so make our understanding stronger. So here, using this provider class, we created a shared state, and inside the shared state, what is shared state? Shared state is memory. So inside the memory means app memory, we'll have this variable available, integer value, which we'd be able to use across in our application. So next time when I say state or shared state, you have to understand I'm talking about a shareable memory where app can access, and apps, all the pages, they can access it. Of course, the pages we want a certain value to be accessible. We'll have a constraint on that. Anyway, so we have this one. But now since we have this, well, we need to find a way to use it. And how are we going to do that? So first we need to access our provider. So I'm going to copy this, and then over here I'm going to come down inside this build method, and here I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to call it final and count, and then we're going to use something called ref.watch. But of course it's going to throw us error, and then I'm going to put whatever was there. Now of course here it says that ref is not available, undefined. Now over here we can access it. We can create an instance of this ref object in the parameter of this build method. Now one error gone, but there's this other error that showed up. Now it wants us to go ahead and use more of the properties that we need to be able to access it. Let's see if whether they have this example here or not. Of course it doesn't have, because this section over here is whatever we have done over here. It's like we have injected something in this property, in this parameter build method, and it's very weird, because if you remove this, actually build method, let's see, now this build method is not this ordinary build method anymore. So to be able to use it correctly, since we are using Riverpod, first over here we need to change something. So instead of calling stateful widget, we're gonna call it ConsumerWidget. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we'll say this is a ConsumerWidget. So let's do that. ConsumerWidget. Right. Okay. Now if we do so, there are other errors now we need to live with, because it looks like it says, well, I don't recognize this method. What is this? Where is this coming from? So one way to get rid of all of these issues, we can just remove these sections. Let's go ahead and remove these sections over here, and we do see that our error over here gone, but now there is this error and this error. So we're going to take care of them one by one. So let's start it from the top. Well, here we are passing this property to this class, which we actually don't need. So we can just simply go ahead and remove that. And with this, the first error is gone. And here we don't have any error. And also it says this app bar error over here. Now I'm going to remove that. We don't need this anymore. And let's see whether we have a title. Now let's save it. Of course, hopefully we'll see that okay, we have other errors before we save. Right over here we have to pass something, Riverpod app. All right, now this counter variable also poses us new error or problem. So I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to put it here as 0. And of course the increment method. Previously we had this method, but now it's gone. So we don't have this increment method anymore, which means that if we go ahead and click on this, it's not going to work, because the method doesn't exist anymore. So that's why we have this error. Now we don't want to use this increment method anyway, so I'm going to as an empty method over there, and the error is gone. All right, now what else? So let's go ahead and run it and see how it looks like first. So if we restarted it, over here it says that no provider scope found, and that is expected because the first thing, we are using ConsumerWidget. Now ConsumerWidget itself is coming from Riverpod. So to be able to use the ConsumerWidget, we have to use something that Riverpod provides, which is called provider scope, which is like another widget, and we have to use it in the root of our app, the place where everything starts, like over here. So I'm going to wrap this around something called provider scope. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to cut this, and here I'm going to do provider scope. Yes, it's already available, and the child. What is our child? Our child is my app. Now if we are going to use Riverpod for managing our state, instead of main function we have to use the provider scope. Now if you go through it quickly, it's a widget that stores the states of providers. So which means that first thing, if you use this one, it's going to store the state of our providers, meaning that the state of the variables that we want to be shareable across our app. So all of those would be actually saved and shared. So that's why we need to use a provider scope. And if you do that, then this provider, this one itself, is usable. And of course we can also use ConsumerWidget. Now let's go ahead and restart it. Of course we see that we don't have any crash, we don't have any error, and everything is running smoothly. Now of course there's still nothing, it's just pretty much all empty. Now here, before we're going to use this one, let's take a look at this one over here, ConsumerWidget. So ConsumerWidget is a class, abstract class. Internally it extends another class which is called ConsumerStatefulWidget. And over here we do see that we have our build method. Now this is the build method actually we are using. This is the build method that we are using, not the one that primarily we had over here that was coming from directly from Flutter framework, but we are right now relying on third-party package. Of course this is a popular package. Now this comes from this ConsumerWidget. Now of course it extends ConsumerStatefulWidget, and if you click on that and go deep down, let's say that this one eventually extends StatefulWidget. So even though we are using Riverpod, but internally it's still using StatefulWidget. And StatefulWidget, earlier we have seen that it's using a class that is called widget. Now over here, previously we have seen that we have this set state method. So that also means that actually somehow Riverpod internally is also using that, but it took away the complexity. But of course, so far the class itself, the one that we are doing, it may look actually little complex just for having a value like this. Well, I can't find the set state class, set state function. I think it should be there. If it's not there, let me find it. Control F, set state. Well, it's in too many places, I guess. So anyway, earlier we have seen the set state, so maybe it's not necessary right now. Anyway, so the idea is ConsumerWidget widget internally is using consumer stateful widget, which uses stateful widget, and then this build method is actually coming from consumer widget, or you can also think of as it's coming from consumer stateful widget. Now anyway, over here we have created this provider, shared state or memory, and then we have referenced the shared state in our build method, which means, okay, this is the shared state and give me a reference, and this is what it is coming over here. Now as it is coming over here, actually we are ready to use that. And how we do that? Now let's remove this over here, this 0. I have this $sign and then do count, and it's already available, as you can see, because count is an object and it returns as int. Like this provider eventually would, from here, actually it's gonna return us the value. What's the value? This 1, or this integer value, but not the app count itself. App count itself is an object, but using this ref.watch, which is coming from this ref object, which is a type of widget ref. Now with this we get a reference using ref.watch, and whatever is there, we are building a connection between our app and the Riverpod. So now let's go ahead and save it. Alright, and if it didn't work like that, let's go ahead and restart it, application restarted, and we do see that 1. Now let's go ahead and increase it as 3. Well, it looks like autoreload doesn't work, so over here we do see that it's 3. Okay, well, there is a bit of improvement. Well, by this time already we have seen that, okay, we are not using stateful class anymore, and we do have this consumer widget class, which is more like a stateless class, even though internally it uses this one and everything else, but at least it looks like much simpler in terms of class, because whenever you have seen this my homepage class, that was a stateful class and it had a lot of things going on inside, but with this right now at least we don't have those complexities. But of course it's not working like that. I mean, it's still static, right? Now if you come over here and try to do an observation over here, now since we can access this counter variable, let's do it like this. Okay, and one of the thing it will have, okay, of course it says that count is final. If it's final, you can't use it like that. Well, let's remove final from there. Okay, and let's see how things go. It's rather I restart the app. Okay, well, let's go ahead and click on this. Yeah, well, nothing happens. Well, even though I said this value, we are replacing set state and we expect it to be actually changeable and show it on the screen UI, but it is not.
Okay, so now if we have seen that if you try to increase the value, we don't see the new value on the UI, but the increased value over here we can try to print. Let's go ahead and do that to string, and let's restart. And now if we come over here, we do see that value increases over here. We can print that. And then what if we don't want to have it like this, we just want to have count.toString. Now let's go ahead, well, restart that. Now let's do it, and it's the same. It doesn't really matter how you try to actually work on this. Even though the value is increased, it doesn't work. We don't see it on the UI. Well, the provider itself, when it exposes the shared state, that's fine, but actually it doesn't take any changes which should reflect on the UI. So that's the problem with provider. With provider, yes, you can grab the current state and show it on the UI, but after that, if there are changes like we did to our app count variable, it doesn't reflect, and that's how provider itself works. So how do we go ahead from here? Now, instead of provider, we can use something called state provider. Okay, now let's go ahead and change it to state provider. The same thing. Now here we are. Okay, and nothing else changes, so our provider became state provider. And here you see that state provider is a provider that can exposes a value that can be modified from outside. This one exposes a value that could be modified from outside, which means that whatever the value it exposes from the state provider, we can use that value and change that value from outside. What does it mean? Outside means not here. Outside means from this UI section. This is where we can change it. Now let's go ahead and restart our app. All right, now let's click on this. Okay, of course it doesn't work like this. So how it should work? So instead of changing the count variable itself like this, we have a special way of changing the variable. For that one, we need to call ref.read, and then you need to call your provider. What is our provider? App count is our provider, I guess. Let me see. Yeah, app count is our provider. And with it, you get a notifier object, as you can see. And then over here, you will have state object. And state object itself, you could actually do this, which means that increment, which means that you can increase the value. Okay, so that's what we're doing over here. So now let's restart. I'll talk about it soon. Now you see our value is changing. So eventually we are able to change value from outside. Well, I wouldn't say outside. I mean, we are able to change value that is persistent. One thing, so state provider is different from provider. State provider exposes an provider object, and that object value could be changed outside of this, which means from UI. Now to change, we should do it like this, ref.read. Okay, all right, so in general you may use ref.watch to get the provider object's return value, in this case int, a count type, an int type variable, we call it count, and we use that one on the UI to show. But as we change the value, you would change it using ref.read. So if you want to show the value on the UI, get that current value from the provider using ref.watch. And if you want to change the value on the whatever the current value is there, get that value using ref.read, and you have to get the notifier object. You can understand it like this. Okay, I'm attaching a notifier listener, which means that if I change the count value or object value, notify the UI. So that's why the new values get reflected over here, which we are able to expose it over here. And that's beautiful. Okay, and what is this state object and what is it actually? Now the state object also is coming from Riverpod, where it says that coming from state controller. Now let's see if we can access to this variable. Yes, we can. Over here we see that, okay, we have this state controller which extends state notifier, and inside this we also have this it's like a getter. So what does it do over here? I'm not sure that we can go inside of this. Let's go to this state notifier class. Yes, so over here we have this state notifier class, and what else? Yes, we do see that over here we also have state, and the state, get state, set state. So, and inside this we have famous listener object, add listener. Most probably we'll also say notify listener. All right, so I'm going to close this. Now over here, now this state variable actually points to the shared memory. So whatever variable actually you have returned, that is represented by this state variable, the one that we see over here. So whatever you return from provider, like at the top we had this provider, now we are using state provider. So whatever you're using from that place is the value. Now I'm talking about the value itself. The real value of the variable is pointed by this. Okay. State provider itself, it gives you everything from the shared memory, because it contains a lot of other things which we would be able to use. But now, what is this exact value that we want to change or modify? How we can access that? We access that using the state variable. Okay, now I know it could be a little bit convoluted, that's so many ideas, but sometimes here we go, you just remember like this, that the value itself could be found using this state. Okay, yeah, and you can also increase the value using state. Of course, if you want, you can also decrease the value. So let's hot restart. Now 3, now it's decreasing. Okay, so it happens either way, it doesn't really matter. All right, so before I finish this section, here we learned, okay, instead of provider we should be using state provider, because state provider helps you to change the value and reflect it on the UI. Once we have a state provider, we have to get the value. How do we get the value of that provider? Using watch.ref. And then if we want to show the value directly on the UI, just save ref.watch into this count variable and show it on the UI. And if we want to change the current value, then we need to call ref.read, then our provider, which is actually state provider, and then notifier object, and then the state object, and that's how it works. All right, so in this section, that's pretty much it. And now we'll learn how to actually use this variable or value from another class. Say, for example, I create a stateless class. I'm going to create a stateless class, and I'm going to call it second page. All right, and that's it. Okay, so now if we have seen that if you try to increase the value, we don't see the new value on the UI, but the increased value over here we can try to print. Let's go ahead and do that to string, and let's restart. And now if we come over here, we do see that value increases over here. We can print that. And then what if we don't want to have it like this, we just want to have count.toString. Now let's go ahead, well, restart that. Now let's do it, and it's the same. It doesn't really matter how you try to actually work on this. Even though the value is increased, it doesn't work. We don't see it on the UI. Well, the provider itself, when it exposes the shared state, that's fine, but actually it doesn't take any changes which should reflect on the UI. So that's the problem with provider. With provider, yes, you can grab the current state and show it on the UI, but after that, if there are changes like we did to our app count variable, it doesn't reflect, and that's how provider itself works. So how do we go ahead from here? Now instead of provider, we can use something called state provider. Okay, now let's go ahead and change it to state provider. The same thing. Now here we are. Okay, and nothing else changes, so our provider became state provider. And here you see that state provider is a provider that can exposes a value that can be modified from outside. So this one exposes a value that could be modified from outside, which means that whatever the value it exposes from the state provider, we can use that value and change that value from outside. What does it mean? Outside means not here. Outside means from this UI section. This is where we can change it. Now let's go ahead and restart our app. All right, now let's click on this. Okay, of course it doesn't work like this. So how it should work? So instead of changing the count variable itself like this, we have a special way of changing the variable. For that one, we need to call ref.read, and then you need to call your provider. What is our provider? App count is our provider, I guess. Let me see. Yeah, app count is our provider. And with it, you get a notifier object, as you can see. And then over here, you will have state object. And state object itself, you could actually do this, which means that increment, which means that you can increase the value. Okay, so that's what we're doing over here. So now let's restart. I'll talk about it soon. Now you see our value is changing. So eventually we are able to change value from outside. Well, I wouldn't say outside. I mean, we are able to change value that is persistent. One thing, so state provider is different from provider. State provider exposes an provider object, and that object value could be changed outside of this, which means from UI. Now to change, we should do it like this, ref.read. Okay, all right, so in general you may use ref.watch to get the provider object's return value, in this case int, a count type, an int type variable, we call it count, and we use that one on the UI to show. But as we change the value, you would change it using ref.read. So if you want to show the value on the UI, get that current value from the provider using ref.watch. And if you want to change the value on the whatever the current value is there, get that value using ref.read, and you have to get the notifier object. You can understand it like this. Okay, I'm attaching a notifier listener, which means that if I change the count value or object value, notify the UI. So that's why the new values get reflected over here, which we are able to expose it over here. And that's beautiful. Okay. And what is the state object? And what is it actually? Now, the state object also is coming from Riverpod, where it says that coming from state controller. Now let's see if we can access to this variable. Yes, we can. Over here we see that, okay, we have this state controller which extends state notifier, and inside this we also have this it's like a getter. So what does it do over here? I'm not sure that we can go inside of this. Let's go to this state notifier class. Yes, so over here we have this state notifier class, and what else? Yes, we do see that over here we also have state, and the state, get state, set state. So, and inside this we have famous listener object, add listener. Most probably we'll also say notify listener. All right, so I'm going to close this. Now over here, now this state variable actually points to the shared memory. So whatever variable actually you have returned, that is represented by this state variable, the one that we see over here. So whatever you return from provider, like at the top we had this provider, now we are using state provider. So whatever you're using from that place is the value. Now I'm talking about the value itself. The real value of the variable is pointed by this. Okay. State provider itself, it gives you everything from the shared memory, because it contains a lot of other things which we would be able to use. But now, what is this exact value that we want to change or modify? How we can access that? We access that using the state variable. Okay, now I know it could be a little bit convoluted, that's so many ideas, but sometimes here we go, you just remember like this, that the value itself could be found using this state. Okay, yeah, and you can also increase the value using state. Of course, if you want, you can also decrease the value. So let's hot restart. Now 3, now it's decreasing. Okay, so it happens either way, it doesn't really matter. All right, so before I finish this section, here we learned, okay, instead of provider we should be using state provider, because state provider helps you to change the value and reflect it on the UI. Once we have a state provider, we have to get the value. How do you get the value of that provider? Using watch.ref. And then if we want to show the value directly on the UI, just save ref.watch into this count variable and show it on the UI. And if we want to change the current value, then we need to call ref.read, then our provider, which is actually state provider, and then notifier object, and then the state object, and that's how it works. All right, so in this section, that's pretty much it. And now we'll learn how to actually use this variable or value from another class. Say, for example, I create a stateless class. I'm going to create a stateless class, and I'm going to call it second page. All right, and that's it. And inside this, I'm going to have, well, I'm going to have a child, and then I'm going to do a return, a text actually, and then here count value. All right. Okay, even though it's stateless, I want to have it here as a scaffold. Okay, so that I can have an app bar, and then inside this I'll have empty app bar. That's it. And then we'll have body. So inside the body, I'm gonna put it. So if you don't know what is scaffold, scaffold has the property of app bar and body, a lot of other things. It's like the skeleton or structure of your app, which means that it's the skeleton of your UI current page. Just like when you create a new building, you will have a lot of structures, right? And later on you decorate. So skeleton is a structure, and at the same time it provides all of these things for decorating. It's up to you, whichever you take and decorate your page. Currently we just took two of them. One is app bar and another is body. Anyway, so this is the time that we go ahead and access this. And how we do that? Well, to be able to access this, I'm going to create another button over here. So I'm going to cut this, and then I'm going to have a row, and then I'm going to have children. And the first child is this, and second child is this one as well. Now let's save it. Okay, saving doesn't work. All right, now we see these two buttons are together. Now we want to separate them to the far end. So here there's this property called main axis alignment dot space between. All right, so yes, once again restart. Okay, this is what we want. Now once we actually click on this time we don't want to increase the value. Here actually we want to use an icon. Let's see whether the icon pops up or not. Arrow. Well, we are looking for an arrow that should, not this one. Okay, I'm gonna use this one right around it. All right, and let's save this. Looks like hard reloading not work. So yeah, it's for now it's just fine. It's just a button that we want to be able to click and go somewhere. And where do you want to go? Well, here we want to go to a new page. What is our new page? Our new page is second page, this one. So here we're going to use, here we'll have navigator dot of context and dot push, and inside this we're going to use material page route, and here we could pass build context and context, and after that over here we're going to call our second page. That's it. And return like this. And let me reformat the code. All right, so let's restart. Okay, cool. And well, what will happen over here? So once we click this unpressed button, this function would get called, and this would take us to a new page. If you don't know what is navigator.ofContext.push, well, these are the functions like navigator.ofContext.push. We use them to navigate to new pages. It's more like a route over here. It's like a path. But of course, even before that, you need to use material page route. You're trying to say there's a route coming over, and the route itself, the name is second page. You can name it actually anything. It looks like there is a const variable we need to put, const modifier actually. Now this second page, of course, it has to be whatever you write over here, a class that we just created, a stateless class, which means that it doesn't have any state over here. All right, now let's click on this. We do see that we go to a new page and we can come back, and of course we do have an issue. Well, now this error is happening. That's due to we have two floating action buttons on one page. And if you have two floating action buttons, Flutter has a hard time to keep track of them. So you can just give them a new name using hero tag property, but different names, so that Flutter actually is able to know which floating action button you are using and tapping and working. Okay, otherwise you will see that multiple heroes that share the same tag within the tree. So in default, if you hover over on this, it might have a hero tag. Let's go through it quickly. Hero tag, right? So by default here this is one default hero tag. Okay, now this is used for both this one and this one, so that's why it says that there are multiple heroes that share the same tag. But now we change the name and the error should be gone. Now let's restart it. Now let's go to a new page and we see we don't have any error. Beautiful. Click on this, go to the new page. Remember the value is 6. Come back and the value is preserved. Okay, so that's the first learning and improvement, that okay, we can save our value across states, and this is awesome actually. Right now, this time our job is to access this value, the value that's exposed by ref.watch from our other widget. All right, not widget, we can say that widget, because in Flutter everything is widget, even a class is widget. So over here I could do like this, int count, and over here we could do ref.watch app count. Okay, all right, but of course now we don't have access to the ref object. If we don't have, we can't use it. Now earlier we have learned that in our build method we can use widget ref, right? But now this time, instead of stateless class, we need to use ConsumerWidget. And now let's restart. Okay, we start everything from the scratch. Okay, 7. All right, we see the value here. I mean, it's still a static variable, which we should be changing from here, right? Okay, even before we do that, let's change this container to a center widget. Let's go ahead and do that. Looks like a lot of restart. Okay, cool. And now over here, let's have it like this. We can say count. All right, now we're gonna do it one more restart. All right, and now let's go ahead and increase the value. Come over here and we do see that there's this value. Now of course it looks pretty small. We could do a bit of styling, and here text style, font size, say 30. All right, so now let's go ahead and increase it. Go to this page, we see 8. Come back, we still see 8. You can increase it again. Go to this page and we say it's 9. Awesome. So well, by this time we already learned how to save or preserve our state variable in the value itself. So what have we learned so far? Well, we learned that we can use state provider, this class, to create a shared store, and this class creates a shared store and expose the shared store in a variable. You can call it anything. And then we also learned that to get the shared state, we have to use ref.watch and then shared state. And if we do like this, we get exactly the value we are looking for, the variable. And then we can use that variable to show it on the UI. And then over here, we learned that to change the value, we need to use ref.read and then provider name, and then we have to find the notifier. And then we also have to have this state variable, which points to the exact value that we are changing. We can increase and decrease it. And we also learned that if we want to use our shared state in another page, we can create any class we want, and our class should extend in general ConsumerWidget. And then once again, we can get this ref.watch and then pass our provider and then get the value and show it on the UI. Well, at the same time, we have also learned if we are using provider, so our main function should be wrapped around provider scope child, okay? Provider scope widget. If we do that, we'd be able to use the properties, functions, methods, everything that comes from Riverpod. And after that, we learned that actually we can have 2 floating action buttons or even more. One of the ways to have them more using row widget. So we put them on the row and we create a little bit of space using these properties, like main axis.alignment. This becomes the main axis and this is the vertical axis. We know that. There are other properties you can play ahead with, like for example space between, space around, space evenly. I think we are doing space around. All right, and to go to a new page we can simply use then if we use multiple floating action button, you should be actually tag them with different names, otherwise we'll get error. And then we also learned that if we want to go to a new page, we can always use navigator.offcontext.push, and then we'll also have to pass material page route, and then inside this we actually pass our route name or the class name itself, that where we should go. All right, so after having this basic understanding of Riverpod and how things work, now we'll actually go ahead and work on our UI, because so far we have been trying to understand the theory and things like that, but our job has to be much more fun. Now inside this over here, I'm going to first create a new folder, actually directory. I'm gonna call it pages, and inside this I'll have one folder, and for now I'm gonna call it welcome. And well, I think I have created a document, so I'm going to delete this. All right, so inside this I'm gonna create another directory and I'm gonna call it welcome. And what is this? Well, actually the thing we want to build is this one. So this kind of a left and right scrolling. Okay, so this is what we want to do. And when you come to the last one, actually it would take you to a sign up page or sign in page, one of this. Okay, so this is what we want to do. So sign in, sign up. But first we have to work with this page. Now this page is called onboarding screen. You can call it anything. I'm gonna call it here welcome screen. Okay, you can call it anything. Now inside this we are going to have a file, and I'm going to, well, inside this, the file itself, I'm gonna call it welcome.dart. all right, okay, cool. And so far over here I'm going to create a stateless class, because we are going to use Riverpod. We might not need stateful classes all the time. a stateless class would do the job as well. So if you type in st, it should give you the class like I did just now, st. So you can choose stateless and then you hit enter and it'll give you this template where you can start working on it. Okay, and just change the name to welcome. All right, so this is what we have, and great. Okay, well, so far nothing is visible on the screen yet, so we need to work on it, right? So let's come over here and come to this main.dart. Okay, all right, so there are a few things right now. None of the things are necessary for us. I'll keep them as it is, but one of the things I'm going to do over here, I'm going to remove this, and instead of homepage I'm going to call welcome. All right, okay, now all we need to do, import the path. If you hover over on this, it will give you the path. All right, and here we are. Okay, and let's go ahead and restart this app. Well, it look like I'm on the wrong app, so I'm going to select my iOS simulator, and looks like it's gonna start. All right, okay, good. So far so good. And over here, let's take a look. So we want our onboarding screen to have this 3 pages. All right, okay, so first, this is the first one, this is the second one, and there is this third one. Okay, all right, this is the third one, and each of them will have text, an image, text over here, and then other text, as well as this button. So these are the things that we want to show. All right, and it looks like our app is ready. Okay, nothing is there, it's all empty, and actually it's black. And why is this? Now if you come over here, first thing we should know that because there is no scaffold here. Remember, in our earlier class, in our earlier session, I told you that we should have scaffold over here. Now once you have the scaffold, you have the blueprint of the screen or the UI. All right, and once you have scaffold, you can put anything inside it, especially any kind of widget. And I'm gonna call it hello. All right, now let's go ahead and save it, and we see immediately it becomes white because scaffolds come with a default background color. And if you want, actually you can also assign colors to it, background color. So you could do colors.white like this. Let's save it. All right, so now it's a little bit different than earlier color. If you have it like this, so it's a little more pinkish, but you can assign your own background color. Right now, why it's a little more pinkish, that's coming of this theme data over here. So theme data has some default settings, but these settings are applied globally, but in each of the page you can actually override them, and that's what we have done over here. So we have our own color. Of course, if you want, you can go ahead and do red, whatever you like, no problem. Okay, so for now we'll stick to white color. That's what we want. Okay, great. Now let's take a look at this app over here. So as I said, that we'll have this image over here, this text, and this text, and the dots, and this buttons. Now over here, as you see, we are changing this pages. We can scroll left and right, we do that, and at the same time we also have this dots and this button. So a lot of these things are always on this page at the same position actually. So this is the reason that we are going to use something called stack widget. Okay, because if you have stack widget, you can actually put a lot of things on the top of each other. If you don't have stack widget, you can only put things on the top of each other but not overlapping. But with stack widget, you can overlap things. So that's why we're going to introduce stack widget. So let's go ahead and do that. And inside stack widget, it takes children. So I'm going to put here children, and it looks like we need a const modifier. Let's do that. Okay, right. Then this wiggly lines are gone over here. Okay, right. Now let's come over here and take a look at this like this. So stack widget takes children. Now we can use children like something called placeholder. This is number one. Let's put it. We see it over here, and then you can put another stack placeholder. We say it like this. All right, and it looks like we need to have a comma over here, and let's put it like this. Okay, cool. Now of course nothing happens over here, nothing happens. All right, but what I'm trying to say and what I'm trying to tell you with the stack widget, actually you can assign the position of your children, but with placeholder it doesn't look so. Then how could you work with this? Now inside this you can use actually positioned widget. Now here I'm going to use a text, and we can say widget 1. All right, now let's save it. All right, and we see it at the top. Now since we are inside this stack widget has properties. The position itself has properties: bottom, left, right, top. You can assign that. So you could do like this. Bottom, let's see, am I doing it the right way? Let me see. Yes, so left, top, right, bottom, like that. Okay, now here you see you can assign bottom property to it. Looks like it doesn't recognize, so I'm gonna fall back over here. So bottom, say you want to assign it to 100. Now let's save it, and we'll see that it comes down. So from the bottom itself, it has 100 of space. Okay, right. And right now we see that it's on the left, just like pretty much hanging there on the left, but you can also control it with left property, say 20. So it moves, as you can see. Okay, so with this you have a better control that how why you need that, why we should have stack widget. Now I'm going to copy this and put another one. So over here, say I still want to bottom 100, but this time left I want, say 200, and let's save it. So you see we can exactly position them wherever we want. If you want, you can change the bottom to 200, just like this. So yes, stack widget gives you better controlling on the UI, but of course it has its benefits and problems as well. Okay, but anyways, so this class is not about stack widget and understanding, because our focus is to build a system, and as along the system, as we build the system, we focus on Flutter, Riverpod, Backend, Laravel, and systems like that. Okay, anyway, so I'm going to remove this. With this you have the basic idea that how it works. But say if you don't assign any position like this, let's go ahead and do that. So over here you see one of them actually went up like this. Let's go ahead and check it. All right, so that's the thing. If you don't assign any position, then it's gonna take the one at the top, its position. Now even though we have it over here, but we don't see that. Now let's see, assign a bit of style to it. Style, text style, and then here we could say font size, say 60 or 50. Let's have it here. All right, so we still don't see that. All right, so this is what we see over here. This positioned widget, this one is this one. So left 20, bottom 20, and positioned widget, the other one, which doesn't have any top or bottom, it's at the top. No, the size is a little too big. We can reduce it to 30 and save it. Okay, now that's the general understanding, that if you have a stack widget, you can put positioned widget, and then you can define the coordinates. Well, as you define the coordinates, it totally follows the general layout. But what if you put a non-positioned widget? So for example, if I want to put a text over here and I want to say hello Riverpod, like this one, and let's go ahead and save it. So here we see that hello Riverpod, and our positioned widget looks like they are gone. And why is this happening? Well, of course, one of the first thing, well, okay, it looks like they're gone. And then if you come over here, hover over the stack widget, and here there are some documentation. It says by default, non-positioned children of the stack are aligned by their top left corner. So top left. Well, that's fine. And then over here, it also talked about how to align the non-positioned and partially positioned widget. So in our case, like this is partially positioned, and it also looks like partially positioned widget, like this. Now they have this bit of talking over here. You can go ahead and try to read and try to understand and make sense on your own. But actually, I'm also going to explain to you, because if you do try to read, it might not make a lot of sense, because this word is very technical, the way they wrote over here. All right, so how to understand this? Are they really gone, actually? Well, at the first look, it looks like these are all gone because we don't see them over here, right? Now, why it's happening? Now, wrap this widget, text widget, actually using another container widget. Let's do that. And we need to remove this const, otherwise we'll get error. All right, and now let's save it, and of course we still see the same, nothing changes. Now interestingly, since it's a container widget, we'd be able to apply width and height to it, and this is what actually we are going to do right now. So here we do width, say 400, and height, say 500. And now we are going to save it, and it looks like they just showed up over here. And this is what we see. Like, okay, so widget 1, which is coming from here, and this is positioned widget, which is over here at the top, and this is hello Riverpod, we see it over here. All right, now this may look weird. That's because if I take them away, save it, you see this widget 1, which is this one, left 20 is correct and bottom 200 is correct. But if I put back with container widget together, it changes its position. But however you change this, the second one doesn't change. Okay, now the second one is actually the partially positioned widget, which means that it didn't talk left, it didn't talk bottom or top coordinates. Here we just have left, but here we have left and bottom both. So now if you don't mention any of the properties of top or bottom, it is called a partially positioned widget. Partially positioned widget. Okay, now over here, this is not partially positioned, it's completely positioned, because you have left and bottom, so it can exactly pinpoint where to put it. But of course, it doesn't look like it did the correct job. Once again, if you take it away, this is the correct one. If you put it back, it's the correct one. It's not the correct one anymore. If you save it, it goes up. And why is this happening? Now, to have a better understanding, we can actually give it a color. Here we can say colors.red. So here we see, this is amazing. Well, this container is non-positioned and this is positioned. Okay, now we do see that this positioned widget is actually taking this non-positioned widget as a reference. What do I mean by that? Well, you see here we do have bottom. Now this bottom is actually being referenced from here, and 200 it went up, and that's what happened with positioned widget, the one that completely positioned. Remember earlier we defined this as partially positioned widget, right? Okay, so understanding is that if you have a non-positioned widget and if you have a positioned widget which is completely positioned, which means that it has at least one of the properties of top or bottom, then this one follows this layout, which means that this one would start based on its size. Okay, so that's our understanding. What's the size actually? Width and height. What is height? 500. So from here to here, this is 500, right? So the 500 finishes over here, or which means that it's 500, and then from here it takes this 200 to position itself. So this is 200. Of course, if you want, you can also do 1. So it's 100. So this is 100 height, in a sense that from the bottom it's 100. But now if you change this one, say for example 300, it'll also change accordingly, but it'll still keep its bottom height as 100. So this is one thing that you have to know, and this is a new learning. Most people might not explain that how positioned widget work. Okay, so if you have a positioned widget and non-positioned widget together, you gotta be careful, and if you don't understand, always debug like this using colors. So with this, we just have broadened our understanding how stack widget, positioned widget, and non-positioned widget, they all work together. All right, okay, good. And by saying that, it's also important to know partially positioned widget, they always work on their own. They don't really care about someone else. Okay, so here it's left 200. You can also do, say, right 200. Okay, you can go put it back like this, no problem. But as soon as you allow something like one of this bottom properties, say 100, so it'll start to follow this one as well, which it did actually. Okay, all right, but of course it has a bit of styling, so it looks like it's not exactly aligned, but because it has styling. Okay, of course if you want, you can also start it from top, T-O-P, top. All right, so now it's from top, this is 100. Okay, all right, hopefully it makes sense. And why I was talking about all of this and why it's important, because if you have noticed earlier, we have this onboarding screen, and here we have positioned widget and non-positioned widget at the same time. So that's why it is important to understand that how it works together. Otherwise, you'll just get lost. Okay, well, hopefully it makes sense. Okay, let's continue. Now, the first thing here actually would be working with page view. Now, page view is a non-positioned widget. We need a page view. That's because we want to do this left and right thing, like as I said earlier. Okay, so we want to do that one. It's better if you do it page view, and sometimes you also get a better control on them. Now let's save it. All right. Okay, now of course because this is a container widget, now this container widget is still non-positioned widget, even though inside this we have this page view. We can say hello world. All right, let's save it. All right, so here we see that it is at the top. Okay, all right, so we'll start working from there. Now here we do see that this page view is taking the size of its parent widget, which is the container. Now what if you take away the height? It's gonna take the complete height. So in general, if you just put page view inside a container without any kind of height restriction, it's gonna take the complete height, and that's what it does. All right, okay, now here we already start to see that we can scroll like this. Okay, let me restore this. Looks like pinpointing is a little bit difficult with this, but anyway, soon I'm going to change this. And then if you also take away this width, it's gonna take the complete width and height. So that's the default behavior of page view. Now because you have a red color, it's easy to debug, so I'm going to cut this. And then we don't need a container for this. Looks like I do have a typo, so I'm going to cut this, and then we are going to replace this one over here. All right, now let's put it back. Okay, well, the color is gone. Yeah, we don't have any color. Now here you see that already we can left and right scroll, and that's the way page view works. Page view helps you to scroll left and right, and then well, that's the first thing we need to know. And at the same time, because we have used a positioned widget, so because this is what we want sooner. So some of the stuff, like say the dots, they would be on this screen. All right, and actually this is also on the screen. So basically some things on the screen. So this is what we are already achieving over here. As you can see, we can do left and right. You need to check it carefully. And my widgets, they are already positioned widgets are already in the correct place, the place that where we want it. And at the same time, you see that page view occupies the whole screen. That's why even though, say for example, this one earlier we have seen that with a container, if you put a container with a limited width and height, it goes top. But at that time we also learned that completely positioned widget, they follow the non-positioned widget for layout. Now page views takes the complete height, so the positioned widget actually they're taking based on their coordinate defined. So bottom 100, like this one, so it's starting from here because page view ends here. That's how actually it works. Beautiful. And anyway, so of course we don't want to see hello world over here. We want to see something different. Now here we definitely will have a container, and here we'll have width. Now one of the width we want to assign 3, 4, 5, and then here we do height and 3, 4, 5, 2. Now we're going to achieve this one, this result. That's because we want to have this image as a square. Okay, so that's why we have this one. And inside this we can have a child. The child itself is image.asset. All right, now they would be coming from our assets folder, images, and reading.png. That's the first one. If we now go ahead and try to run, we'll definitely get error and unable to load assets. And if you see over here, we have some issues, assets not found. That's because we have to define them in our pubspec.eml file. And define what? Define actually their location, and also mentioning that we have some assets over here. Now I'm going to remove all of this and have it like this. So assets refers to that you are going to say Well, I will have some things, and those are assets. So you need to know that you're telling Flutter. And after that, this is the actual folder name. If you see over here, we do have assets, and inside assets we have images, icons, and voice. These are the things. So we are also saying that the path that we can find them. All right, and the format has to be correct. Make sure that they align just exactly the way that I'm doing. And if you don't know how many spaces from here, actually if you do white space on keyboard, most probably that's the 4 spaces. 1 2 3 4. All right, so 4 spaces, the white space button on the keyboard, you can use that one to align correctly. And this most probably ends up as a 2 1 2, so you need to know that, otherwise you'll get error. All right, and now let's start to restart. Okay, right, so here we go. This is our first image, and it's beautiful. So it's already showed up over here, and we just have only one of this, but we can have many of this. So let's go ahead and copy it and put another one. Okay, we can already scroll through. So the way page view works, page view actually, the default behavior is it'll take a lot of children, and inside the children you can put widgets, and those widgets actually would be like one after another. The default behavior is horizontally one after another, not the vertical behavior. But if you want with the page view, you can also change it to vertical behavior. Like for example, if you come over here, scroll behavior, and here you could do axis direction dot up, or let's check this one, axis horizontal scroll direction, actually not scroll behavior, scroll direction axis dot vertical, this one. Let's do that. All right, so this time would be able to scroll top and bottom like this. Okay, all right, you could also do left and right if you want, and that's the default behavior, which is horizontal. All right, so that's how this page view works. All right, so this is what we see so far. So we have this 2 container, and each of them actually showing over here, and we can right now scroll through them. Now actually we can separate them, and even before we separate, actually let's replace it with sized box. Okay, and one of the things that we could do right away is this one. So just remove this and see how it works, and you restart, and you'll find that actually it doesn't take effect. Why not? Now we're going to increase our Flutter knowledge with this, because once you are inside page view occupies the whole screen in general, and that's the behavior. And because of this, it doesn't really matter how you change this over here. Even if you don't set them, go ahead and do that, and you'll see that it exactly works the same. So let's try to go ahead and restart, and it's still the same. So in fact, we don't need any of this. We just need image assets, and that's all we need. Okay. All right. So once you are inside page view, in general, page view occupies the whole screen. And of course, this section they're overlapping onto each other. So we can just simply keep it like this. We're gonna copy this and put it here. All right, and we're gonna do the same over here. All right, so
All we need to do, we need to change it like this, and it still works the same. But if you want, I think we can also change to a different image, which is in our assets directory. Hopefully it should be good. Yes, this is the boy that we are talking about. Now if you do want to know that how it works over here, even now at this moment, you can wrap this around a container widget, and then over here you can put it, and then after this you can apply color to it. Color and colors.red. All right, and most probably we need to assign as a child. Let's do that and save it over here. So as you see, page view actually occupies the whole screen, unless you over here give them a certain height, say like this. That's a different issue. Okay, otherwise it's gonna take the whole screen. So this is one thing that you have to understand about page view. So now that's how we simplified our code, because even though we apply different kind of settings to them, it's not just gonna work, especially in terms of width and height, because it's gonna take the whole screen. All right, okay, so so far we are done with this. So in next section actually we'd be focusing on how to work with this section over here, where we have this text to show. So this is where actually we should be working now. But our original design was not like this. We know that in our original design we had image, a title, and subtext. So that means that we still have to change this. So this is what so far we have done based on, to extend our understanding. Anyway, so I'm going to remove this over here, because for now we don't want to work directly with the image assets. We want to work it actually a little bit differently. So here first we'll have a column, and inside column we'll have children, and inside children we'll have this, well, not really this. Let me go ahead and copy this, because this is something we need. And other than that, we're just gonna come over here and put this one. And if you now go ahead and save it, and this time we see a little bit different approach, because we are at the top right now. Well, we're gonna change this very soon. All right, so that's our image. Now for now over here, I'm going to remove this. Just remember what we learned early. That's all I want for now. So with this, it looks much better. Now this is the image that we have seen over here. Now inside this, let's go ahead and play with another property, which is called fit, and here it's a box fit dot fit width, this one. Let's go ahead. All right, and let's have fit height. All right, so it looks like they don't have effect, but actually in fact they will have soon once we work more with the properties. There are other properties that we need to work. All right, so that's one. Now over here I want to have a text widget, and inside this I want to say first C learning. That was our title originally, and let me put it there, and this is what we see. Awesome. And then over here we do actually style, and here we do text style. All right, and then inside this here we could do say color, and colors dot blue. For now I'm gonna just put blue, but very soon we'll be changing them. And font size here we do 14.sp. all right, and font weight dot say normal. This is what we want. Well, for now I'm not going to put sp because it might not make a lot of sense, and first definitely we'll get error. So that's what we have. Awesome. Okay, all right, now over here we are also going to do something. Well, it might be useful later, which is called text alignment. Here we do text align dot center, but it looks like it's already centered. All right, now there are 3 slides of them, so we can actually go ahead and reuse them. And how to reuse? Well, looks like we need to put a const modifier before that. Now to be able to do that, we need to come inside this lib folder, and inside this we're going to create another folder. We'll call it common, and inside this I'm going to create another directory, and I'm going to call it widgets. And inside this I'm going to create another file, and here we could say text widgets .dart, just like this. Now over here, whatever we had, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and here we see that font size 24, and we also see that font weight normal. Okay, color we'll keep it optional. So here I want to create a widget, actually a method. What's the method name? I'm going to call it text24 normal. And what that would mean, that means that our text has font size 24 and bold is normal. So wherever we want to use this, we'd be able to go ahead and just directly call this one. Okay, yeah. So now over here we're gonna just simply say return whatever we had. Now we see tons of errors, and they would be solved. Let's go ahead and import cappuccino, and over here most probably material. And we do see that we still have to put text24, const modifier. But now over here I'm gonna have to change it to text24 normal. All right, and all we need to do, let's go ahead and okay, text24 normal. We were supposed to have it, we are supposed to import it. Let's see, the name text24 isn't a class. Well, we are not actually a class over here, so we are returning text widget. Looks like it's not getting recognized. Well, make sure that you import the name, the path correctly at the top. All right, so yeah. Now of course here whenever we need this, we just go ahead and call it. But how about this one? This is something that we might actually reuse. Now this one we could put inside parameters. Now here we'll have this curly braces, and I'll have something like string, and I'm gonna say it text, and in default I'm not going to give it any value. It's all empty string. Now in Dart, this part has to do with Dart. In Dart, whenever you put things inside curly braces, inside a function name or inside constructor name, inside the curly braces, it is called optional named parameter. First thing is optional. That's because you may pass value, you may not pass value. That's why it's optional. It's a named parameter. That's because if you pass value, you have to pass according to the name, whatever the name is given here. For example, well, here I want to pass, okay, why don't we just go ahead and run it? But of course, here we need to change it to text. Now you go ahead and run it, and looks like, okay, you can't have const here. All right, okay, let's go ahead and run it. So you see, we don't have any text value over here. That's because this is empty. And at the same time, we are not passing anything over here. But if you do want to pass, you have to use the name that you have assigned. What's the name? This is the text. So over here, we can pass first C learning. Okay, so here we say first C learning. Let's save it. Now you see that it's working. Now, what if you don't pass anything at all as a default value? Now, over here we'll get error. It is asking you add required. When you say add required, it becomes compulsory to pass value from here. Because whenever you have this curly braces, you have actually two options. One option is either you push here required, then whenever you call it, you have to pass value. But if you don't want to push required over here, then you have to assign a default value. All right, so this is our default value. Nothing is there. Okay, so either way it works. So remember, this is called optional named parameter. It could be with the default value, it could be with the required value. Now we have default value. If it's not default, you have to use the required keyword and you must pass value. Now that's what we have passed over here. And we see that, okay, well, it's working. It is there. All right. And okay, so that's our container and an image. All right. And what if you want to put a little bit of gap over here? Okay. So what kind of gap you are talking about? Say you want to put something like padding at the top. You want to apply a little bit of spacing. So how to do that? Now we can wrap it around ConsumerWidget, and then over here we are going to pass margin. And what's our margin? Our margin is as insets dot only, and then we could do top 15.h, just like this. Well, once again, I'm going to remove this because this is something that we'll be using later. So now with this, we have a little bit of extra spacing with the top itself, the one that's defined over there. All right. Well, now that's been the first part. Okay. And what about the rest section over here? We also need another container. And that container would actually have our small text and the big text line. So that's what we want to do. And how to work with this. Now let's have another container here. Container. And inside this, here we could do text widget. Now this text widget could be a little bit different than the earlier that we have applied. So I'm going to copy this one and I'm just going to put it here, and this time instead of this we're gonna call it text 16 normal. So here first thing I want is 16. Okay, and everything else I could keep the same. All right, so there's another beauty. So once you have it, actually you can just go ahead and reuse it, and in terms of copying it, it also becomes easy. Now over here we'll have a child, and child is, we're gonna call it text 16 normal. Even if you don't pass anything, it would still be there, but of course no value. The only thing right now we want to pass with this is the text, and the text we want to pass over here is forget about a paper all knowledge in one learning. Now let's go ahead and save it, and we do see that it's there. And at the same time over here, what do you want to do? Well, definitely we could actually apply a little bit of spacing inside this container. So here we could do margin, and then add insets, edge insets dot only, and we say top 15. All right, so we applied another 15 of it. Okay, and then we also need spacing on the left and right side. So here we do padding, and here we do edge insets only, and the left say 30 and the right say 30. All right, now let's go ahead and save them. All right, so that's what we want. Okay, and that's beautiful. Okay, so now with this we have this our first item as a child over here, and which is actually our first page. So it's a first page, right? But we can have actually many pages. For this reason over here, inside this, we can actually create a new file, and we're gonna call it widgets.dart. Now, what widget is this? Well, I'm going to copy this one, and then I'm going to call it, return it here like this, widget, and here would say app page, well, app onboarding page, and then we're going to return just like this. Now there are a few things that we need to import. Let's go ahead and do that. Most probably I'm going to start from here, and starting from here as well, and the error should be gone. Now here I'm gonna just go ahead and copy this name, app onboarding page. So here I'm just going to copy this one, and let's put it here, and let's call it. You run it and you see that, okay, it's as usual. Now you could have actually a second page, and you're gonna put it here as well. All right, now as you see here, you will have like this. You could go for the third one. Now there's another problem that arises. Each of them, they should have a different image. As you can see, this image actually should be different. For now, we're just using the same. We just copied it, and this one should be different, and this one should be different as well. So we need to parameterize them. To be able to do that, once again, the thing that we have learned early, we're just going to apply it over here. Optional named parameter. Okay, all right. So the first thing we're going to start with, that's string. And then over here, we're going to say image path. All right. Now for image path itself, we are going to copy this one or anyone as a default one. All right. Okay. And then over here, we are going to have more. So here we're going to say string title. Here we're going to keep it empty. String subtitle, and we're going to keep it empty as well. Let's reformat our code. All right, now first thing you want to do over here, remove this, and inside this you're going to call image path, and over here you're going to call it title, and inside this one you're going to call it subtitle. All right, now let's reformat the code a little bit. It looks more organized right now, and don't worry, these wiggly lines will take care of them. Okay, and over here, one amazing thing, even if you're passing nothing, it's still working. But this is the time that you pass things. What do you want to pass? Image path. And our image path is, for the first one, is this one. And over here we say title was, what is it? First C learning. And subtitle was, what is it? It was forget about the paper. Now learning all in one place. All right, so that's what we'll have. Let's reformat our code so that it will look good. Now you see it works. Now, of course, it's same for the second one. Now, let's go ahead and pass value for the second one.
All right, so let's go ahead and pass everything over here. So to do that, you can just simply go ahead and copy from here because we have laid out everything. And then here, instead of having this one, I can simply write man.png. It's in your assets folder. Make sure that you have it. And over here, title equal connect with everyone. Connect with everyone. And let's remove this one as well. Here we're gonna say always keep in touch with your tutor and friend. Let's get connected. Always keep in touch with your tutor and friends. Let's get connected. All right, so let's save it. Awesome. So here we see these are already changing, and there are different items that shows up. Now this one as well, we can just simply go ahead and copy. All right, now we need to change this. So here, instead of man, we're gonna do boy, and here we're going to say always fascinated. always fascinated learning. So here, well, you can actually randomly say anything, anywhere, anytime. The time is at your discretion. So study wherever you can. All right, looks like there is a typo here, fascinated. All right, so let's save it. Awesome. All right, okay, so this is getting better. Now, before further we go ahead and work more on this, definitely we need to work on this colors. Okay, this is not the colors that we want. All right, so let's go ahead and change the color. To get the colors, actually, we need to come to this link, check it out from the link below. And because I have used the same color in this block tutorial, the block version. Anyway, so we need to go down and we'll see there is a file called app colors. So all we need to do, go ahead and copy everything from there. And here it did say like that. So I'm going to come over here and inside this common folder, I'm going to create another directory and I'm going to call it utils. And inside this, I'm going to create a file and appcolors.dart. All right. So here, just copy paste this. One of the things we are doing over here is we created a class and all the variables we have declared using static. Now with static, why we did static? Why not like creating a normal class where it will have constructor and from where we can create a instance? Well, now in general, when you create a class, if you have a constructor, you can create instance, and you create instance because each time you get a different value from somewhere else and put that value in the constructor and create a new object. But in our case, this is not actually what we want. Okay, this is not, we don't need to create any new object. What we need to do, we need to just use whatever is here and use them. So these things would be initialized in the memory only once, and then we would be able to call them all the time. This is also memory efficient because all you need to do, you're having this variable in the memory once, and then you never need to create any of this. All you need to do, call the class name and call the variable you want, and you are good to go. All right, so these are the things that we want to do, and this is also the reason why we have this class as class and the variables is static. With static, we don't need to create instance, but of course if you want, you can go ahead and create an instance if we want now, but this is not what we will do. We just create the class name, call the class name, and call the variable. We are good to go. Remember, creating an instance works when you have new information to feed to your app, but these are some fixed information, so they don't need to be declared. In that sense, we don't need to create a new instance, so which means that if I have some static fields, I can just go ahead and use them. That's what I meant. All right. Okay, so let's come over here, and here we have app onboarding page. Looks like onboarding in your word typo. Do I have a typo? Let me check that. It says rename to refactor. Okay. The new name must be different than the current name. All right, so I'm not going to care about this anymore. Anyway, so, well, from here we go to this text class. So this is the place actually pretty much you want to assign the color for the text. So, well, the header itself over here, this one first, we don't want to have blue color. Actually, that's not what we want. So what do you want to have? Well, you want to have something called like app colors. Okay, and then over here we do primary text. So let's save it. We see it changed immediately, and this is the color actually we want. Okay, and down there we also have this color, which is as a 16. So here we're going to have it like this: app colors dot primary secondary element text. All right, so with this it looks a little bit much better than the way we had it earlier. Now, one of the other thing at the same time I want to do over here is like this, because it's the text size itself, but the color, actually we can make it optional. We can just give them a default color. Like for example, we can have this color value. So here we'll call color, and then app colors dot primary text. So this is the color. All right, and then over here we're just going to have color, and let's see, most probably that's because invalid const value. Okay, the error should be gone. Now with this, even if you don't pass any color, we would be use this one from here. Now it becomes more reusable. Okay, because you don't want to pass color all the time, so that's why we set a default color. But if you want, you can pass a color as well. So here we're going to do primary secondary element text, this one, primary secondary, make sure that is correct. And then from here we also do color, and then over here we just want to have it like this. So with this classes, this components or this functions methods, they would be more reusable, because now not only we can use it for text size 16, we'd also give it a different color. All right, if we want. Now, one of the other things that I talked about here, which I should have done a little bit more, like earlier I talked about this one, right? So I can go ahead and create an instance, and here I could say app colors. That's it. Okay, now here we could do colors dot something. All right, but what is this something? Now if you see over here, we say, okay, well, say int x. All right, and now here we'll have an issue because we are not going to have it as initialized over here. Or even if you want, you could do like x equals 0. That's fine. All right, okay. Now if you come over here in this text widget, remember I'm just giving an example. So here colors.x, colors dot this one. All right, just an example 10. Okay, now if you try to access others like colors dot other fields, like for example primary text, remember primary text is also there, but you won't be able to access. Why? Because these are part of static variables. Static variables cannot be accessed through an instance. And what is the instance? The instance is this color. Okay, so that's why the benefit is, because here if you have a variable x and you want to change it, that's fine, and you don't want to use it as static. But the primary text, this variable, the one that we have defined over here, or any of this, we would never change them. So that's why we don't need to access them through an instance, and that's another reason we have static. We're just telling we'll never change them, and we are also not going to access them using static, and we are also not going to access them using instance, which I'm telling we are actually not going to create any objects, because when you do like this over here, when you do like this, actually you are creating a new object with the new properties. This is an object and you injected new values to it. Okay, so this is where you should understand the difference between a member being a static type and a member being non-static type. Either way, you can always create an instance, but using this instance like this one, whatever the properties you can access or assign value, it depends on the modifier. So like over here, the modifier is static. Here there is no static modifier. These are called modifier. All right, so we don't have any of this modifier. So whatever you can access or whatever you can't access, it depends on your modifier. So with this, we should have a little bit better understanding of why we declare objects or variables as static and some are not static, and if you do static, whether you can access them or not using an instance variable. Okay, and apart from that, we also learned in this section that okay, over here you can have optional named parameter, and which is very good for reusable methods, functions, or widgets. So you may give them default value, which I like because sometimes you just call them directly. All right, okay, so with this, in this section we are pretty much done. Next section we would be focusing on building a button over here. Okay, to be able to build this button, and one of the things we could do over here we're going to, well, here we can go ahead and create a button actually. So let's go ahead and do that. Now here, of course, the type would be widget. Okay, and we're gonna call it next button. That's it. All right, and over here we are going to return a container so that we don't have any error, because container is a widget. The button, this method wants you to return a widget. All right, and well, to be more better, so let's give it some width and height, which should help you that to understand what's going on over here or what button I'm talking about. After giving that, you can also use colors dot red. All right, and it looks like we need to import that. Okay, and after that, if you come over here, app onboarding page, with each of them over here, actually we can go ahead and call app button, sorry, next button. All right, and here we go, we see that, and that's actually what we wanted. All right, and of course so far it looks ugly. Now with this welcome page, again, for now I'm not going to put anything here because it is affecting our page layout. Just keep it empty, but very soon we'll be using this one. Now this button, I want to make it private to this file. Well, even though it's not a class, but with this it's good for compiling your code, which is memory optimized, because here when you have this underscore, it tells you that this function or this method only belongs to this class or a file, but in our case it's just a file. Okay, so because we don't want to access it from somewhere else, we will just access it from our file over here. All right, okay, cool, and that's so far so good. But we are not going to give this height. What's the height we want to give it? 3, 2, 3, 2, 5, and over here, sorry, I mean that was the width, not height, and 50. All right, okay, good. Let's reorganize our code, and looks like we can actually do better. All right, and then actually we want to apply a bit of margin because we want to create spacing over here. So here we do margin and agentsets.only, and here top 100.h, say left 25 and right 25. Well, h, I'm going to remove that, it's not there yet. Okay, now for now put a const modifier and it'd be better. Okay, so we have a little bit of distance and it's already looking good. Now of course, if this one doesn't look good, we can do it blue. All right, okay, cool. That's the first step. And over here actually we want to apply a decoration. Now this decoration, actually I'm going to put it over here inside this widgets, and I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call it app shadow, actually app shadow dot. So here we'll keep all of our shadows. All right, okay, and first we want to do over here is a widget and app box shadow, just like this, and return over here return. Okay, we can actually return box decoration, and inside this you need to put stuff, I believe, otherwise it'll throw an error. Okay, so well, fine, it's telling us, so it's not more like a widget, it's a different type, so that's why it wants you to return a box decoration. Well, that's what we did, no problem. And now over here, if you come over here, this let's see where we were. Okay, here, right, next button. So here for container, we know we can apply decoration, and we're just gonna call app box shadow, this one, right? Okay, now have it there. Okay, and the reason happened over here, this color, because if you have a box decoration widget, if you use this one, then at the same time if you try to apply color to a container, it's gonna crash. And that's the error side. If you read it carefully, you shouldn't do that. I mean, I have encountered it tons of times, so I know it. All right, so now since we already attached or assigned it over here, we'd be able to work on this, and whatever the changes we make, we'd be able to see it here. Now we can assign color over here. So what's our color here? App colors dot primary element, this one. All right, and then over here we want to assign border radius. So here we do border radius dot circular, and then inside this here we'll have 15. All right, let's save it. Wow, it's already looking much better. It's showed up. Cool. Now we separated this because we want to have reusable box decoration, which would be using throughout our app. Now here we'll have box shadow. Now box shadow takes a list of shadows. In Flutter or Dart, whenever you see this sign, that means it takes a list. You can put as many things or objects inside this as you want. All right, now over here we do color and colors dot gray, and then here we do with opacity. Let's see, this one, with opacity is this like 0.1. all right, spread radius, here we do 1, blur radius, here we could do 2, and offset here, offset like this. Let's go ahead and save it, and it looks like nothing changed much. Okay, now let's increase them by 5 times 5, and over here you will have 10. Okay, now we do see that at the bottom there is a bit of shadow. Now if it didn't make sense, then here we could do red. Actually, I mean, it might not be visible. Okay, and instead of opacity 0.1, you can do any bigger number. All right, okay, so here we see that around it there is already a shadow over here. Okay, and that's what we see. Okay, now if you actually, one thing if you could do here, colors.transparent, you see that actually it's not really applied around it, it's actually overlapping each other. So whenever you have a container, that container will have color, or actually I would say the box decoration itself will have color, and then there would be another color coming from this box shadow. So the way it does, it takes it there and overlap onto each other, and most probably it works with positioned widget. I haven't seen it inside how it works, but based on the theory, they should be working internally using positioned widget. Anyway, if you do have time, you can also go ahead and check it, that how it works. But according to the theory, it should be positioned widget or things like that. Anyway, so this is what I wanted to show you. So it's not really applying from the side, it's just putting one thing onto the other, and based on these parameters, they get smaller or bigger. Let's save it. Okay, all right, now here's this offset. So 0 in general refers to the x-axis, and y refers to this this 1, the second one refers to y-axis. Let's make it bigger as well. So this is our x and this is our y. So you need to listen carefully, because in future I'm not going to explain this anymore, we'll just directly call this one. So first one refers to x, the second one refers to y. So when you say 0, it is telling you in x, well, no changes. It's more like the default behavior. And then for y, 5 means that from top go down 5 pixels. So here actually there are 5 pixels. In a sense, I mean, it's not really that top, or it could be the overall top as well. The overall shadow goes down 5 pixels, because at the top you can think it like this. So here is a 0, 0 coordinate. So as you go down, y increases. As you go to the right, x increases. Like you can also do like this. Okay, here you see. So both down and right side, they increased. Okay, but if you want, you can also make them minus. So if you do like this, it would be in this direction. So with offset, actually you can also control the direction of your shadow. And spread and blur radius, you can actually control the pretty much the size. Okay, and with opacity itself, how much transparent it is. Even though the size is bigger, if you do 1, you'll see that it's almost not visible. It's there, it's still there, but almost not visible. Okay, all right, anyway, so I'm going to put them back the way they were, And in general, if you have like this, say spread radius and blur radius, you can put them same, but here you do see that it becomes denser and a little bit bigger. So in general, I like to keep blur radius more than spread radius. Okay, all right. So of course, the smaller it becomes, looks like it becomes more sharp over here. Anyway, so it should be like this. Okay, here there is this little red. Okay, now of course we don't want, first we don't want a little red, we want a little gray. Let's save it. Okay, and it's a little too obvious, so we are going to use just one. Okay, cool. Now, well, it's like almost not there, but this still has an effect. And over here we want to apply some parameters so that we can reuse that. So here color equal app colors dot primary element. So I'm going to take it away, because in our app, throughout our app, we'd be using this box decoration again and again and again. All right, so that's why it's very important. And here we could say double radius equal 15. So here we're going to use radius. Looks like I missed an equal sign, like this. Let's reorganize our code. Okay, like this. And what else I want? Well, I also want to have control on spread radius. Okay, so I'm going to call it SR1 and blur radius BR2. I'm going to apply them here. SR means spread radius, and over here BR, blur radius. And well, for now I don't think I would need that, so I'm just going to put it as it is. So with this box shadow it completely become reusable, and you'll see in our app later, because this course is going to be almost 50 hours long. It would show up tons of times. Now we do have a reusable box shadow, which is awesome. All right, so we just built this one. Cool. Now let's go back to this section. Now with this, our box shadow has been done, and then because we are inside the container, we can also assign a child to it. And what is the child that we want to assign? Well, here you want to assign a text, right? You can say next. Let's go ahead and save it. And looks like in type. Okay, there should be a bit of issue. I think that's with box decoration. So in type is not a subtype of double here. Okay, right. So we need to have mention it as double, otherwise it's going to apply the default property of being int. All right, now let's save it. Okay, cool, that is gone. All right, and let's get reorganized with the code. Now it looks much better. Oh, let's come over here. All right, so anyway, this is what we have over here. And previously, actually, we have worked with this text widgets. Well, this is the text widget that we have, and we want to apply part of it here. And well, first we need to check whether we can actually apply or not. Now in my case, I think this is a valid candidate which I can use over here. So here we do app. what's the name? I even forgot that. Oh, text 16 normal. So let's come over here. Text 16 normal. All right, and here let's save it and see what happens. Okay, right, nothing happens because as you see here there is no value. Now if you do come over here, and here we can just simply say next. Okay, I think we need to specify the argument name. All right, and it looks like we already see it there, and this is awesome. Okay, cool. But here this color is the problem. First, this is not the color we want. So here we can specify the color, and this is what we learned before. So here app colors dot, we do primary. Is there something called a primary background? Let's see. Looks like it's not. In fact, actually, I can just apply colors.wide. That would do the job. Okay, cool. And let's come over here and see. Well, the font size looks fine. So now we have this next button, but this button itself doesn't look like that it's centered. Let's go over there and check it out. Okay, so this is what we have, and of course it's not centered. Now how do you center it? Now here we do have this text. Now if you have a text inside a container, you can always wrap it around another widget, and that widget you can simply call it as a center. I mean, we can use a center widget to do that, and with this it should do the job. So with this, now we see that okay, we have a centered widget which is actually next over here. All right, okay, now that's for the first part. All right, now this widget itself should be actually the whole thing over here should be clickable, because we want to click and go to a next page. But of course right now if you see, we'll have like this, right? Yeah, we could do this one left and right, and it's looking good, better. But if we click on this, nothing's happened. So our next job is to make this clickable over here. And how we do that? Well, it's very easy. Anything you want to make clickable, just to wrap that around gesture detector. So that's what we are going to do over here. All right, so let's wrap it around gesture detector. So that's another widget, and we're gonna call it as gesture detector. All right, cool. And inside this we'll have a method which is called onTap event. All right, okay, cool. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, okay. Now how do we use this and swap the pages or go to another one? How to work with this? Well, definitely right now we know that here if we go ahead and print, we can say tapped. Now let's come over here, put it here. All right, and click on this, and we see that it says tapped, right? So this tapping is working. Now I'm going to keep it as it is over here, no problem. Right, now how to work with this? If we come, okay, right now we don't need this, we can close this. Box shadow, we also don't need this. Others we might need them, so let's keep them here. All right, now we have 3 of this, and this is inside a page view. So how to work with this? Now these 3 pages, well, actually they come with index. Well, if you have 10 pages, each of them will have index, so we have to know how to grab the index. Now to be able to grab the index, actually we can declare a variable. Okay, the variable should be like page controller variable. So we should create a variable and we can call the variable as page controller. All right, so let's see if we can declare a variable over here. So here we'd say page controller, and we're gonna call it controller and page controller. All right. Okay, so now here we do have an issue. Define a const class with non-final fields. Okay, so let's go ahead and work with this like this. Declare it as a final. Now if you do that one, so it's want you to remove this. Now regarding this, the whole thing, we'll get back to that a little later once we are done over here. So have a little bit of fun, and then I'm going to work on this. All right, so that's the first thing. Now this is the first step to get a index, as well as also get an animation, because if you want to go to the other page, first you have to grab the index and then jump to another page. So that's what we want to do. Okay, now if you see and come over here, take a look. Each of this over here, they have this, we have this 3 of them, right? So how to get the index from this? And that becomes kind of tricky. So how do you go ahead and grab the index over here? Because right now we do see that we have a controller object that we created. Now to be able to get an index over here, well, all we could do right after this, we can pass a new variable. Okay, now that is our index. Now here we can just simply say index1, and here we could say index2, and then here we could say index3. Well, with this, of course, you get an error. So this is what we see. Now to get rid of the error, we need to come over here, and over here actually we declare a variable. Now this one itself, actually we want to assign with name. Okay, we could do it. We could have done it without name as well. Okay, so default value is 0. Now if you see and come over here, the error is gone. So okay, the first thing is that now we get an index. Okay, now if we do get an index over here, and we can pass the index to this one. Okay, so we can just simply pass index whatever is there, and then to this one. All right, so now we actually created an index manually, and then if you print it over here like this, say my index is index, just like this. Looks like we can also remove this. We don't need this, right? Now let's save it. Hot reload didn't work, so we're gonna restart everything, and we do see that cannot invoke. Okay, let's see. Well, okay, let's remove this const over here because we made a big changes. All right. Now click on this, we see my index is 1, but of course it's not jumpable yet or clickable yet. If you click on this, my index is 2. Click on this, my index is 3. All right, so this part is working, but of course we had to manually insert the index from here. All right, since that is done, inside this over here, actually, because this is an event, so inside this event, actually, we can go ahead and work on jumping. And how do you go ahead and do that? Well, one of the first thing we could do right away here, we can check for the index value. If index is less than 3, if it is less than 3, then we do something. Do what? We want to go to a next page. Now here's this tricky part. remember earlier we have declared a controller at the top. All right, so first we have to assign it to page view controller. The page view actually takes a controller and here, and it takes a page controller, as you can see, and we have this one. All right. Well, at the same time, we also need to pass this controller to these functions over here. Now, this time I'm going to take a different approach to do that. Now, this page controller, right now, it become like a must one. So here I would do page controller and the controller. All right. So this one becomes must, and you have to put it in certain order in the first one. Now that's what we are going to do over here. So over here we are going to say controller, and you will see that the first one, the arrow is gone, and for each of them we pass this and the arrow is gone. All right, beautiful. Now we passed it down to this object over here. And then, of course, we also need to pass it down to this object over here. And then we're going to pass it to page controller. All right. And I think it's better that I use int type, just rather than let the compiler guess. Now, since we can pass down to the controller, so far so good. The controller has an object which is called animate to page. So with this, you can actually jump to a certain page if you want. And as you can see over here, we have a page number. We do see that. All right. And it takes other information as well. Right. The first one in general refers to the index. So whatever the index is that, we are going there. And at the same time over here, we could do duration, and we could do in milliseconds, say 300 milliseconds. And over here we could do curves. So we can define animation type. We could say bounce in. All right, just like this. Let's go ahead and restart. I know we need a little bit of explanation on this, but let me show you guys that how exciting it is. Now let's click on this. You see it jumps. All right. So which means that this jumping is working. Well, definitely in next section, we are going to take a greater look on this. All right, so this is amazing. Now let's go ahead and take a look at this thing over here, like as we are talking about this controller and animate to page. Now this controller is definitely coming from here. We know that. And if you click on this, you'll see that, okay, it has a constructor, and a lot of them, they also have default values. And this is what we have learned over here. Even if you don't assign any values, because it has default values, it's going to take them. And this is something we have seen early, like positional, optional named parameter. These are optional named parameter. You may pass, you may not pass. All right. And over here, we'll see that here there is a function called animate to page. Now, because we created an object of this class over here, the class is page controller, and we have created an object. In our case, the object is this one. And since we created an object, so we are able to call this class over here. Sorry, call this method, as you can see. And one of the thing over here is required is this int page, which actually refers to a page number to jump to. So if you have 3 pages, so you can jump to the second one or the first one or the third one, you just assign it over here. And these are also optional. You may assign, you may not assign, it doesn't really matter. All right, okay. So yeah, that's, well, I would say these are not really optional here because it says it's already required. It just first one, you don't need to assign any name. The second one, the other two, you need to assign names. And if you see carefully over here, that's what we have done. Like the first one is just an index, and second one and third one, they're named parameter, but they're named compulsory parameter, which means that you have to assign value to them. All right, so let's reformat the code. After reformatting the code, it looks like this. But of course, here we can add a const modifier to make it more readable and performance optimized. So that's actually pretty much all about it. But now here there's another thing though. Now here, animate to page, it takes index and duration and animation type. All right, and internally it also calls animate to, and it works. And there is another one, jump to. All right, so now jump to does the same thing, but it doesn't do any animation, as you can see over here. A lot of time you might see a lot of people using jump to page or jump to, but it doesn't do animation. On the other hand, animate to page does animation. And animate to page is better than jump to, because if you see over here, jump to, it says that well, jumps the page position from the current value to the given value, whatever you pass, which means that whatever the index you assign, without animation. So it doesn't do animation. And another problem is that, or problem, without checking if the new value is in a range. So which with this, most probably you'll hit an error if, say for example, if you have 3 pages and you unfortunately pass 4, index 4 or 5, then it'll most likely it'll crash. Now with this one, so from the understanding, we see that this one might be doing a check on the page value, whether this page value is valid or not. If it's not valid, it'll not do anything, but it won't crash either. So that's how it should work. All right, so this is our basic understanding of this page controller. And at the same time, we have seen over here that earlier, as we are doing, well, we could actually remove this. Earlier the situation was like this. There is this const, and we had a situation like this. So here it says that you can't use const, you can't define const constructor because it's initialized with non-const value. All right, so final is a non-const value. So because it's non-const value over here, well, I don't say final, this thing itself is non-const value. Okay, so that's why it is saying that I can't use const over here in the constructor. Now this thing might be a little blurry or fuzzy, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but the idea itself is very important. So we'll take a dedicated example to understand about it. So what it is, I'm going to do this thing in this browser over here. So just go to dartpad.dev, and there's this browser, and it's a Dart language pad where you can practice your Dart. You don't have to install any compiler to work on this. All right, so first over here we are going to create a class, and we're going to call it test, the class name. And over here I'll have variables. So here I'll say int x is 0 and int y say -1. It doesn't really matter. And then here I'll have a constructor, and then I'll say this dot x, this dot y. So which means that, well, when we call the constructor, this one, we have to pass this x and y value, even though there's already 1. But when you create an object of this, we have to pass. Now how do you do that? So here we'll say test t equal test, well, 0 and 10. It doesn't really matter. Now I want to print the t.y value. So that's what we want to do. And now if you see and come over here, hopefully it would work. Well, looks like it's a bit slow over here. So I'm not sure why it is slow, though. It is supposed to, yes, it printed the value, which is 10. Now, even though the earlier initial value was -1, and then, but we were able to change the value. Okay. And after that, like for example, you could also do like this t100, okay, t.y. So
we are creating an object first, and later on we decided to change the value. And actually changing the value takes effect, as you can see over here. All right, so this is the basic and general way of creating a constructor. First, you create a class and use the constructor to create an object, and if you want to change the value, you could do that. Now there's another way of doing like this, working like this. I wouldn't say doing like this. Okay, all right. Okay, so over here, first we had this test. Now I can create a class called result. It doesn't matter, you can call it anything. Now here I would do a little bit different one. So here I will say final x equals 0, or just final int x, final int y. All right, and then over here I would do result this dot x, this dot y. All right, just like this. Now here you see there is a difference. So over here we are saying we are using this final modifier, and of course at the same time we are not assigning any value over here. So all right, so this is what we have over here. Now what's gonna happen is like this. So let's go ahead and create a result R, I'm gonna say, and a result, and then pass 0, or like say 10. Okay, let's do something different, 20, like this, and then print r.x. Doesn't matter. Okay, now let's go ahead and print it. Well, definitely at first we'll see ty 1500 and rx, which is this one. Now what I'm trying to prove over here, well, you see, okay, the first thing over here, we created an object. Well, at the beginning for test itself, with this value, right, x and y, and when we created this value, actually when we created this object, we changed the value. Well, the first one we didn't change, but if you want, you can. Second one we changed to 100, and then later on we again changed it, right? If you want, actually you can also print it here, print t.y. So with this, we'll first see t equal 1, y equal 10, and then over here we'll see that y equal 100, because the first time as we are creating the object, whatever the object we created, and we can print that object field value, which is this one. And later on we change the value, and then we print it again, and this is what we see. This is 100, right? But now let's go ahead and see what happens in terms of this result. Now so far looks like everything is same. So over here we created a result instance, and we get this x value. What is x value? X value is 15, and that's what we see over here. Now you do see that here, if you try to do like this, r.x equal say 300 or any value, and you will get a compile time error, which means over here we have an error. Why? Because this fields you see over here, x and y, we have assigned them as a final. Now what does that mean? That means that, well, you can use this value to create an object, that's fine, but this fields x and y you can only assign once per object. So here we created this object called r, and as we are creating, actually we assigned a value, and we can print that. But once you assign value, you reassign value, you can't do that. So what happens with the final modifier, if you have a final, this keyword in front of a variable in Dart or in many other languages, actually it means that you can only have the value once. You cannot change it again. You can only assign the value whenever you create the object, which is very different from this. So over here we don't have any final or anything like that. And as you see, for this reason, you can change the value anytime, anywhere you want. And that's what we have seen. We have changed the value over here. but this one we can't because we actually have assigned value and we say it's final, which means that we are not going to change the value once we create an object. So you cannot do that. But of course you could create another new object. So here result, say rt result. Now here say 33 or 400, it doesn't matter. Of course you can create new object again and print rt.x. So this time we'll see that it's printing 30. So yes, because there is this constructor, because of this you can always create more objects, but as you create you assign the value, and after once you assign the value, actually you won't be able to change it again. So that's what here final means. And if you have final fields, actually you can also put a const in front of this constructor, but so which says that actually even if you don't put, I think it works the same, saying that okay, I'll create this object, but once I create I won't be able to edit or modify, or nobody is allowed to edit or modify. So this way creating object is called immutable object. So over here whatever we are creating from result, it's becoming immutable. Immutable means not changeable. The fancy name, the name is very fancy, it says immutable, but it just means not changeable. But this way we create an object, this is called mutable, which is changeable. Now over here, let's see, you try to put a const over here, and here you will have a problem. Here it says that can't define a const constructor for a class with non-final fields, right? Because these fields are not final. If it's not final, that means that they're changeable. So if you can change them, that means you can't have const here. So in Dart and Flutter, if you put a const before a constructor, you have to make sure that these fields are all final. Otherwise it's just not gonna work, which means that you have to have final keyword in front of them. That's what it says that. Now in general, most of the time this is more welcomed and more convention because this is safe. It's really safe because once you create an object you can't change anything or any value. That becomes less buggy, less error prone, which is really good. So try to do this whenever possible. All right, so yeah, that's how the immutability final const modifier works in Dart. All right, so since we have this basic understanding how this final const modifier works, so we'll go back to our Flutter app and we'll see. So anyway, so earlier we have seen that okay, we had this const thing, right, a const modifier, and we didn't have this, and actually it worked. Okay, at least there was no error here, but of course we do see that there is error now because of this one. Now over here, well, we have this one. Now the problem is the way it creates an object, the error is you can't define const constructor because the field is initialized with non-const value. So the problem is over here it is not a const value. Okay, so once you have const here, either you could do something like const, which means which will never change, or like this, or you make the field final. Okay, now of course in that case you also need to change this one. You can't have a private constant like underscore. You have to do this dot constructor. All right, now of course in this case you might have to forget this one. You can't use this optional, it'll throw an error, and over here just like this. Okay, now with this it should work. Okay, now here at least we see that error is gone. Why? The first thing, okay, I have a final field, and since I have a final field, then over here this is constructor. This constructor could be const. Now if you change it to this, it should work.
at least editor wouldn't throw any problem. But of course, because we're also using status widget over here, you see status widget. Now it wants something like as super.key, but actually we are not passing anymore. You see, we took it away. At least the error is gone. Now with the error is gone, it looks like what we just now learned are similar, but it will throw an error during if you try to compile it now. Actually it will throw an error. So let's check that. Yeah, I think it already showed an error. Okay, so too few positional arguments, because it does want something. Okay, it wants something like as a key, so that's why it's throwing error. But I don't think we can pass key from here. And if we can't pass key from here, let's see if we can pass key from here. No, we also can't pass key from here. It's throwing errors. So now over here the whole thing breaks, so that's the problem. So even though we were supposed to change it the other way, but we can't because it breaks up the whole thing. So the way to use with this is, okay, since we can't use const in this expression, because now this is not const, or this value actually here it would say that it is non-const value, which also means that compiler won't be able to determine this controller, this object, during compile time. In that case, you just remove that, because const only work when the values of property are very specific. Like in this case, if you come over here, like this one over here, we are saying, okay, we'll have a value and the value would be assigned only once, and that's all. Okay, and for this reason you can have final and const, because it's saying that you can create an object and the object would never change. But over here, the earlier approach with this, it's like just compiler can't determine whether this value would change or not. It is coming from completely something different, which compiler doesn't have much idea. So that's why it says, okay, well, in this case, you just remove this and I let you pass. Okay. Now, of course, this is the basic understanding how the constructor works and how the const modifier and final works. But in this case, you can also remove final. It's not important anymore. I don't think it is important, but looks like here they did say that, okay, private variable make them final. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. But actually very soon we'll see that how we use final and const together next to each other, because that's the section where we would do in Riverpod state management. We'll create our states and we'll see that we are using final and const again and again and again. So what we learned just now actually is a basic layout for the next section or the upcoming sections. But anyway, so now with this we could do this one. We can jump, but I think I'll just change this animation style because it doesn't look good. So over here, most probably I'll go ahead and choose linear, and then now let's go ahead and run it. Okay, this is much better. So like over here, this units 15, 15, 30, 30. There's a better way to handle this thing so that they become the same across all the phones and devices. The next section will install a plugin and change this a little bit so that it becomes uniform across all the devices, regardless iPhone or Android. All right.
And there's one of the problem. You see that it always sticks at the top. So we also need to work on this. We want to create a bit of spacing for this one over here. Now, well, we are inside the stack widget, so there is no direct way of actually giving it or anything like that. Yes, you could increase a little bit of spacing at the top, but now you have to take care of a lot of other things.
Now this stack widget actually, or the scaffold itself, first we can wrap it around a container. So here I'm gonna do wrapping. So this container widget. All right, it doesn't look like much. If you even save it, nothing will happen. Well, something might have happened, I guess. Anyway, so over here you want to give it a color, colors.white. So background color we want white, so that it matches with our theme, and as well as because we have transparent image, right? The image background is transparent. You can go ahead and check it just like this, and I think we have done it before. Oh, well, there is this page view, that's why it's not taking effect, but it doesn't matter. It's safer to use white. And then over here we want to well, we do have scaffold, right? Now this scaffold actually we want to wrap around another widget, and that would be called safe area widget, right? Now safe area actually helps you to have some space at the top so that it doesn't occupy this as well as the bottom part. Okay, now let's save it. You see it automatically came down. Now it happened because of safe area. Now if you remove this white color, you see it looks strange. So this is the reason that why we have used container and assign a safe area. Okay, now it does look like that it's part of app, but actually it's not. There is safe area, which is by default block, because safe area background is safe area. It has a background of black color, in a sense that there's nothing there, because it's in a sense because it's not inside a scaffold, so it is just black color, that's all. Okay, yeah, because without scaffold we know that our screen they look black, and that's what happened over here. All right, now let's go ahead and save it. All right, and what else we can take care right now? And it does look like so far so good, and we do see that we have this stack widget over here and safe area. Now let's see that safe area, does it have anything like margin? If it allows us, no, safe area doesn't have. Now scaffold. Now I'm going to take this body, which is this one, the stack area, stack widget, and I'm going to assign it inside a container. And looks like no changes, that's true, but with this here we'll have a little bit of control. Here we could do add insets dot only, and the top say 30.h. All right, this h is coming from screen util. H means height. All right, okay, now this is what we actually want. All right, great. Now since this is working, cool. The next section, actually we also need to work on the 3 dots that we have seen before. We'll have 3 dots over here, and those dots actually we can also make them clickable. Okay, so in that section we would be using Riverpod to manage the state. So let's go ahead and do that. To work with dots indicator, first we need to install it, and to install it, here we'll say Flutter pub add dots indicator, like this. So let's go ahead and work with this. All right, so it's been installed. And where do you want to put it? Well, definitely we have the stack widget, and first we had this page view, and over here we want to put our dots indicator. Before we move ahead, let's make a little bit of comment showing our 3 welcome pages, right? And over here we would say for showing dots indicator, for showing dots like this. Now it is already here, and we want to use this one. All right, whatever the things are there, let's go ahead and restore it, but it might not be visible. That's because it could be overlapped by something else or no color at all. And let's do it, say 50. Let's see it's visible or not. Yes, it's visible over here, as you can see. That's visible. Okay, so this is the place where we want, but of course in the middle. Okay, so let's, if you remove left over here, so it's becoming from here. All right, anyway, so now inside this, as a child, we want to put something called dots indicator. Now this dots indicator is coming from our package, the one that we just have installed. And let's remove const from here. Dots, okay, right. Now for now we're gonna make it hard coded, say dots count 3. All right, okay, let's do that. Let's save it. And well, by default we already see that it's over here. It already showed up with some positions. Okay, now here I think there is a property you could use, main axis alignment, main axis alignment dot center. Let's go ahead and use it. And it looks like it didn't take effect though, because we wanted it to be centered. Well, if it doesn't work, that's fine. Now since we are inside stack widget, this too, here we can use a property which is called alignment, and here we set top center, as you see. So it's going to the top and centered everything, but it's still keeping its own space, like vertically it should be the way it should be. All right, so this one would work because positioned widget are strictly hard coded, so other properties could be maintained using this one. Now let's reformat the code a little bit. Okay, now it looks good. And most probably it also wants, okay, something like this. Okay, reformat the code. All right, so now it's more readable to it. Okay, cool. And over here we could also use decorator. It comes with a property which is called decorator. So let's go ahead and do that. And here they call it dots decorator, I guess. Dots decorator, this one. And inside this we'll have some properties. Okay, one of the properties we can play around with, which is const size dot square, and you can have a size over here, so 9.0, and then you can also set up active size. If you don't set up size like this, let's see if we are working on this. Okay, let's continue. Most probably we also need to active size, this one. Okay, const size. Here we're gonna use 18.0 and 8.0. Let's see how it fits in. Okay, but of course it's still not changing because we are not connecting anything to it, like position, which how to track the position over here, because we are not doing that. So that's why it's happening, like it's not changing, which we'll do that very soon. Right, so one of this is active size, and let's go ahead and work on the active shape. Most probably after that it would look better. active shape over here, a rounded rectangle border. This is what we want, rounded rectangle border. And then here we need to assign border radius. So border radius dot circular, and here actually you could do 5.w. Let's save it. You see now it already changed, and this is something actually we wanted. But if you want, you could also do much bigger over here, say 36. All right, yeah. Okay, now with this, you'd be able to click on them, or whatever you want. Or like, say, for example, here you do it double. Okay, but of course, it looks ugly. Now we'll see that whether we have inactive shape or not. We do have active shape. Looks like active size, active colors we don't have. So we'll go back to the default one, because with this it does look a little bit ugly, so we don't want it like this. Okay, let's save it. Okay, so get it around somewhere 24, a little bit bigger. All right. Okay, and what else? Well, this part is pretty much done, so our next section should be connecting, changing this position as we move. Right now it's not changing. Hello everyone, assalamu alaikum. So let's do it. Now one of the ways to make this dot stateful would be using or converting this one into a stateful widget. So like I'm on Mac and I can select this and hit Option Enter. While on Windows that could be Alter Enter, something like that. Well, I have a video about it, how to convert a stateless to stateful widget. So we select this, and then okay. Now if you do run, of course nothing changes yet. Everything's same as before. You can still do whatever you were doing, but here actually we could wrap this around set state function. Now set state function, well, because of this one, would become stateful. Okay, once again, earlier in the tutorial we have seen that this set state function makes like our counter app kind of stateful. Now let's restart. All right, now let's click on this, and as you see, it already changed. All right, so this is one of the ways to convert a stateless class to stateful class and be stateful in terms of showing your content. But since we are using Riverpod, this is also not the point. We don't want to use a stateful widget here. We want to use a stateless widget. Now we are stateless. Okay, now we want to do it the Riverpod way. Now there are two ways to do that, and I'm going to cover both of them. Now remember, last time we had a variable, a state provider. Actually, not a variable, we had a provider, and we can say index provider. We can call it index provider. Now we'll create state provider. All right, and then we are going to return int type variable, and inside this we'll have ref, and then we can use fat arrow to return 0. That's it. All right, okay, so now with this we creating a shared memory, and it will return us an object over here which is index provider. Now index provider we can use here, but before that, now this time instead of stateless widget we can use ConsumerWidget, and then inside this we have to use widget ref. Okay, now the error is gone. Well, this time actually we can use create a variable, and we can call it final, and index. Here we could do ref.watch and get our provider. What's a provider? Index provider. All right, you get this one. All right, and well, so that's the first part. If we got in this one, now over here, so it would be listening to this because we have ref.watch, it would be listening to the changes if we actually make any change. And how do you make the changes? Well, the first thing we could do over here is like this. We know that we have the changed value over here, regardless we use a Riverpod or stateful widget. This contains always the next index value. We know that one, right? Okay, so here we could do like this. We could do ref.read, remember, and then we have this index provider, this one, and then with this we'll have notifier, and then here we can access our state object. Now state object would be assigned from this value itself. Now with this we have this, whatever the value comes in, we can assign to this state variable. State variable refers to actually the int object over here, we know it. And then since it's over here, this index right now can get that one, so we'd be able to access this one, this index variable. And how we do that? Now let's come over here inside this dots index actually. So it looks like we don't need this one anymore. We can just directly go ahead and use index. And let's see we have any issue or not. Okay, looks like this is the same. All right, now let's restart our app and we'll see how it goes. All right, now let's click on this and we do see that our value is always being printed over here, and at the same time it's becoming actually more stateful. So one more time, let's do that, or we can actually also do like this. So this is how you make your dots stateful using Riverpod. So the idea is, if you want to make something stateful, you may not always use stateful widget, but if you use a Riverpod, one of the ways, simple variable like this, we can always use state provider to maintain and create shared state. And then we need to have ConsumerWidget, and after that widget.ref, and then inside this actually you are going to listen to the changes. But of course you need to make sure that first you have changes made inside this on page changed function. Okay, so value would create always have the new value, latest value based on index, and then okay, whatever it is, you assign it to the state variable, and then you can use the related index which you have defined at the top over here. Yeah, so that's the simplest way of making it a stateful variable as well as maintaining the state. All right, next section we'll see there is a different way of doing this, and we'll also look at that how we can get that done. So now we are going to generate the same index provider, this one, with a different tool, and which is introduced in Riverpod 2.0. Now for this one we need to install some plugin, actually two plugins. First we're gonna install Flutter pub add Riverpod generator, Well, from the name itself you understand that it generates Riverpod code. At least this is the basic understanding if you go ahead and look at it. And then we would another package which is called build runner. This one. Now this is also used to auto generate code, and we'll take a look at them very soon. All right, Now here we are still inside this welcome.dart class over here, and actually what we could do now, we can come over here inside this. Okay, now I can create actually a new file over here, and I'm gonna call it notifier.dart, or I could also say welcome notifier.dart, this one. Okay, all right. Now over here we'll see how to do this thing using the new way. Now to work with the new way, over here first you have to create a class, and you can call it index dot provider. Okay, all right, and then you have to extend the class. How do you extend? To extend, you have to have this one. Well, I think, okay, well, if we don't remember what it is, so we need to come to this website over here. There's the link, and this introduces some new concept of Riverpod. Okay, now of course the very first picture tells you some ideas over here, and over here we also said like install the packages, this one, and this annotations, and there are bit of information which would be very good and which would also be using for reference. Now here we do see that, okay, we have to have this extends, and you have to extend something. So let's go ahead and do that. Now the extending syntax is $_. So we have already $$, and after that over here you have to have the class name itself. So you are saying that, okay, we create a class, we have a class, and extend the same class, but of course you see it has a different sign or signature over here, so it kind of becomes a different class, even though the name may sound similar. Now since we are going to use here Riverpod generator to generate code related to this section, we have to have this Riverpod over here at the top. Now let's see. So it also introduced annotation and Riverpod code generation. Now this is called annotation. So what is our annotation over here? Our annotation itself name is Riverpod. So which means that this code belongs to Riverpod code generator. At least this is the understanding. Okay. So it has a special meaning, and with this it would do special thing and also generate special code. But of course right now we will have error, and that's okay. This is expected that up to this moment we'll have error. All right, now I go over here and we can take some reference from here, and we do see that over here we also have override annotation and a method called build, and it has a return type. So we are going to do the similar thing over here. Now here I'm going to use override annotation, and then over here I'm going to have int, and then I'm going to have a method called build, and then inside this I'm going to return 0. Well, so because as I said earlier that actually we are going to replicate this one, do remember over here the state provider eventually helps us to return an int variable, okay, int type, and this is the reason over here we are returning int over here, and value like this, related value. Of course you can return 1 if you want, but that's not useful to us. Now if you come to this link over here, we are returning string because this particular code needed to return string. So the idea is, it's up to you whether you return int or string or any kind of custom object. So whatever you want to be in your shared state, what kind of variable, that one you should be having here as a type In this case, we just want to share our int variable, so we are returning int, and the return statement itself should return something related to that. All right, so we still have this error, and we understand that. Okay, anyway, so we have this package installed, and then, well, we also have this annotation in our code, and we also worked on the return type. Now here is this file path name. We need to work on this one. So as I said, that our code, Riverpod generator plugin will generate code for us. Now you need to tell where to generate code, because if it generates code, you need to put in a file, and where is the file? Now in general, most of the time, if you have a provider, like eventually this is going to return us a provider, wherever the provider is, pretty much in that folder you should keep your generated code. So in our case, you see over here we have well, we are inside this pages. Okay, I think I have a mistake over here. Let me recreate a directory, and we'll call it notifier, just like this, notifier. Okay, this one, and we drag and drop inside this folder. So I think I was missing this early. Okay, right. So now what I'm trying to say over here, so where to generate this code, you need to tell it. Now in this case, actually, where is this file? This file is inside pages notifier. Now from this place, from this location, this is the current directory. So all I could say over here, that like this, so we can say welcome notifier.g.dart. Now we'll have a special command. If we run that command, we'll see that there is a new file generated inside this notifier folder, and the file name would be welcome_notifier.g.dart. So all we have done over here, we have done a basic setup. So the setup needs few things, so I can summarize this. First, you will have to have a Riverpod annotation, because we are going to generate Riverpod code, and then you have to have a class, and we have to extend a class similar to this class, but with a basic exception of the name. So we have to have underscore and $, and then you have to have another annotation, that is override, and then you have to have a build method. Build method return type should be the data type in your shared state. And apart from that, you have to use this part directive. It means a path. So here we are going to create a new file inside this folder, and the file name would be this one. So once this is done, we are ready to generate code. Now to be able to generate code, we need to run some command. We need to run this command. But to be able to run this command, we need to install this plugin, which we already did. So I'm going to copy this command from here, and then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to run it. So, oh, and looks like it's running on its own. You need to hit enter to run it. And we do see that we have a bit of issue over here. Okay, so just to make sure that you actually import this part for Riverpod annotation, it was not working because I didn't import it at the top. So we need to import this annotation package path. All right, and now if you come over here, as we talked about it, so there would be a file generated, and this is what we see. Now here we do see that one. So this is a file in the same directory and the name as we provided. And actually you could name it anything you want, just make sure that it has g.dart as an extension. And this is the file. Now this file may look scary, but if we take a look, we'll see that it's not that scary. But one thing though, this file we don't have to change anything, we never have to touch anything. But here we do see that it has created us a provider, and the provider itself, we say that index.provider provider. Okay, now that's provider. Why two provider? That's because we already have one provider here, index.provider. So that's why, I mean, it always attach a provider with it as a keyword, but we already had it, so it doesn't really matter. But now if we want, actually we could go ahead and change the name. So instead of this one, let's save it, and then of course we'll have issues. Now we can change it, close it, and run it again. So here we do see that, okay, we have this index provider and the class name is index dot. Here of course, since we changed this one, we also need to change the name of this class over here. Now let's go ahead and run it one more time. So let's run the command one more time, and then we'll see that, okay, actually hopefully it worked. And then yeah, so it is working. So now this is the correct or better name. So you can of course change anything anytime, and after that, if you do that, make sure that you run the command. Now it's still running, but we can close it. Okay, all right, because we don't need to keep it running, we just generate it once. But if you make changes, you can keep it running and save it, and it would automatically change things for you. Anyway, so now over here we do see that we have index.provider. This is a provider, and well, over here we do see that our class name index dot, and then we also see the return type as integer. Now over here, this is very different. Over here you see auto dispose notifier provider, which is very different than our state provider. Now in general, when you use Riverpod code generator to generate code, most of the providers are given as auto dispose notifier provider, and this is better because Riverpod has a lot of providers, but with auto code generation it's only one kind of provider that it gives us, and it does everything with every custom data or primitive data, so it makes our job easier. Now what I say, if it doesn't make sense right now, it's okay, but we'll take a look at this one later and more in depth, because after all we'll be focusing to learn a lot more about Riverpod. But anyway, so this is the file that we don't need to change. Okay, all right. Now, so this is the class we have, and very simple. And well, of course, one may think, well, it was much easier. You just write a code with the state provider, and it gives you the provider, and you work with this like this. Now we had to install 2 plugins, and we had to write some code, and we had to generate code, and this code looks scary. Someone may feel like that. Yeah, that's true. But actually in the long run, when you do things like this, it's much better maintainable. And especially this one, auto dispose notifier provider, as I said earlier, that Riverpod previously has a lot of providers, so sometimes you forget which provider to use for your data state management. Now with this Riverpod code generation, you don't have to worry about it, because this is auto assigned. Riverpod will give you this notifier based on your data type, whatever the data type you want over here. Based on that, it would automatically assign a provider to you. So you can just go ahead and write your class name and just take care of your return type. That's all you need. Hopefully it makes sense. Now let's come over here. Now our new provider's name is index.provider. So we're gonna copy this and let's put it here. Okay, and let's see whether we need to import. Yes, we need to import it. All right, and so with this, you see we are not using this one anymore. This is index provider and this is index.provider. All right, so now let's run our code and let's work on this. All right, so now there's this one problem right now. Okay, so looks like this state itself is not being maintained anymore. So this now it's not working. That's because over here, so instead of index provider, we have to call it index dot provider. Yeah, and now let's go ahead and restart it. Now let's come over here and we see that our state is equally maintainable right now, and this is awesome. Okay, let's try it one more time. Now, so far we have learned a lot of things, and this would be the basics for our app, because after all, this is a complex project that we are going to use. Now over here, we do see that we can change value directly like this, but there is another way to do that. Now, how to do it? Here we can create a variable and actually a method, and we can call it change index, and all we need to do, pass this index value and assign it to our state variable value. Now once again, this state variable is automatically available because of Riverpod. Okay, looks like it's not there, but once again, it's there in the framework, so you can just go ahead and take it and assign a value. Now this type would be the type of this one, so you don't need to worry about it. Now over here, instead of assigning it like this, you can, from here you can call change index and pass the value. Now in one sense this is much better, because the logic, how you change your business logic, is all kept in this file, and I think this is better. Now let's go ahead and restart our app, and we'll see that of course it works equally the same. Now let's go ahead and maintain your change, maintain your state, and it still works. It doesn't matter left or right you slide, it still works. Awesome. So now with this, actually we learned pretty much 3 ways to maintain our state. The first one, we have seen that if we use actually stateful widget, we can maintain this state, but stateful widget itself in the long run is not maintainable. And then the other way, we have seen that we can maintain our state using Riverpod state provider, and this is so far so good, but because there are so many providers, this gets confusing. The other way we could maintain our state, and which is pretty much recommended, is using Riverpod code generation tool, where you to create your providers and then use it in your UI. So since we can do like that, so over here I'm going to comment this out. We don't need this anymore, and we also don't need this variable at all, and we can also forget about this one. Awesome, cool. Now so far, well, we have learned so much, so we'll continue to learn. In the next section, we would be working on sign-in page, sign-in UI, also the Firebase at the same time, and our backend and Riverpod. So a lot of things to do for sign up and sign in page. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so now this is the time that we go ahead and work on the UI. So for now, we'll forget our notifiers, Riverpod and things like that. Now make sure that your app is running, because I stopped my app and I restarted it again. Now here is everything. Okay, right. And even before we go ahead and do something, here is a bit of restructure. So let's drag and drop this notifier inside this welcome folder. It should have been there, so there was a mistake, so that's why it happened over here. All right, and now of course with this, because we changed it, so it might not be recognized. And let's come over here as well. Okay, this part seems okay, and over here most probably we need to re-import the path and the problem should be gone. Right, and if you now restart, looks like it is working. Right, so this time actually once we click on this, we want to go to a new page, so that would be a sign-in page. Now, well, definitely I'm going to create a new page over here, and I'm gonna, well, first I'm going to actually create a directory, and over here I'm going to say, well, sign in. All right, and then inside this I'm going to create a new file, and I'm gonna call it like sign in.dart, just like this. We want to come to this page, right? And first here we'll create go ahead and do stateless class, and we're gonna call it sign in. All right, and then over here we are going to import it, and looks like it's imported. And at the same time, once we are here, so we need to find a way to navigate to sign in page. And how we are going to do that, now we need to come over here on this onboarding page, and inside this next button actually we need to check the condition. Now here, this is the condition, right? So we are checking if we are not until index 3, we go to the next page, and if we are index 3, then here we're going to use navigator dot, well, push, and over here we can also use our route name, or there is another solution. I think we could use like this, navigator dot off context, and then push named, actually this one. And inside this here we could use material page route, and inside this we'll have context, and from here actually we can use sign in, this one. All right, and it does look like we have a bit of issue over here. Not actually, I could also do like this, navigator, the second one, because sometimes if you forget the syntax, then you could try this. And let's take a look over here. There might be an example, like this is a very good example that how it should work. Okay, so I'm going to copy this so that we know, and I'm just going to replace all of this because I have found the correct syntax, and right now it works. So yeah, sometimes it's easy to forget the syntax itself. All right, so navigator, we have to pass context and then material page route, but we could have done it with push name, but here instead of this we are just passing push. Now we're gonna take a look at this soon, very soon. All right, now let's come back over here, and we are passing the context, and over here we need to do the same thing. We need to pass the context as well over here. And here as well. Now with this, looks like there shouldn't be any problem. I'm going to close this, we don't need this. Now once again, this time over here we're just going to have a child center child, like as always we do, sign in page. All right, so let's go ahead and restart and see whether it is taking effect or not. Yes, it works over here. So looks like actually we can go to a new page. Now first thing we want to do over here is wrap it around another, well, actually we could wrap it around something like this one. First we can wrap it around over here safe area widget, because we need that anyway. And then inside this we can have child, and then we can have scaffold, because without scaffold it's always the same thing. All right, and the body or background color, you can assign background color as colors.white, which is not, I was not expecting, but yeah, go ahead with that and whatever you had. Now let's save it. Okay, yeah, it does look like whatever it is there, it is there. And this is what we something wanted. And then here colors dot white, and it should be working. All right, so yeah, so that's how it works over here. Okay, so now our job is to go ahead and understand this one over here. I wouldn't say this one over here. So navigator push and navigator pushed named. Well, hello everyone, assalamu alaikum. So let's go ahead and understand how does navigator.push and navigator.push named works. Now here with this navigator.push, we have actually pushed a new screen or new pages on the stack. Now we know that a stack is maintained by navigator. What do we mean by that? I mean, well, if you have lots of pages, they're put on the top of each other using this push.navigator, using this navigator.push. So like if you have a welcome page, now from there, if you want to go to sign in page, and then somewhere we call navigator.push, actually in general, this sign in page would be on the top of welcome page or onboarding page. Now, of course, we are here a blank screen where it says that sign in page. Now we can go to sign in page and define an app bar so that actually we know what's going on. So here we could do app bar inside our scaffold so that we can have a back button, and then it'll make a lot of sense that what we are talking. Now let's save this. Now here we do see that there is a back button. Now we can go back and you see, so there is a transition from left to right. That was like that. Okay, let's do it one more time. So now it is coming from right to left, and then here is left to right. So why it's happening? Because as I said that earlier, these pages are on the top of each other. So, well, for example, when I click on this, actually this button, next button, gets called, and whatever is there currently, it keeps it there. It keeps this current screen or page there, and then what it does, it pushes a new one on the top of that. So that's what happens over here with this navigator.push. All right, okay. Now, of course, inside this, to be able to pop up a new screen, we still need to use material page route, because this one actually build a new page for you. Why we need this? Because it's going to build something for you. Okay, so you can't use child widget, and these are the things, complicated process that happens on the fly, and material page route is responsible for them. So all we are doing over here, actually calling this sign in page. In fact, over here you see that we have this section container. This is our sign in page. You can be smart or do an experiment. You can simply just put all the code over here, and most probably we need to remove the const, and yeah, that's it. Now let's try it again. So let's come over here, and now we'll push a new route on the stack. You see it happened. So whenever you call material page route inside push, all it does is actually completely takes a new screen. It takes a new screen, and then it shows is on the UI. At the same time, it builds and rebuilds if necessary. Anyway, to be organized, I'm gonna put back what we had early. Now this is all about navigator.push. How about navigator.push named and how it works? Now I'm going to comment this out, and of course at the same time I'm going to copy this so that we can understand how navigator.push named work. Now over here, you can try push named. All right. Now, of course, with this, we do see that there is an error. Okay. So the difference over here is, even in fact, I can keep this so that we know clearly, but we can't run it. It will throw an error. So over here, you do see that it takes a name from this one itself. You can understand it says push named. So it means that push a name. That's all it says. And here, at least you need to pass two arguments. One is this context, another is this route name. And what does it tell you? So you have to do it like this. You have to push a name. Now the name could be sign in, and you'll see that the error is gone. Now, of course, the logical explanation that how things are working over here. But of course, if we go ahead and try to run and try to go to this new page, definitely we'll see that we'll have error. Okay, now of course we have error. Now error said they couldn't find a generator for route settings sign in widgets app state. So which means that actually we don't have a sign-in route registered, because the route settings is a function. It takes the route name and eventually it finds the related screen, like for example sign-in screen. It has to be also defined somewhere, finds that, builds that, and show it on the screen. But now it says that it couldn't find. Okay, even though the structure syntax looks okay, but the thing is sign in, it couldn't find it. So if you're going to use a push named, definitely you have to actually define this route somewhere else along with this UI or this class name. All right, so where to do that? In general, one of the place is inside this material app. Now inside material app, we have to define our routes. Now in this case, actually home property takes the default route, which is our initial route, like this. Initial route. So initial route is in general this slash. Now, since we are going to use push named, we need to define our own routes so that Flutter can find them through route settings function. Now, two steps to do. First, you have to define initial route. In this case, the slash, which is our, in general, it should be our welcome screen, this one. And over here, you also have to define the routes itself. Now, what is this route? Route takes a list of routes that should be available. Now, in general, if you use initial route, you must not use welcome. Now, you need to define everything over here. So inside this, first we have to define our initial route, because right now, if you don't define initial route inside this as well, it's not going to work. Not just here, you also have to define it here. So here we do like this. So this is our initial route, and after that over here, all we need to do, pass context, and it refers to something. What is that? It should be welcome. Okay, so that's our first initial route or initial route, and after that we want to go to sign in page. So now here we need to define a sign in page. All right, and at the same time you need to pass context, and here you define this sign in page. All right, most probably we need const before that. Okay, cool. So now with this, our routes are registered, and this time if you go ahead and call like this using navigator.pushNamed, using this one, it can find it from here. So Flutter will save this routes in its memory for this app, and then whenever you call this navigator.pushNamed, it will try to look up the route's name using route setting function, which it does automatically internally. We don't need to worry about that. All right, so now let's go ahead and restart our app. So let's go ahead and run, and here we are, and this one. Okay, we need to have actually a slash. Looks like it needs a slash. Okay, let's go ahead and put a slash which is more like a route that usually we know if you are coming from web app, where you have to use / for routing name, and you see it works. So that's because our routes are defined over here, and navigator.pushNamed can find them. So the idea is, if you want to use navigator.push, you can just simply pass your screen name directly. But if you want to use a push named, then you should be using a route name, like a string. And at the same time, you have to register your routes, which means screens, in routes property. And when you should be using them? Well, if your app is big, it has a lot of routes. In general, in that case, you should be using this push named, because, well, this comes with a lot of convenience, and if you want to maintain and change the route's name later, but not changing too much code, then this is the way to go, because in general, this strings you would be saving somewhere in one file with a const variable name. So what it means that if you want to change a route's name, or the way a route should be directing or go to new page, you just change in one place. But if you do like this, if you want to change in future, you most probably need to change in many places, and which is also not maintainable. So this is more recommended. All right, so this time actually we are going to work with this app bar first, and how to do that. Now for app bar itself, we will create a folder over here. Well, it's not just for app bar. Actually, here I'm going to create a directory. I'm going to call it widgets. All right, and then over here I'm going to create a file, and I'm going to call it sign in widgets.dart. Over here everything would be for sign in class and relate to that. Now here we are going to have app bar, and then we'll call it build app bar, just like this, and we have to return an app bar, otherwise we'll get error. Now let's go ahead and import material library. Okay, great. Now first thing we could do over here is called this one build app bar. Right, now once again you can save it, it would work the same. If you go there, yeah, it's still there. Right, not much changes. Now here though, because we want an app bar. App bar is not like traditional widget, so that's why here instead of returning widget, you return app bar. In general, previously you have seen that we just return widget for any of them, but with sign-in widgets, and I mean the app bar itself, you can't do that. All right, so here what is the result we want to achieve? So something like this. Okay, so this would be our sign-in page. So this is something that we want to achieve. All right, so the first thing is login, and at the top there is a bit of distance. Now of course that distance is also coming from safe area. If you remember, we already are inside safe area. Right, so over here, well, since we are inside app bar, here we could do title. Now for title itself, we can just simply use our text 16, I think this one, test 16, and here we can say login. Well, I think login should be one word actually, and it should be as text. Now let's come over here and save it. Okay, we do see that login is there. All right, so now let's come over here, and here we do see that our color is different, and well, font to it, we are okay with that. So now instead this, we can pass a new color, because the default color we don't want. So here we can use something called primary well, it should be actually from app colors dot primary text, this one. So let's go ahead and save it. All right, so the color changed a little bit and it's good. So this is the first thing we want. And actually there should be other changes as well, which we would see. Looks like the app has crashed over here. Let me see whether I can restart it or not. Okay, hopefully this one. All right, okay, cool. Now, if you notice carefully that there is also a thin line over here, actually thin line. So we are going to use this. We are going to have this thin line. Now, how to do that? Well, there could be many different ways we could do it. Someone can come over here and create a line inside this body as well. But we don't want to do that. We want to do something different. So here we want to say bottom app bar, bottom property inside this, and it has a widget that it takes, and we can use that one. That's called preferred size. Now with preferred size, inside add you can pass a child. It could be any container. And after that, actually, you can set up a size there. So here you could do size. Here you say from height. Okay. And then here you see, okay, first put 10 over there. And let's see how it goes. You see, we already have a line over here. If you see it carefully, there is a line, there is a thin line that we see, and it's already there, it's already visible there. Okay, all right, and yes, we also see that, but now the problem is this color itself. Okay, if you have one, and of course now here if you see at the same time, well, first two things we see. Well, the first, it has a background color, right? And this is something not we want, and we'll fix that later. And at the same time, even if we applied 100, sorry, 1, it doesn't, seems like it doesn't have any impact. Okay, let's take this out and let's save it. Okay, so now here we still see this app bar. Now app bar is holding its own color, so that's the problem. But we'll take care of that later. Now if you put it back, looks like the same thing. Now how about I put, since it takes a size, how about I put a size there of 100, and let's take a look. And here you see that it took 100 from there. So it's almost like 100. So what it does actually, app bar, from the name itself, you can see the bottom property creates a bottom section below this app bar. So that's the idea. And of course the bottom takes preferred widget. I mean, over here, if you hover over on this bottom, it says the preferred size widget, like that. Okay, and this widget appears across the bottom of the app bar. Okay, so it appears at the bottom of the app bar. So this is where you can use it for if you want to have some extra spacing right below your app bar. Okay, and now let's come over here and let's try to do something different. Here I'm going to use color and say colors.red, and let's save it. Okay, well, it looks like no change. Now over here, give it a height, say 10. Now let's save it. Okay, right. So now there is a new understanding of this, that how this thing works. The first one, Well, this one is going to create a distance from app bar. And if it creates a distance, what do you want to do? After this distance, you can put anything. I put a child over here. Child is a container with a color. Of course, if you take it out, and now let's save it. It is not going to work. It looks like it needs a child. So you have to have a child over here. Even if it's an empty child, nothing is there. Okay. All right. So, and inside this, you can also put a text over here or another child. Text hello. Let's save it, and you see that. So what's happening over here is that the idea is, if you want to have something right below app bar and also wanna control the distance, that how much it should go down from the app bar, and after that certain distance, and from the bottom itself, if you want to show something, like let's come over here. What I'm trying to say, here I'm going to apply style, and here we do text style, and then font size, we're gonna use this one, say 30, or say let's say 50, even make it better. Okay, now the height itself is causing the problem, so give it better height. Okay, now it makes more sense. So now do you understand that what's happening over here? So this is our app bar. Right after app bar, we created some space, and we are saying, okay, the size of this space is 100. Okay, so this is the size. And after that, all we want from the bottom itself, we want to put something from the bottom to the upward, occupy this space. Okay, of course, let's go ahead and do 80, and we'll see how it goes. Yeah, so it looks like my whole text appears. So you can put a child, and the child would take space from here, not below there, from here, from this bottom line to upward. So that's how it works. Now, why we are doing these things? That's because all we want right after this, here, we want a line. But of course, if it just a line like this, it doesn't make a lot of sense what this thing and how it works. So it's like you're using like cannons to kill mosquitoes. It does look like, but in the long run, if you understand this one, then it'll pay off. Okay, so that's how this app bar works with preferred size. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, so now here I don't want anything. All I want is a child, and at the same time, the child itself, we want to have just a height of 1, and we're gonna save it, and that's it. But at the same time, we don't want like this. Okay, you can save it there. We also don't want like this. We just want it here, right below it. Okay, all right. So yes, so that's pretty much all about our app bar. And it looks like it needs const modifier. Okay, right. So in future, you may forget that what's happening over here. So you can have a note for yourself. Preferred size widget gives you a height from the app bar downwards, and we can put child in the given space or space, which is better. Okay, and we can also say that like it Oh, okay, just let's put it like this. Yeah, so that's it. All right, now back to this section over here. Since this is done, now let's take a look at our app. So that's the first one. That's our app bar. And then we'll have this and this and this and this. So if you see, all of these things we're going to put in column format. So that's the first thing. Now for this reason, actually we want to take this out, and here we'll say column and children, right? Okay, now inside this is something that we want. Now this would be actually inside a dedicated widget. Okay, all right, and we can name it. We can say here third party login. That's all. And of course it doesn't exist, so in this case we are going to have it here. Now here we'll say widget third party login, like this. All right, now the error is gone, and here we could return a container. Return container. With this, all the error would be gone. All right, now from initial approach, you understand that if we have things like horizontally in Flutter, we call them row widget. I mean, we can use a row widget, put things horizontally, row, right? And this becomes the main axis. So here we'll have child, and then we'll have row. Okay, right. So we'll have to have these three things together. And let's come over here. Of course, nothing is visible yet. And then inside the row, it takes children. Children takes a list of properties. As we learned earlier, wherever you see, that means a list. Let's see if we can put placeholder over here. Okay, that's one. And another placeholder. That's two. So we have two placeholder, but each of them, they have this problem, like this overflow issue. Now that gives you a little bit of idea that how it works, that you can have items next to each other. Let me see, space holder looks like it doesn't have a fixed size over here, but anyway, so I'm going to remove this. Or the better idea is putting a text, hello. All right, we see hello there, and then over here we see hello and hello. All right, okay, now we want to achieve this result over here, this three. So the first thing is that we need to create some space between them. All right, so inside this row, now we are inside row. So here we'll use main axis alignment and main axis alignment dot space around, like this. If you go and take a look, it's already spaced well, as you can see. Now from this design itself, they should be more close to each other. And how to do that? Well, now we are inside a container over here. So the container itself, we can apply some spacing left and right. Okay, so here we could do margin, and here we could do edge insets only, or edge insets symmetric, horizontal, so 80.h, it should be W actually. Now let's take it out, and here we put it. Now if you come over here, we'll see that yes, this is something that we wanted. So it's working, but well, at the same time we also need to apply the top space. And how to do that? Now actually I think it's instead of this we could do only, and then here left, and over here right ad.w, and here we could also do top 40.h. Let's save it. Yes, just like this. And then we also want to apply bottom to it, because whatever we put next, we don't want it to cling to it, so there is always a spacing. All right, so now with this, if you look and come over here, yeah, we're almost looking the same. Great. All right, now this time we need to replace these things. And how do you do that? Now to replace this over here, actually we are going to create like function or widget actually. So let's go ahead and do that. Widget, and then here we'll have gesture detector. Not like this, let's call it like login button, just like this. And let's come over here. Now what to do? Here you return gesture detector. So here we do gesture detector. Yes. Well, after this, since we want to have them here, so let's go ahead and do it like this. We'll have 3 buttons. All right, so 3 of them. But now if we come and see, everything would be gone. All right, and we also have error. Okay, now gesture detector doesn't have children, and if it doesn't have, it does work like that. It is weird. Okay, now inside this over here, we can return a container. And the container itself, let's give it a width and height. So with 40.w, because we want something round and small. And here height 40.h, just like this. And then here we'll have child image.asset, this one. And first we want to put assets icons google.png. It should be there in your folder. Let's save it. Okay, of course. Let me see. Looks like it's not there. Okay, right. If you restart it, it is there. Right. So it's right now looking more like this, as you can see. But now we need to make it reusable. So we need to give it a string over here. So here, string image path. Okay, so here we need to pass each of them. So let's copy this, put it here. Now you can have for the next one apple.png, facebook.png, and let's save it. And most probably we need to restart. And okay, it didn't take effect because of this, because it's still pretty much fixed. So here we'd say image path. Oops, sorry. It wants image path. Let's save it. So you see now with this, it became more reusable. And it looks like it wants us to replace this with this one. Okay, cool. All right. Now, of course, it might have in future on tap event. So this is something we need to work in future. And when we work, we're gonna pass them down. Okay. All right. So with this, it's better right now, and we can reuse this. And in this over here, it looks very clean. I mean, you just put your the thing you need to do. All right. Okay. Top login buttons, just like this. Okay, cool. So with this, so far so good. Now what about the next section? Well, we need to work on this actual sign in section where we go ahead and sign in. Now for that one, we're gonna be here one more time, and from down here we are going to go ahead and build everything else. But it looks like even before that we have to have something like this. And how do you do that? Okay, now here I know we have like widgets over here. Let's come over here and I think that's here. Okay, right. Now I'm going to create another one. And then here, instead of this, 14 and 14. That's it. Now if you do want, you can also give it a color, say primary third element text. So this is the default one, and text itself is not there. So let's go ahead and put it. Now we need to have this text over here. Let's come over here and see if we can apply this. So here you should have a comment, otherwise in future you will forget what it does. More login options message. Right. Now here we could do text 14, and that's it. Now, of course, someone can go ahead and create a widget over here because everything belongs to signing, and call it from there to there, like that. But to keep it simple, I can just directly call it from here. Now here I can say like this, or use your email account to log in. All right, let's go ahead and save it, and we already see it there. Okay, cool. So this is so far so good.
Okay, and so this time actually we are going to work on the buttons and everything else over here, and the text box, actually text field, most likely this text field that we are going to work on right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Well, first thing is here, actually we want to have another container over here, and the container would be better. But actually, instead of having it here, I think we should be having it here inside this widgets. All right, okay. So here we're gonna call it text fields. Okay, all right. So here it's a widget app text field. For now we keep it here, but in general, actually in future we might make it global. I think we have to. In that case we can just move it there. All right, so that's what we have now. Okay, great. And this is something that you just want to have it here, and then put it like this. Okay, all right. Well, my files, their color changed because this has been uploaded to my personal GitHub, and because I have changed this, so that's why actually it's the color is different. So don't worry about that. It is connected with GitHub right now. Anyway, so now let's be inside this, Well, inside this, we want to put things in column format. Let me see how the other app is running or not. Looks like it should be here. We do have problem in Android simulator though. Now over here, so these are the things that we want in column format. Okay. Now the first thing is, okay, definitely we'll have a child over here, and then we'll have this column, and then we'll have children. Now container has benefits. Once again, we can apply padding and margin because of this, and we'd be able to do that. Now inside this here, we can have, like, say the first one is this one, right? So that should be a text. Now in this case, we're gonna use text, say 14, this one, normal, and then here we'll say email, this one. And now let's come over here and let's save it. Okay, we see it at the top. Wow, that's not the first thing we want, so let's change this. Since we are inside column, we can play around with this alignment. So here it's a main axis alignment dot start. Well, actually it shouldn't be main axis, it should be cross axis, right? Because horizontally we want to be start. So here cross axis alignment dot start. Let's go ahead and fix this. All right, so it's still not taking effect, and we'll work on this, so don't worry. And one of the other things that might be is this one. So let's go ahead and check this one here, cross axis alignment and cross axis alignment dot start. Now let's put it like this. Okay, yeah, now it is fine, but with this doesn't look good. Now how to work with this? We're gonna wrap it around center widget. All right, now it's being centered, and that's what we wanted. Beautiful. Well, in that case, actually this is kind of meaningless. It's the same thing. All right, but now here we need some spacing, like as you see from here. So we need spacing, and how to work with this one. Now since we are inside this container, so we can here apply spacing to it. And how much we could do that? Well, we'd do padding, and here we'd do agencies dot only, and then here left, say here 25.w, and well, right, we don't need that, just let's put it to be beautiful. All right, now you see it is looking more similar to that one, and we are happy about it. Now let's come over here and let's be here, and inside this there is a sized box. Okay, and here 50.h, and sorry, the dog is barking outside. It's something out of control. Okay, anyway, so now let's come over here and save it. So it came down, and this is what we wanted. Now in future we might get lost, so over here it's a email text box. All right, so that's for the email one. Now over here we can also do it like this. Here we could say password text box. Password text box. All right, so now as you see very clearly that they're similar, so this is not something we want. So over here we can actually have like optional named parameters. Here we'll say string text, string text. It could be null, but we can also give it default value, which is empty, nothing is there, and that's fine. So that's part of the thing. And in that case, over here, the text itself, we can just change it to
this text, the one that's coming over here, and cannot be assigned to, well, let's see. Okay, we can also go like this, it doesn't matter. All right, now over here we should pass the value. Okay, text email, and you will see that it shows up beautiful. And then text password. Now this is the beauty of reusable widgets, because once you have reusable widgets, it works like a magic. Okay, so over here we also need a bit of spacing between these two. Now to be able to do that, we can just simply go ahead and copy this, and I'm gonna put it here and apply somewhere like 20 and see. Okay, right, for now we'd be going ahead with this. Now let's go back to our text field over here, app text field. Okay, so the first one was this text itself, and well, let's see the color, whether we have this correct color or not. I think in this case we should be using according to the design, well, which I know. All right, so yeah, that's fine. So this section is so far so good. All right, so yeah, so both of them working fine. Now here we need to put our text field actually. So that's the first one, and then here we need to put our text field. And how are you going to do that? Now to be able to put text field over here, actually we can just simply do like this. Here we can return a container, and like this. And the container itself doesn't have anything, but we can give it width and height, say with 325.w, which is a standard one, and height say 50.h, and looks like nothing is there. All right, now over here we could do colors dot red. All right, let's go ahead and save it. Yes, that's what we see. Now let's put this cross-axis alignment, and now it should be working fine. And this is the beauty of actually using reusable text widget. All right, beautiful. And what is this though? Not sure why we have this, but rollback lines. Oh, I got it, because most probably we're connected with GitHub, so that's why. All right, anyway, so now this is so far so good, it's working fine. And this is just the beginning of our text field. Now if you take a look at our text field over here, the text field we have seen over here, now it does have border radius, so that's what we want to apply over here. So we need to apply border radius. Now I think we have previously built app shadow, this one. Well, we'll see whether we can go ahead and use this one or not. Now it looks like this is going to be pretty different, because we don't need to use actually any kind of shadow over here. So most probably all we need to do, well, first we'll copy this one and put it here. Now app box shadow text field. Okay, text field like this. And what are the changes that we want over here? Well, app colors. Now here app colors, actually we don't want color like this. Here according to the design I should be using primary background, this one. All right, so that's the first thing, and this one stays the same. And over here actually I don't think we need any kind of shadow, so we can just simply go ahead and remove this. That's fine. In that case we need to rename it, which we would do.
And after that, over here we could also have this border. If we have border, we could do actually border dot all, and then color here. Here we do app colors dot primary fourth element, this one. Okay, now here let me app box decoration text field, box decoration text field. All right, so this is what we want to go ahead with. Well, and it looks like none of these are useful at this moment, so yes, we'll go ahead with this. All right, and one of okay, let's also make this one optional. Color here, app colors dot primary fourth element text. Now here we could say border color. Okay, border color. All right, and in that case we don't need any of this, so here we'll say border color. Right. Okay, so I'm going to save this. All right, now since we are ready with this, we can come over here. So this would be reusable from now on. So here we have this decoration, and here we can call app box decoration text field, this one. Since all the values are there already, so we don't need to assign any new value. Obviously you can see that it's coming from there, and if you save it, and it's beautiful. Awesome. Once again, this is the beauty of reusable text widget, and try to reuse widgets as much as possible, but of course you should not create any overcomplicate cases. All right, now let's come over here and look at this inner section. Okay, this inner section, how it should be working. Well, inner section over here will have this icon and this text field, which is the hint text. Now that's actually our text field. Well, now it's still coming a little later, so let's put a child over here, and then here would say row and children. Okay, so the first one is an icon. So as you can see, these icons are different. So over here we need to have this string, and we need to pass icon each time we call it. Okay, all right, so here we're gonna say icon name. All right, this one. Now icon name, well, we can just have empty string for now, and inside this whatever we pass, we're gonna use that one. Okay, cool. And what is the thing that we want to pass? Well, we want to pass most probably width, height, and our icon itself. Okay, now this thing should be reusable again and again in future, so that's why inside this widget I'm going to have another one, and I'm gonna call it image widgets dart. All right, let me see. Oh, okay, well, this is the get thing, so ignore that. All right, so over here we can just simply go ahead and create widget, and we can call it app image. Well, for now we can just go ahead and call it app image, and that's all we want for now. And return over here. What do you want to return? Well, you want to return an image. So here image dot asset, and it looks like we need to import related things. Okay, cool. Now over here inside this, here we'll have string image path, or icon path actually. We'll change the name a little later, and for now So give it a default one, okay? Assets icons dot user dot user dot png. All right, so over here we're gonna just pass image path, this one. And what else? Well, what if we want to reuse the width and height? So here we'll have double width now, give it a default value, and you can also do it double height, and also the same over here. Or let's restructure our code so that it's more readable. And inside this, over here you can use width equal width dot w. Let's go ahead and import it, and height dot h. So this is what we'll have. So this is our global widget for app image. Okay, all right. So with this, now we have this reusable thing. Now what about this one? So we also need to put it inside this container over here, and then we'll have child, and inside this we can call app image. And now let's come over here and see how it works. And we already see that it's there. Awesome. Well, in here, instead of let me see how it suits. Well, here actually we are passing icon, but here it could be anything. So this name is fine actually. So over here I'm going to just pass image path equal icon path, right? Or icon name actually. But of course it's not reusable. I mean, it's passing here empty, right? Okay, so well, here you could check like this, like image path, let's see, is empty. If it's true, then actually you can go ahead and use this default one. All right, you could do like this. If it's empty, use this. Otherwise, just use whatever is there. Okay, which means this image path. So now this is our ternary operator which we have seen before. Now let's save it now, and you see this, your app wouldn't crash or act weirdly because it can check over here that if image is empty, then just use this one. The one, but soon we'll use it to a default one, a beautiful default small image. All right, so we're gonna use that one. Otherwise, whatever was there, use that. Okay, so that part is fine. And well, of course, from here we could send different things. For example, now here I think it takes icon name, right? Now let's go ahead and send it from here. So here we can say assets icons user.png. Okay, all right. And over here, what do you want to send? So here we could just do icon name and assets icons lock.png. Let's go ahead and save it. So as you see, it's working. So it works with the given value, and if now the values are given, it also works. All right, now here is the thing that we need to take care. So we can apply margin to it, because since we are inside container, margin, and here we do well, let's go ahead and like this, edge insets dot only. Here we can apply a bit of margin on the left. and what it is 17.w, and let's go ahead and save it. Okay, beautiful, awesome. All right, so with this, it's pretty much working as we expected. So that's our for icon, right? For showing icons. Here's a row contains icon and text field, just like this. Okay, so that's the first one, and inside this here we'll have our text field, right? And that's also inside a container. Now over here we are going to have our text field, and here we're going to apply, for example, well, we already applied this one. We already applied this thing, which is this width, and over here we want to apply another width which should be smaller than this. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we'll have width and 280.w, and here height is same, 50.h, and it should be working fine. All right, now let's come over here and let's go ahead and use the actual text field. That's what actually we've been waiting for a long time. Don't save it, and we already see that we can already click on it. Beautiful. All right, so we have two different borders, right? So one is when you focus, when you unfocused. Okay, so this is unfocused or not focused, and this is focused. Or we can also say that this, I think they call it one enabled border, and there is disabled border. All right, okay. Now anyway, so there are a lot of settings that we're going to have first. So let's go ahead and do it like this. First here we'll have, okay, your keyboard type. So what kind of keyboard you are going to show over here. Okay, and here we said text input type. Here we'd say multi-line. This is a keyboard, which probably means that actually you're gonna show both all kind of like signs over here. Requires the default platform keyword. Well, it is so it pops up the default one from the platform itself. Okay, all right, and then inside this we can have decoration. Now this decoration is quite different. So it takes input decoration. So the earlier ones, the one that we have used, we won't be able to use that. So that's why we need to actually separate it. Now here we'll have hint text. It means that if nothing is typed over here, you need to show something. So this is our hint text. Now what should be our hint text? Hint text should be actually given. Now here we would say string hint text. Now here we could say type in your info. So this is the default one. So let's go ahead and use that hint text. This one. And because we use this variable, so we can't use const there. Alright, so this is the type on your info. Okay, cool. So that's the first decoration, and then inside this we will have border. So let's go ahead and apply border to it, and outline border. Actually, outline input border. Now here you see that this is border color, so we need to get rid of that one. So here it's a border side, this one, and border side. Okay, colors dot transparent, this one. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so that's gone, but it came up with something new, which is also something that we don't want. But anyway, Let me go ahead and put a const modifier. Okay, right. Okay, so that's the first part. That's the first border that we had. And inside this, we will have another one, something called enabled border. Now for this one, just simply go ahead and copy this. The setup is pretty much same because we want to set everything to transparent. Now let's save it. Sorry. Let's save it. Okay, so with enable border, when you don't put your cursor, it looks like this. So now we don't have cursor over here, so it's like there is no border. Okay, all right, so that tells us that whatever the border you are using, by default don't show any border. That means that by default make it transparent. So this is the default situation. What is default? When you didn't touch it. Okay, all right, and when you touch it is this one, but this is also called focused border. This is default, which is also our enabled border. So here you can have default border without any input. Okay, now focused border is with input. Right, so here we'll call it focused border, and whatever we had, let's save it, and you see now it's awesome, even much better. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, that's pretty much it. And I think they have something else which is called disable border. Let's go ahead and put it as well. More properties, which means whatever we put, it just has to be like this. Even if you disable the border, it is like this. All right. Okay, and then over here there are other things that we could set up. For example, here we'll say unchanged. Looks like it doesn't take inside of this. Or okay, this one actually it should be here right after input decoration finishes. Let me come over here so that you know what I'm doing. Okay, right here. So there is unchanged method, which is very important for us, and it takes a value property. This would be very important when we try to type in. So that's the one. And at the same time here, max lines 1. So these are some properties. You don't want to have many lines, and as well as autocorrect false, because people might type in any name. You don't want to correct them. All right, and here also we need to set obscure, something's called obscure text. All right, now this is like, for example, if you have true, let's put it true. Now let's type in something. So whatever you put, it becomes more like password. But this is something also has to be reusable. So this is something that we need to be passing from here. So here, let's go ahead and put something's called bool obscure text. By default is false. Okay, all right. So here we're gonna pass false. Sorry, whatever is the name is that one. We are passing that one. Okay, all right. So here you can have by default it's false, like this. All right, now of course there are a few things that we could pass from here. Well, first one is hint text, right? Because you see hint text for now, type in your info, and that's the default value. But here actually you want to say
enter your email address. So this is the one that you want, and you see it works. All right, and at the same time, right after this, well, we don't need to work with that. So here we also have hint text and enter your password. All right, and then here obscure text true. So let's go ahead and save it. Yes, beautiful. So with this, things become more reusable, and this is actually what we wanted. Okay, all right, awesome. Now, because we want to be smart over here, let's see. Well, I'm just gonna keep them as it is. As we can move this over here if we want, but with this in the long run, it's gonna create complications. So this is something most probably we don't want, because if you make it way too much reusable, this could cause a problem. And this is something that we are trying to avoid. Well, reusable widget is good, but you don't want to make them too much reusable. So this is something that we need to be aware of. All right. Okay, so what do we have over here? Let's see. We have space between these two, and it looks like they also have a bit of space, like this one and this one, which we don't have. So we can definitely work on this. Now that spacing is actually done over here, I guess. Okay, right below it. So here we could do sized box, and here we could do height 5.h. All right, apply a little bit of spacing. All right, so now, yeah. Okay, well, this is something more close to this, and we are kind of happy about it. Now here there are other styles that we need to apply, and it looks like the color didn't really match well. Well, it could be Android and iOS issue though, because like this one and this one didn't match well either. So we'll keep it as it is. Okay, so next section is actually having this forgot text, and you can also do it double height, and also the same over here. All right, let's restructure our code so that it's more readable. And inside this over here, you can use width equal width dot w. Let's go ahead and import it, and height dot h. So this is what we'll have. So this is our global widget for app image. Okay, all right, so with this now we have this reusable thing. Now what about this one? So we also need to put it inside this container over here, and then we'll have child, and inside this we can call app image. And now let's come over here and see how it works, and we already see that it's there. Awesome. Well, here instead of let me see how it sits. Well, here actually we are passing icon, but here it could be anything, so this name is fine actually. So over here I'm going to just pass image path equal icon path, right? Or icon name actually. But of course it's not reusable. I mean, it's passing here empty, right? Okay, so well, here you could check like this, like image path, let's see, is empty,
if it's true, then actually you can go ahead and use this default one. All right, you could do like this. If it's empty, use this. Otherwise, just use whatever is there. Okay, which means this image path. So now this is our ternary operator which we have seen before. Now let's save it now, and you see this, your app wouldn't crash or act weirdly because it can check over here that if image is empty, then just use this one. The one, but soon we'll use it to a default one, a beautiful default small image. All right, so we're gonna use that one. Otherwise, whatever was there, use that. Okay, so that part is fine. And well, of course, from here we could send different things. For example, now here I think it takes icon name, right? Now let's go ahead and send it from here. So here we can say assets, icons, user.png. Okay, all right. And over here, what do you want to send? But actually it's easy to do because we already have laid out about it and how to work with this. So let's come over here and we can just copy this. Let me check on this. What do we have? Okay, right below it. Forgot text. We're gonna be here and we'll see what it is. Here it says forgot your text, right? Forgot your password. Okay. Forget password like this. Let's go ahead and save it, but definitely it's not going to work because it's center. But let's apply a bit of padding. Well, padding might not work. So what are we going to do? We're going to do a container. Let's go ahead and save it. Now it's fine. And over here we could apply margin, add insets dot only, and the left say 25 dot this 25 dot w. Okay, cool. And we need spacing with the above one. Looks like previously we have applied spacing of 20, I guess. So just go ahead and copy this and it'd be fine. Okay, cool. And what else? And it look like we need to apply kind of color to it or underline. Okay, all right. Now how to go ahead and work with this? Either we can just use this or completely create a new one. So let's go ahead and create a new one. And over here, we're gonna call it widget text underline and like this. So here we'll have say just return gesture detector, and on tap would be nothing, and as well as over here child would be container, not container. We don't need a container for this. All we need is a text over here. And okay, inside this pretty much forgot password like this. Okay, all right. And then here you want to apply style. Let's do that. And text style. Okay, cool.
and inside this we'll have color, app colors dot primary text. Actually, this is the one that we want to apply. All right, and it looks like we need a return statement. Now let's come over here, copy this, and looks like this section is not necessary. Okay. All right. So it is still there and the color changed. And let's come over here and set color. Over here, can we, okay, it needs a const. Let's put a const modifier. And then decoration. And here it's a text decoration dot underline. If you save it, you'll see that, okay, underline is actually visible. And then decoration color, which is underline color, and app colors dot, here you could say primary text again, primary text. Let's save it. And then font weight. Should be recognizing, but it looks like it doesn't recognize. So I'm gonna put it from the top actually. Font weight dot normal. This is something we want. In general, default font is not normal. Okay, font size 12.sp. Let's go ahead and import this. In that case, you can't have const. Let's go ahead and use it. Okay, so that's the pretty much thing that we wanted. So with this, I would say that we are also kind of done with this forget text, but in future we'll have an event over here which will take us to somewhere else. But now you also want to give it a default value over here. I mean, in future we might want to reuse this, especially for the string itself. So here, text, your text. All right, so let's remove this text, your text. All you need to do, call it from here, text. Here's a forget password, just like this. Let's go ahead and save this. All right, cool. Okay, so far so good. Now this has been a long session, and you can also check out the complete code from the resources section. Okay, anyway, so now we're going to go ahead and work with the button section over here, this section. All right, and to do that, we need to come over here, and first definitely we are going to create a sized box over here. So let's go ahead and copy this one, and over here we're gonna pass 100 so that we're much below whatever we are and wherever we are. All right, okay, anyway, so now we need to go ahead and create buttons. Now here we'll have this new file, and we'll call it button widgets.dart. All right, so that would be actually globally widget that we are going to create, because these buttons would be reusable throughout our app in many different places. Okay, all right, now so let's go ahead and do widget, and here we could say app button, and return gesture detector, just like this. All right, okay, cool. So what are you gonna do over here? Well, inside this you can have a child, so let's go ahead and do that in the container. All right, and over here we're gonna say width, and width would be 325.w, just like our text button. And over here height 50.h. all right, and here we do decoration and box. Now here we do already have a decoration, and we can use that one, app, let's see, app box shadow. Actually, now we're going to use this one, and it looks like we also need to import that. And even before that, actually, let's come over here, say app login button. So here we'll have app button, this one, okay, and then here we'll say app register button, like this. So whatever the changes that we make over here, it'll take effect. All right, now this is, let's see, okay, now let's go ahead and save it. All right, so it's already showed up, and this beautiful thing about it, right? I mean, you don't have to do anything to make it show up. Well, it should be centered, but looks like it is not. Let me see. Okay, cross-axis alignment, and then here cross-axis alignment. So yeah, it went to the start section, so that's the problem. And where we are, let's see, we should have two buttons, right? Okay, what I could do over here, let me wrap this around center widget. Yeah, now it is centered. Okay, right. There are a few things that we need to apply to it. One of the things that we want to do is like having a child over here, right? So that's just the thing that we want. And what is our child? Child, definitely our text widget. Now we already have that one, and here we are going to use text 16. All right, okay, cool. And of course if you can put it, but now here we need to send text over here, and also login. All right, so now we do see it at the top, and we can, as usual, center it. Let's do that. It came down, and we are not happy with the color, so you can also change the color. App colors dot primary background, which is actually white color. Beautiful. So it's already there, and our button is pretty much done. And this is all happened so quickly because of our reusable widgets, and that's the beautiful thing about it. Now over here we want to have on tap event. Now even everything over here we're gonna make them reusable, because we will have just only one button in our app, and throughout our app we're gonna use it again and again and again. Okay, all right, so all we need to do over here, we need to pass various parameters. Now the first thing you want to pass is string and the button name. All right, so this one empty, button name is nothing, so here we're gonna put button name. All right, okay, let's go ahead. It's gone, and this is expected. Now I'm going to put this down over here. All right, and it looks like we need a bit of spacing, just like this. So let's go ahead and copy that. Yeah, okay, so that's the first thing. And over here we can pass like this, text or button name, I think. login, and over here button name register, just like this, and they already showed up. Beautiful. Okay, so that's the first part. And what's the second part? Well, we can also put width and height with a double with 325, height, double height 50. Now in general we might not change it, but if you want you could. So that's how it becomes reusable, and that's how it would be better. Okay, right. And then what else? Over here, now if you see the original design, the color is different actually. So one is blue color and there is white color. Now we also need to take care of this. So here you can set bool is sign as login. Okay, is login true? Okay, so that's the default value. Now if it is login true, then we're gonna use this color. Okay, if it's login true, then we're gonna use this as a background color. Otherwise we are going to use a different color. Now let's come over here. Here we do see that, okay, we have this primary element is passed, right? So this is the color that we need to be playing around, but we are passing it from here, and we do see that it takes color as an optional parameter, right? So we can pass this on over here. How to pass this? So is login if this is true, is login if this is true, then here we can pass color, color, okay, color equal app colors dot what color do you want to send? Actually primary, I think that was primary text, was it? Let me see. Primary element, actually primary element. Okay, all right. Otherwise, if login true, color equal this. Otherwise, actually we are going to send like app colors. I think I'm doing something wrong over here. So here we'd say colors.white. Let's see if it recognizes like this or not. Looks like it doesn't recognize though. Okay, I got it. Actually, it's my mistake. We shouldn't put it here. Actually, we should put the conditional statement here. Is login. Sorry about that. Okay, and looks like we need to import that. Cool. And now if we go ahead and check it, everything else should be good. Okay, is login true? Now this default value is true, so for both of this it's being evaluated as a true. But since we are coming from here, so here we can just simply say is login false. Now let's save it. You see, well, now it looks like the button color has gone. That's the problem, but actually it's not a big of a problem. We can still take care of this. But before that, let's make sure we reorganize our code, and let's make sure that we understand this, what happened over here. So color, we are assigning different value based on different
conditional statement. Yeah, one problem happened with when you use reusable widgets or any class. If you have too many conditions, it does become little convoluted. Is login true, then send primary color, else send white color, like this. Okay, all right. Now we also need to take care of this one. So over here, is login true, is login true, then use this color. Otherwise, I think we're gonna use a different color right now. And what should be that color? That color should be appcolors.primary text. Appcolors.primary text, the third one. All right, okay. So primary text is a little bit white. Okay, all right. So that's what we are going to do over here. Now over here you do see that the border color is not very obvious, so that's the other problem. Now where is it coming from? This is coming from this box shadow actually. So let's go to the box shadow, and over here we don't see that we have any border color, so that's the problem. So we need to assign a border color to it so that it becomes more obvious over here. Now let's come over here and see. Here we do have, you see the border itself, okay, but it could be nullable. Okay, it could be nullable. So let's go ahead and check on that. Know that if you hover over on this, it'll have a property called box border, and it could be nullable. Since it's nullable and it's a beautiful one, so that we can go ahead and use that. Now, well, first let's at the top declare a new parameter and box border, and it could be nullable, and you say border, and you can also give it, well, just keep it like this, and then over here border and border. Okay, just like this. So let's go ahead and use it, and nothing happens because it's nullable. There is no value. But what if it has a value? And how to make sure that it has a value? Now if you come over here, this one, you can apply border from here. I think we have this border, which is where did I do that? Oh, sorry, it shouldn't be there. It's not here. It should be over here, right? So here we would have border, and you see border.all, like this. So in this case, we can apply border. What is the border color? So border color here we would do like color app colors dot primary fourth element. I think, do we have any fourth element text? I would say. Well, let's save it, and you see it's obvious. Let's reformat our code. Okay, but if you don't, even if you don't place any color, that's fine. Okay, so with this it means that our box shadow is still reusable, because if you don't pass anything, it's gonna be null, and box border accepts null. So that's another learning. So if something that accepts null, you might not have to pass any color at all. Okay, or you might not have to give any default value. Yeah, of course I can go ahead and give it a default value, but which I don't want, because default value would be always applied, which once again I don't want. Okay, even this with this color, because as you see, say for example color inside box decoration has a default, it could be nullable. So if you pass If you don't pass, it's all right. But why did I pass over here? Because this is the default value. I want there should be always something that as I want, because default value could be always white in this case. I mean, the nullable value, even if there is no value, it still applies white. But in our case, we are applying whatever the color we want. Okay. All right. So with this, we are becoming better and better. So yeah, this is awesome. So with this, we're pretty much done in this section, that where you can go ahead and type in things. But just one more thing before we wrap up this section is like this one, column. If you really want to use with keyboard, you'll see that it might block the keyboard. So that's why here, most probably we need to wrap it around a widget, and that's called single child scroll view. Single child scroll view. Let's save it. Okay, now let's see our pages. So far we are here. Okay, right. But looks like it's not scrollable. Now what if we have a keyboard? Let's toggle our keyboard. Yeah, now it's scrollable. Okay, but if you remove single child scroll view, it's not going to be scrollable. All right, wonderful. But there are other things to work, like for example, now if you click outside, this keyboard should be disappear, but now it's not disappearing, and it also causes a problem when you go back, right? So like if you see like this, yeah, so we'd also take care of this one, but to be able to work with this thing, the keyboard disappearing, we need a controller, which we would be using later down the road, not really now. Okay, all right, so far so good. Once again, you could check out the code from the link from the resources section, because we have a lot of changes. All right, so let's get started and continue to work. The last time we left over here was this thing. So we said we'd take care of this, and this is the time that we take care of this. Now let's take a look. This is in our sign-in.dart, and this is over here. And definitely we are inside this scaffold, and the scaffold itself over here will have app bar. Sorry, not safe area. We need to be inside this scaffold where we have app bar. But now of course this app bar itself over here is actually this one. I forgot that we already have this. Okay, all right, now let's see. App bar itself has this background color, and here let's set it to colors.white. We'll see how it goes. All right, and now as you see that actually it's gone, right? If you put the background color back, it becomes this pinkish, and now with this one it's gone. Of course you can also set it as black to know actually what's happening, but of course most app will not have black app bar. Okay, right. Okay, well, so here this is here's happening. Now what if we want to change the text color as well? Okay, and what if we want to change the elevation, and what if we want to set everything for this app globally, which means that, well, for all the app bars in our app, what do we want? We want to have the same settings pretty much. So one way to do that, we have to find each of the class like this and find the app bar and set it, or we can also do it globally actually. So we could do some global settings over here. Now inside this, I'm going to put it inside this utils, and I'm going to call it over here app styles .dart. Okay, like this. So here we'll create a dedicated class, and that class would be responsible for having this global settings. Now here I'm going to create a class, and the class itself I'm going to call it app theme. All right, okay. Well, you can ignore this. I don't know what's happening here, so just ignore this one. It just appeared just now, but it's okay. Now inside this we are going to use and create a static variable, and here we're gonna call it theme data, and then we're gonna call it app theme data, the variable name, and then here we're gonna call theme data as the class itself. All right, now a few things. The first thing is that why I'm creating a static variable over here. Now these are, well, this is the class theme data. There are tons of these properties. In general, once I set these properties, I would never ever change them, at least in this class. And I'm also not going to create a new object using this. So if so, then we actually declare a variable as a static. So what will happen? We have this class, and this class has many properties. For example, just to say brightness. Okay, now here we say brightness dot light. Okay, all right. Now this one, well, brightness can take other properties, for example dark, as you can see. Now what we are doing over here, this is a class, and we are using the constructor of this class, and then over here we are setting some value, and after this, well, we are going to create an object using this constructor, and then this is only once we'll do. And as we do that, in future we'll never ever create a new object using this class. We'll never do that. So which means that our variable itself doesn't need to be changed. The variable, this one, we can use this one again and again and again. So in that case, which means that if I have a static variable in a class and that variable doesn't change, and I also don't need to create new objects using this, so I can just use, in that situation, I can declare the variable as static. Once again, if you have a static variable, one interesting thing about it, you just create it once and use it once. Now use it many times, and you don't recreate new objects, which is very efficient. Memory efficient, app is fast and safe. All right, so hopefully you get the idea, because we create objects using this class. This object would be using pretty much again and again. So we don't need to create this object using other mechanism, or that's it. So whenever you have a variable, you just have variable value assigned once, and you never want to change it. In general, you want to declare them as a static variable. Okay, now of course you can also have non-static variable, for example final color or final int x equals 0. So this is also non-static variable. Okay, now non-static variable, the first thing is that if you want to access this variable out of this class, you can't. In general, you have to access them using constructor or a getter or setter method. Of course, you use a constructor to create new object, and as you do that, you pass the value for it. But since this variable would never change, and I also don't need to create object using this class, so I can just simply go ahead and declare them as a static variable. Hopefully it makes sense, and we'll see more about this a little later, because I think I'm talking too much on this, which is not necessary. All right, so over here we can just simply go ahead and use this. All right, okay. Now, well, if you do come over here, let me close this. We can also close this. Well, let's go ahead and close welcome as well. Text widget, we don't need any of this. Now let's come over here. Okay, right. Now over here we do see that we already have this. First thing, we can just simply go ahead and remove that, and after that we can use app theme, this one, the second one, and then we can directly use app theme data, and we are good to go. All right, let's save it. And okay, most probably we need to restart. Okay, now it worked. All right. Okay, so right now it is using something default. Okay, yeah, so it does have some default values. Right now it's using all these default values from here. Okay, now we can override them one by one. Now the theme data could help you to set properties for many things. And one of the things that we are using right now is brightness dark. Okay, and let's see if we change it to, sorry, brightness light. Let's change it to dark. All right, and well, there isn't much thing to change because there isn't much things happening in our app, but here we do see that yes, it changed, so it became like more dark. Now this kind of settings, actually when you have global settings like this is becoming global settings because we're directly changing the default theme. So anyway, well, it took effect, but we don't want to use something color like this, and this is not good looking. When it was a bright or light color. All right, every time you change these things, you have to restart your whole app. Okay, right, but this is something we also don't want. But this design itself belongs to app theme, or we would say app bar theme actually, because theme data contains a lot of theme setting, like bottom theme, app bar theme, like that. Okay, so here inside this there is a property which is called app bar theme. We're gonna take that one, and here there is a class app bar theme like this. Okay, and inside this we are going to actually set our global settings. Here we do elevation and 0 because you see right now it's like coming out from there, but we don't want to have it. Let's save it, but once again we need to restart to see the effect. All right, you see the elevation has gone. All right, and that's beautiful. And whatever the title we have, we can also center them. That's the global one. All right, and here we can also assign background color. Now here colors dot white. Okay, of course if you save it once again it will not work. You have to restart the whole app because static variables, they get compiled at the very early stage, or they get initialized, I would say, at the very early stage when your app boots up, because throughout the life they never change. So these are the things that gets initialized, so hot reload doesn't work. Okay, anyway, and then over here we also want to change this, but before we change this, let's go ahead and check this. All right, so this is what we have. Okay, great. Now you see the pink color is gone, and here there is this icon theme, and here we have another property which is called icon theme data, this one, and inside this we can set up color. Actually in general that also refers to the text color itself. So here we'll have primary text, this one, whatever the color it has. All right, now we're gonna restart it one more time, and now we'll see that. Okay, oh, this is something what we wanted. All right, cool. So this is basic settings, and let's go ahead and put a const modifier here. All right, now in that sense we don't need to change anything over here, but one thing, this one, we're gonna go ahead with the gray color. colors.gray with opacity 0.5. Let's come over here and let's save it. Okay, so this is something more like something that we wanted, but of course if you want, you can also make it lighter, which is actually better, and this is something that we wanted. All right, cool. So far so good, and it's working. Okay, now since this is working and this is excellent. Okay, what is the next thing? Well, the next first thing that we want to do is go ahead and create our register button. Now, to be able to create a register button, we need to be able to click on here and go to a new page, right? So that's what we want to do. Now let's come over here and let's see this sign up page over here. So sign up page, we have this thing, app button, register. Now how do we go to a new page? To go to a new page, we need to use this one over here, this gesture detector. And gesture detector would take this on tap event and it would take us to a new page. And for now, we just want to check that this on tap event works. Hello? All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and install this. Hopefully it wouldn't create any problem, but it's also becoming annoying. And I think it's downloading and installing. And let's click on this and we do see that hello. Okay, all right. Well, let me go ahead and install this. This might be useful. Okay, right. So for now, for this moment now, we're gonna create it hard-coded. But very soon we'll change. Change what? Actually, we should be passing a function, and that function would get executed here. When we create from here, actually, we would be passing a function. And that function, once we click, it would get executed as a callback. All right, so that's what we want to do. Okay, and now for now, before we go to that callback thing, because that's also a kind of blurry and a fuzzy idea for most beginners to understand. Now here, I'm just going to be hard-coded, all right? Okay, so one of the first thing we want to do over here, so if we click on this, here actually we want to return, let's see whether return works or not, return a scaffold. Okay, all right, let's see. No, actually looks like we can't return a scaffold. There isn't a void. Okay, so which now here we can't have it. Okay, now it looks like if we use a return statement, we can't work on this, which we'll also talk later actually. Okay, now let's come over here and have this background color, colors.white. Okay, and over here we for now want to use body, and body would be say container, and inside this we do color and colors.white as well. Okay, just bear with me, I'll show you where I'm going with this. App bar, here we can use build app bar, whatever it is there. Okay, all right, now let's save it. So let's click on this. Well, if it doesn't work, then we are going to restart it. Okay, now let's come over here. Let's click on this. And it looks like, okay, it doesn't work. So it is not working from here. And that's fine. Okay, now the reason is because actually we should navigate to a new screen. Remember, earlier we learned that we can use navigator.push and navigator.named. So here we could do like this, navigator.push push this one and let's see what it takes. Now definitely I think it first takes context, and we'll see what context it takes. Let's put it like this, and now let's hover over on this, and here we do see that it takes a context, but looks like we don't have the context itself over here, so that's the problem. So we don't have context. If we do that, we'll have error, and then it will have this the other property, which is called this material page route. Okay, all right, so I'm going to use that one now, material page route, and inside this the builder property, do you need to pass anything? Let me check that, because it's easy to forget, and even if you forget, it's fine. Okay, sorry, builder, and inside this you need to pass context one more time, and then over here we need to have this scaffold. Okay, all right, so now the context is the problem. Okay, now this is app button. Say for now I'm going to pass context, and say I'm going to passing it from here. Of course we wouldn't do it like this. Okay, we would not going to do it like this, but I'm just giving you an example. And here I will say, okay, context is not null, because this is, I say it's null, it's nullable. Over here I say it's nullable, which means that it could be null, but over here if it is null it will crash. So I'm telling it, no, it will not be null, trust me. All right, so that's what's happening over there. Okay, right, and okay, let's go ahead and pass a context from here. Context. All right, because we have a context over here at the top, so we are passing that. All right, now let's save it, and let's click on this, and now you see it works, and our app bar settings that was over there, and it took effect. But of course if you have this one, it crashes. Why? Because null checker used on a null value. When we are clicking this, we are not passing any context, as you can see. That's why it crashed, and it's understandable. So because we said that in app button over here that this could be nullable. Okay, all right, by the way, so what are the point I'm trying to make over here is that this one could be nullable, but if it is nullable it crashes, and this is nullable and we are passing, that's why not. And at the same time I'm trying to say that if we click on this, we are going to a new route, and which actually works, and which is beautiful. Okay, so now we're able to go ahead and build this. Now to build this, actually we need to go ahead and create a new file, and that file would be our register file, and then pretty much we can copy all the code whatever we have in our sign-in page, and we need to get rid some of them, and we'll keep some of them, and then we'd be good. All right, so that's what we want to do. All right, so our sign up page should look like this, and this is what something we want, and actually we are ready for that. So all we need to do is just pretty much copy paste the sign-in page, and we should be good to go. All right, so here I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it sign up, and then from here I'm going to copy this one, and I'm going to put it here. All right, okay, well, sure, no problem. And then here we're gonna call it sign up and sign up. All right, of course with this now we'll have some issues which we should be addressing. So this is the sign up page. Well, here we do see that there is widgets, right? Now what to do with this? Well, first thing, this app bar, actually we can move it to global widget. Okay, because this one is used by both this section
and the other section. So I'm going to, it'll be used here as well as in our widgets over here. Okay, so here we could do here app bar dot dart. Okay, and here I'm gonna put it, and let's import everything, preferred size, and this one as well, and this one as well. All right, and after that, if we come over here, this is something actually we can remove from here. We don't need this, and I think I can move this comment up at the top. All right, okay, cool. So this time inside this we need to import the library, and we should be good to go. And looks like in sign in we still have issues. Look at that. Okay, common widgets app bar, that should be gone from there, and the same over here. All right, okay, so that's the first section. And here we do see that in widgets we do have, well, third-party login and login button, but these are the things that just belongs to sign in widgets and sign in page. So I don't think we need that, so I'm going to close that. Now let's come over here. We'll see this one, app text field. I believe that this is okay, right? This is also over here. Now this thing we can also actually take it out from here. Okay, we don't need to put it here. So I'm going to cut this one. We don't need this. And widgets over here, we're gonna call it as app text fields dot dart. I'm gonna add it to my git. All right, okay, cool. Let's import everything and we should be good to go. And let's import this one. So this is pretty much a refactoring so that we could be able to use it soon. What else? Okay, looks like we also need to import from here. And what else? And app image, right? Okay, cool. So here we don't have any issues. Now sign in page, definitely it's gonna throw error, so we're going to import the top one, and just like this. Okay, right. And as well as here, let's import all of them. Okay, right, now it's working so far so good. And so let's close this. These things are not needed now. App bar is also not needed. Sign in widgets is also not needed. All we need is this one, right? Okay, now we also want to refactor the name of this because we don't want to call it sign in. We want to call it sign up. So let's go ahead and do that. Sign up. Okay, right. Okay, cool, cool, and cool. Okay, that's fine. So this is what we have and is in our sign up page. Make sure you are on the right page. Okay, so this is what we want, and let's see what we have so far. And it looks like the app was not running, so yeah, this is something we have. Okay, anyway, so well, it looks like it is still there. Now let me restart this app so that actually it takes effect. Okay, now what do we see from here? We don't need those icons, but we need this one. Enter your details below and free sign up. We need this one. So let's find this here. Enter your details below and free sign up, like this. Okay, so that part is fine. And over here, so well, we can just copy this one. Actually, well, this is email. Email should be here, and at the top we need username. So let's go ahead and have it like this. Okay, and here we'll say username. Okay, and enter your username. So this is the one that we want. Username. So username text box. Okay, so we have added this. Then we'll have email address. That's fine. And after that we'll have password. Now password itself, we can just copy it and put it here. And here we'd say confirm your password. Confirm your password. So here, confirm your password. And with this, we should be good actually. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, like this. And if you go to sign up page, well, of course, nothing is there. And why the reason? Okay. Now the reason for this one, we need to find our sign in page. This one. Now over here, I think one of the app fields we had early app button, like this one. If you do come over here, you'll see that here we are pushing navigator.push context material page, and we're directly pushing scaffold. Of course, this is something that I'm not going to do, keep it for there for a long time. We're just doing some test. So we're gonna actually change it very soon. Now let's come over here. Let's see if it works or not. Yeah, it's there and beautiful. So the first thing you want to do from here is removing this third-party login. They're not important over here. Let's save it. Okay, right. And let's have a look at this one. So there should be a minimum space there between these two. So here we could just do sized box. Sized box height 30.h, and let's push it there. Okay, right. And over here we should have this register button, but we should not have this login button. So we can get rid of this section. All right. Okay. And of course here the color matters. Let me see what color we are using. So it has to be sign up like that. Okay. But looks like this app button over here, it checks that whether it's login or not. And based on that, it tries to reattach the color. That's what we have seen. Now over here, even though this button is for register, but we are going to pass a true to it. This is a trick that we are playing with this button. So now let's save it, and you will see that it changes, and this is awesome. That's what you want. I mean, you don't want to write another button. You just change the condition and everything changes automatically. And beautiful. Okay, right. And what else? And it looks like we also need to have this terms and condition. By creating an account, you have to agree with our terms and condition. Okay, now here this one text underline definitely we don't want. So it could be any of the text that we are using early, like for example text 14 normal. So let's go ahead and have it. Most probably this is text 14 normal. So here text 14 normal. So all we need to do, by creating an account, you agree with our terms and condition. So by creating an account, you are agreeing with our terms and conditions. Let's save it. Okay, right. Now that's the problem. Here it should be from here, but it looks like it is not. Okay, and margin left, we do have a bit of extra margin over here. Let's see. Okay, no, we don't want to work with this. Now let's come over here. Here it did say the text align center. Now here text align start. Okay, if we do change it like this, looks like our app doesn't have any effect on this, but we still need to confirm in other places that whether it affects or not. So looks like nothing actually causing issues over here. All right, look at us, we just built a beautiful form with onboarding screen, and it's working. Username, email, enter your password, confirm your password, just like this. But of course this register page doesn't work yet. All right, now okay, so if you come over here, you'll see that we are actually passing a on tap event over here, or a callback function actually, but this is hard coded, so we need to change it, and it has to be dynamic. So our next section would focus how to make this one dynamic and understand various concepts of function call and how it becomes dynamic.
All right, so now so far so good, and we are able to navigate between the screens. And of course, if we come over here, the app crashes because there is no navigation route, and over here we have this hard-coded thing. So this is the problem, and as I said in earlier sections, that we have to actually work on this making dynamic, right? Okay, so one of the ways to do this is actually to pass this one. And where do you pass it from? We're gonna pass it from over here, actually inside this as a parameter. Now this could be tricky a little bit, so I'm going to cover some of the ideas before we go ahead and pass this thing. All right, now let's go back to our main.dart. Now if you don't have the code for this section, you can check the link below, because some of you might have deleted this thing. Anyway, so currently from here, our routes, we do see that here we have this welcome page, but actually we want to go to my home page, like this one. Okay, now let's restart our app, and we know that in my home page we have these situations where actually you can go ahead and increase the value, go to a new page, and you see the value and go back. So this is what we have seen so far. Now over here, interestingly, inside this floating action button, many interesting thing happens. And okay, I'm going to start it small over here, like this one. Okay, so here, well, I wrote it like this, but actually I can also write it differently. So over here, let me remove this thing first. Okay, let me do it like this. Let me comment this out first. Okay, so now it's commented out, but of course we'll have error. And over here we'll have onPressed event, and then over here we're gonna have it like this, and then here we're gonna print and we'll say hello. so that we know what's happening. It's good for visualization. And let's restart. And then, okay, so every time we click on this, we'll say hello. All right, so first thing, remember, very first thing, so this is an anonymous function. Okay, so inside anonymous function, actually we are calling print, and print is actually also a function. A lot of time you might not understand it, but print is a function. All you do is just pass a string to it. Like if you click on this, it'll take you there, and this is a function that also actually returns void type. And this is exactly matching over here as well. And if you see, hover on this, on pressed, this one, in this function, in this class or widget, this one, floating action button, the property is on pressed, and it expects something. What it expects? It expects, well, function, as you can see, all right, and the type has to be void. So that's what it's expecting, and it's also said here explicitly. So over here, this is something actually a function, anonymous function, and actually we are not returning anything. So that's what it says, and that's exactly we were doing over here. All right, and so this is good, no problem, and it's easy to understand. Okay, so inside this function, we are just executing a line, and that line is also another function. But of course, one can go ahead and execute anything like int x equals 0. They can write any kind of syntax and expressions, and that's still okay, valid. But this is useless. This is not what we want. Anyway, so this is a function actually, and this function is anonymous because in general, before function, we actually write like this. So if you have a function, you might write like this, void my func. Well, let me remove t. Okay, so this is a function, and this function has a name. Now we call it anonymous function, and we often use it actually in Flutter. A lot of people might not realize that. So the reason because we call it anonymous function, that's because there is no name over here. You just cannot put a name. Okay, but here is the thing we could do over here. So I can cut this one, and I can actually put it over here. And then I can, one thing I could do like this, now I can call my func from here, and it'll still work. So let's go ahead and try this. Okay, now hit on this. Okay, you see hello. So what's happening over here? So just like earlier, we are calling a function inside anonymous function. So this is our anonymous function, the one that comes with this curly braces, and we are calling another function inside of this. Okay, so that's the idea you should know, remember, and you should try to understand as well, because this kind of on pressed or on tap event is used throughout Flutter everywhere. And of course, this is actually pure Dart concept rather than Flutter concept, because Flutter is a framework based on Dart. Anyway, yeah, so that's beautiful. So that's what we learned over here. So anonymous function can call another function inside it. Okay, now just like once again the way we are doing print, nice. All right, so they would both get executed one by another. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, let's do this. So nice hello. So we can see that. Well, so we can write this, or if you want, actually you can write it another way, like this one. Okay, my func. And let's go ahead and save it. And if hot restart doesn't work, do like this. You see, and it still works. But of course, this is valid if you just have one line. If you have multiple lines, of course, you cannot really write like this. Okay, because here, okay, we are actually just one line, this function itself, and it just returns this. Okay, so that's why we can write it like this. So just now we saw like this kind of expression with curly braces. If you want to call a function, because after this you can just write one line. That's what we did over here, just one line. Okay, but if you have this curly braces, actually you can write many lines inside that. So that's another thing you need to remember. So yes, you can write like this. So this is still an anonymous function. So this is an anonymous function calling another function. Of course, this anonymous function is also our callback function. What is callback? When something's happened, when you trigger event, call things back. That's why it's called callback function. So we are calling this one back. When you hit on this, so we calling something's back. So that's why it's called a callback function. So this is something as one way to go. All right. And there is another way. Actually, you can write this. So in that case, you have to remove everything. All right. Okay. And let's go ahead and execute. And okay, we restarted it. And over here, you can actually add a const modifier so that it looks beautiful. Okay, now you hit it and we'll see it still works. Okay, now this is called actually function assignment. You assigned a function to a property. Okay, so if you do that, in general, you should not put any curly braces. This should not work and it will throw an error. In general, when you have things like this, okay, when you have things like this, just this kind of expressions, or which it means like this, it means that, okay, call a function immediately. That's what it means actually. This means call a function immediately when you run your project or when you run your program. But here actually you can't run immediately because this property doesn't support calling something immediately. Okay, so this is another thing that you have to understand. So when you remove that away, now it fits its property because it needs something that should be called on a button press. Okay, it's not made for running immediately, this property. But the same function, like myfunc, you can put it at the top actually, right over here. Call it myfunc. Okay, save it like this. And now you see it got called immediately. So when you have an expression like this and right before it you don't have anything, that's called run it immediately as soon as possible when you run your app. Okay, so run it immediately. But of course, this is not what we want, but this is a very important concept you should know if you want to be good at Flutter programming and then how most of the things work. Okay, all right. Now, so over here, this property doesn't support something that should be called immediately. Okay, so that's why it doesn't work. So it works pretty much two ways. One is like if you have anonymous function, you can go ahead and do that, and that would work. Or if you assign a function to it and that it still work. Okay, so in this case, it's just going to work. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So you can call you can assign a function without any parentheses, or you can just assign as anonymous function using this something called arrow function. Okay, this is called arrow function, myfunc. So you may think like, okay, so is this something that, okay, you need to remove the const modifier. Is this something that calling again immediately? No, you have to remember over here, because we have this special sign, that means this is inside this one, which means just like this. Okay, so hopefully it should make sense that why it works and why it doesn't work. Okay, as it could be a little bit convoluted, confusing for new programmers, or if you're new to programming or any kind of concept like that. Anyway, so I'm going to over here do like this, and I'm going to uncomment this. All right. Okay, so here, well, so this is something happening inside this. That's fine. If you want to take it out, and that would work as well. So just let me go ahead and remove that. And then over here, you could do like this. Okay, and then it should work as well. Okay, let's go ahead and run it. And we'll see that if you click on this, the value increases. You go to a new page, and the provider or Riverpod still maintains the value. Okay, so as long as actually it has a function like so this is also a function inside this function. Okay, but it also does some extra thing, and that's why it works. Okay, so as long as you are calling a function with this, and there's a function you are calling inside this fat arrow or arrow, and it should be working. All right, so we know that. Now let's come over here. So we did understand pretty well so far that, okay, well, so this refers to an anonymous function. Inside this, you can do anything. Inside this, you can also call another function. So here, navigator.push, actually push is a function. You're calling a function, and how you're calling it? You are calling it using navigator object inside this anonymous function. Okay, that's as simple as that one. So since we could do like this, we can also do it the same over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. All right, and then over here, I'm just going to use this arrow function and call it, and we'll see it works beautifully. All right, so let's increase our value and then go to new page. The value persists and it works. Awesome. So you just solidified your understanding how function call works, how callback function works, how anonymous function works, and how function assignment work, and as well as this fat arrow or arrow over here actually, right? Now, what if this function, well, so this is the logic that we applied from here, exactly this one. This one is same as this. The only thing is that it looks a little complicated because this push function is coming from navigator object, but over here we are just directly calling one of our function from an anonymous function. I mean inside an anonymous function, but here we are calling from navigator.push. And at the same time, we are assigning a lot of stuff inside, but this is unrelated, okay? This is just unrelated, all right. Okay, but what if you just take it out? You don't want to have it like this. You don't want to keep it here. You want to keep it clean, and you want to define it outside. Actually, you can do that. So here, say, go ahead and create a new function and call it my nav route. Okay, it doesn't really matter. You can call it actually anything, and you define it here. But of course, this is the problem. It needs a context, so we can pass the context. Well, context, so we pass the context. Now here, error gone. Now, how to call this one from here? Exactly the same. So here you do my it should be nav route, and all you need to do, pass the context. That's what we did over here. Now let's go ahead and run it. Okay, and well, let's do our older thing. You see, it's beautiful. It just works because the same principle is being applied again and again. Well, you can also do the other way if you want. If you don't like this arrow, you could do like this. Also like this. Okay, so you're calling this function because right now it exactly looks like an anonymous function, because a lot of people might get confused. It doesn't really look like an anonymous function, but this is just a shorter version of this thing. Anyway, so let's go ahead and restart it. All right. Okay, cool. Now go to the new page and it works. All right. So yeah, so we definitely have solidified our understanding that how all these things work. Okay. Now based on our current knowledge, now we can go back to our welcome onboard page. Now let's go ahead and run it. All right. So right now, actually, you want to take care of this one. So we click on this and we want to go to the register page, but right now it's hard coded. All right. So we want to make it dynamic. Well, the first thing over here, this register button, we want to pass a function. Now to pass a function, actually, you can just simply go ahead and call it as like this. So just like we have seen earlier, you can just pass it like this, and that's all. But of course, right now we'll have an error. And why we'll have this error? That's because over here, this widget app button doesn't take any kind of function. So that's why actually it's causing error. All right. So here, let's go ahead and pass it. Okay. Now here you could talk like this, and here we'll create a special type of function, and the type is void, and we have to have this special keyword where it says function, and then you can give it a name. We can call it func. All right. Now let's come over here. And where was it? Was it here though? I think not here, not here. Okay, here actually it was here, but inside this text widget. Let me check that. Okay, a button func. All right, now let's come over here. So here you could do func, and you will see the error is gone. So what's happening here? So we know that this is a function. Actually, you are passing. What are you passing? Actually, you are passing it to this one. So you are passing it to this app button over here. Now, this is our function. Now, if this is the function, actually, the whole anonymous function, actually, we can assign it over here, func, and then we are good to go. So we are assigning a function to this one. All right. Now you see it takes void function, which is void function type, which is return type is void, and function itself is a function. And over here, exactly the same thing, void function. So our function signature type is matching, so there is no problem over here. But of course, right now, if we go and check, it's empty. Nothing is happening over here, right? And what you could do here, you could pass like this. Okay, register. Let's go ahead and do that. All right. So we are basically passing this one, and let's hot reload. Yes, we could do that, and click on this, and we'll see that. Okay, I think let's do it. Now let's come over here. Okay, let's click on this. Okay, so what we have seen over here, that if we click on this, it doesn't work. Now the reason is because actually we are on a wrong place. I'm sorry about that. We shouldn't be here. So I'm going to copy this one, and then I'm going to go to sign in page. So I was in sign up page. So let's go to sign in page, and over here, let's put it. Now let's save it. And now let's go ahead and click on this. You'll see it says register. So what does it mean? It means that we can actually pass our callback function. Okay, func right now takes a callback function. So this is exactly same as the one that we had over here inside this floating action button. Exactly the same thing. So this is our app button, and this is our func property, and that's what we see over here. And this is beautiful. So we have just simulated successfully how to pass a function, void function, or function to another function or another method. All right. Now we're going to be more elegant about it. So we know that we can also pass it like this. Say, for example, we can pass it like this. So here we can just print register, and it would still work. Okay, all right. Oh, sorry, not that one. Register, right? So it works. And even if you have this function definition, say somewhere outside in your class, not there, say for example here, say let's go ahead and try it. Void my app just try it here, print register. All right, so now this is the function name, and this is something that we can pass from here. In that case, we could be more precise, so we can just say my app res. Okay, but of course, what I would try to do, I will just put it like this, or I'm going to assign it as a function over here. Assigning a function, okay, or reference. So this is the reference that I'm giving to it. Now let's save it. Okay, and we'll see that it should work, and it works. So they work across the same everywhere. Okay, so that's how actually it works, and beautiful. So what you could do, so keep things simple over here. You can also declare this for now at the top. So I'm going to give it a new name, or create a new one. Here we can say handle register. We could do it like this. But now if we're going to do it like this, it may actually, I need to keep passing this context, which I also don't want, because we need a context anyway. So I don't want to pass it there
this is something that personally I don't like, keep passing context. So we can just take care of it here. So first I'm going to write it like this, and then I'm going to pass the navigator function, navigator dot. Over here we want to pass, actually we don't have push named, but we could do push named. Let's see, we could do push named, and here we can, well, we need a context. We have the context, and here route name. So let's go ahead and do that, and register. All right, and I think we also need a slash before that, otherwise it's not gonna work. And then we have to have this semicolon. All right, and this just gonna work. So let's go ahead and save it. Now, of course, I'm in register. Well, yes. So click on this go to register button, and it looks like here I need to restart it. All right, let's go ahead and do that, and we'll see what's going on. Route settings. Oh, right. This is expected. Couldn't find a generator for route settings. All right. Now, why it couldn't find? Because actually we didn't define it in our routes. So we need to define that. So this is where actually we define our routes, remember. But very soon we're going to replace this as well, because in long term this is not maintainable. So, but first it has to find the routes, and that's why actually we are going to do that. Register. All right. Okay. And after that we need to import it. And if we do import, well, we don't have a class called register or file dot class. We have something called sign up, so we're going to use that one. Make sure it's imported, and now make sure it's saved. Or after that, how to restart doesn't work, then just to restart it. Now here we are, and it should work. Beautiful. So now it's taking us there. All right. Okay. Now speaking of that one over here, and we can be concise from now on. Actually, we can use a lot of arrow function, because with that it becomes cleaner. Actually, that is true. But the idea itself could be a little difficult for a lot of people. Even when I first started, it was difficult for me. Okay. Now with this, you see, it's very simple. Okay. All right. Cool. So now over here we can go ahead and register like this. And this part, well, for now we don't have any event. So that should be our app button login. Now login doesn't have any event. We are not passing anything, so it is null. If it is null, you'll see that over here, well, actually nothing happens, because it is, I said that it could be null. All right, but if you want, you can actually even check on this. So let's go ahead and check on this. Here, just do if func null. You can print it. This handler is null. So let's go ahead and print that this handler is null. All right. So let's save it. Let's print. Okay. But if we click on register, it takes us to a register page. It should, it looks like something went wrong. This handler is null. Right. We need to do else func. All right. If that's not the case, then we need to execute whatever is there. Okay, but I think we can also call it like this time. Okay, because otherwise we need to execute this, right? Yes, so it works. If you click on this handler is null. This handler, it takes you to the other page. Okay, so this is beautiful. All right. So here you could do a lot of other things, but in general, because of course, if you don't need to pass anything, just keep it as null and it doesn't matter. Func, okay. and if it has value, it would automatically execute. So this is nothing to worry about. And all right, so this is with this we just covered some beautiful ideas about Dart, a callback function, handler, assignment function parameters, a nullable function, because here actually this is a nullable function, and most importantly also over here on pressed event, why it works and how it works. Beautiful. So after this actually we'd be able to do more complex ideas and make our knowledge better. All right. Okay, so our routing is working, and the way we understood these things, they're working. Everything is working over here. Now we need to go ahead and do registration. Now this is from where things get more interesting, because once we click on this registration button or register button, I have to grab all these objects over here. I have to grab all of them, and then we need to submit this form somewhere. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Okay, all right. Now once we have a controller, then at the same time we will be also able to actually work on this, like this button over here, which I was talking earlier. All right. Okay, so anyway, so our next step should be actually go ahead and grab this information that would be used over here. Okay, all right. So and then save them, and then actually we need to submit it to the backend. Well, what is the first thing? The first thing is that every time when we type in, we need to find a way to send this, first save this and then send. So first we need to work on saving this information, because if you just click on this and after writing this, definitely it's not going to submit any information. And what I'm meaning by that, the thing I'm trying to say over here is that well, once I click on this, I have to store this information in local memory. All right, that's what I have to do. But now, because at the same time we also don't want to process all the information over here, we don't want to process all the information in this file. We want to separate them. Okay, we want to do it in a different file or different class. Actually, I wouldn't say file, I would say different class. Otherwise everything would be over here convoluted. If someone wants to do it, processing all this information, grabbing them, holding them, and then submitting to the backend, it is completely doable. But with this, your code would be messy. It would look like a complete mess. So this is not what we want. We want to separate the logic. We want to separate the business logic. What is business logic? In general, processing data. Okay, so data logic, where we process data and do a lot of conditional check, you want to do that in a different place. So this is what we want to do. Okay, so the first idea is we have to grab this information. And how to grab this information? Well, actually we want to create an object and insert all this information into the object, and this object will send to a different class, and in that class actually we are going to examine these objects, check this object and their values, and if they pass our validation, then we'll pass to the backend. Okay, so there's a lot of things going on. So first we have to understand how to go ahead and create a class, so that that class could be used to hold all these 4 fields and then send it back to the backend. Okay, now this is where actually also Riverpod comes in a little later, but first we need to go ahead and create a class. But now if you're new to Flutter and Dart, this creating class could be a little unknown or even a little complex. But of course we have been creating class from the beginning, but this class may look like a little different, but actually theoretically they are all the same. On the surface they're kind of different the way it looks like, because here when I create a class, looks like there is a build method. Well, because that's we are extending a stateless class. Now regarding this, actually we'll get back later more into this. This is very important. But now let's start from the very basic, actually how classes work, how constructor works. Okay, now how constructor works, that's a very important concept before we actually start to go ahead and create our own class. Okay, for this app. But actually what I'm going to do right now, this part, the code I'm going to write over here, this would be reusable. Okay, so whatever the code is there, it would be reusable. All right, well, nothing is over here. So first, let's go ahead and open up dartpad.dev, and because over here it's a little clear, I don't want to use my editor, so print dart class. Let's go ahead and run it, and definitely we'll see that we are able to run it. Looks like we're missing comma over here, and all right, okay, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, cool. Now over here at the top, actually we want to create a class, and the class name, actually I'm gonna call it register state. You can call it anything. I'm calling it register state because a little later we'll be using this class directly in our Flutter app, so I don't have to rename anything or write again anything. Okay, all right, so yeah, this is a class, and over here in the class I want to have something like this. Now this is something that we are going to simulate based on this, so we'll have username, email, password, and repassword. So these are the few fields that we'll have over here. So definitely I could go ahead and write like this. So you can do string, and then over here you could say username, and then string email, string password, string repassword, like this. So these are the few fields that we want to save our information for each of this. So what I'm trying to say, when I start clicking on this, eventually somehow each of these fields will have the related information from the text box. Of course, right now we see tons of errors, and it's okay. But of course, if you see and hover over on this, it says that non-nullable fields repassword must be initialized. It's trying to say that, okay, go ahead and initialize. Okay, that's what it's trying to say. It's not really asking you to go ahead and create a constructor, but over here if you want, you could actually go ahead and initialize all these fields, and we'll see how it works. Okay, all right, so this is how one can go ahead and initialize all of this, and it should work. But actually this is not something that we are looking for. Okay, now if you're coming from Java or PHP background, creating class like this might be very similar. Okay, now here one of the other things that now here we want to go ahead and create a constructor. Constructor is a special type of function or method in Dart which doesn't have any return statement. Okay, now what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to take the approach how Java does it, because they're very similar actually. Now over here in general, so what I did over here, I created a method, but method name is same as the class method. This is very special, and it doesn't have any return statement. It can't have any return statement. That's one thing that we have to know. Anyway, so inside this here I could do string name, string email, and over here I could do string password, string, well, it looks like I have a typo, string repassword. All right, like this. Okay, now, well, even after that we do see that we have error. Now if you come over here, let's see, it says that nullable instances must be initialized. The same thing it's telling you over here. So the way this works is like this. This dot email and email, this dot password, this dot repassword equal repassword. All right, now after this, hopefully our error should be gone. Oh, looks like it should be username. Well, I can also put it here as username so that everything looks similar. All right, and what else? Let's see. Username must be initialized, but actually I think I did that. And username, email, password. Let's save it and let's see how it goes. Compiling error, username. Okay, so here it says that, okay, this is something username you have to initialize. You somehow have to give it a value. All right, So now over here, say for example, if you give a value to this, now if you hover over on this, you'll see that it's saying that now repassword must be initialized. Now you give it a value again, and then it'll keep complaining about other fields. Okay, so it means that, well, whenever you call this constructor, it wants you to have value already. Okay, so this is one thing. Then how do we get rid of this problem? Of course, first thing, you can actually go ahead and initialize values, but this is not what we want. The other way we want to do it is called late. So here you are saying that, okay, before I use this, any of these objects like username, email, and password, things like that, definitely I'm going to go ahead and initialize them. Okay, now after this, hopefully the error should be gone. You see there is no pop-up error over here, and it's fine. Okay, so this is the way to go. Over here you are just saying that this object's username, email, and repassword, I'm going to initialize them before I go ahead and use this, and that's it. Now if you go ahead and run it, of course there is no compile time error, and we can hide this one. Right, so with this we are saying that, okay, whenever I call this method, which is a constructor, and I'll pass value. Okay, so that's what is happening, but I'll pass the value later when I call it. Okay, so that's how it works. Now over here, what we could do, we can just go ahead and create an object, and we will create the object of register type, register state, and we'll call it reds. You could call it anything, register state, and here we go. Now of course go ahead and do it like this. Now here we do see something interesting. If we hover over on this, here is a 4 positional arguments expected. Now over here, previously we have seen that this is something called parameters, but positional parameters, or you need to pass arguments. From here, when you pass, this is called arguments, and over here these are called parameters, but the idea is same. So if you hover over on this, you'll see it says the same thing, that 4 positional arguments are expected but 0 given. Why it's positional? That's because that's how it works by default. I mean, this is the design. So you have to pass them one by one. Okay, and for example here, say you need to pass the best tech as a name, and say then I want to pass a.thebesttech.com. all right, and then here password, say 123, and the last one we also have to pass, otherwise we'll get error. So with this it is solved, right, and the error is gone. And of course we can go ahead and, so after this the object would be created and we can print the object itself. But now if we go ahead and print the object here, we'll just see that, okay, it will say instance of register state, which is an object, which means that object of this class. So what you created over here, this is called creating an object using this constructor, and as you create the constructor you pass the value. Okay, now of course if you want, over here you can also access certain field over here and print them, and we have seen pretty much like this before. So right now we'd be able to print the email. Well, I'm using the notepad, it could be sometimes slow, so it got printed and it took a bit of time. All right, okay, so this is what we have. And another thing to notice, that which we also have seen before, so here you could also change the value reg email. Okay, so here we can assign a new value, db.thebesttech.com. all right, now this time you'll see that whatever the value I was passing at the beginning, that value has changed. Okay, this time db. So with this approach, first when we call a constructor, we have to pass the value, and then of course later on we can change the value, and we need to make sure that this is defined as late. And now over here, this things actually, what we could do, we can actually move out of this. We don't have to put it here. And well, we can also do something like this, just over here, say print this is constructor body. This is constructor body. So this is called constructor body. Okay, and now let's go ahead and run and see what happens. This constructor body, so it does look like the internal part is not necessary actually whenever you go ahead and create, and because you're passing the value. But one thing you could do, if you still want this, you can put it like this over here using this semicolon. And let me format the code. Well, over here we need to use this comma, and the same over here, I guess. So we need to use commas everywhere, and most probably the last comma is not needed. Okay, so with this it's the same thing. Okay, now one thing we learned that so you can actually initialize the value. This is called initializing the value. If you don't do it, you have seen that Dart does it internally even if you don't do it like this. But this is skippable, and at the same time your constructor body itself could be empty. You don't need to do anything at all. Okay, but if you want, you could do something. Now this is something we have seen over here, right? So there is a simpler way of doing this thing, everything. Okay, so the other way we could do over here is actually just removing everything from here. That's the first thing, as well as also remove the body. We don't need any of this. So whatever we have done early, the simplest way of doing this is called like this, and the easiest way. So over here, each of them, you change the variable type. So here, this dot email and this dot password. Repassword. Okay, and over here let's put a semicolon, and it's still gonna work. So let's go ahead and run it, and exactly the same thing we have seen over here. Okay, so now with this is the simplest form of earlier we have seen, but they do the same thing, and this one internally does the earlier thing, earlier way of writing we have seen. And if you write it like this, in fact, you can also remove this late over here. You don't need that anymore. Okay, and this is the cleanest way of doing this. So over here we are calling a constructor, and then we are assigning the value that got initialized, and then if we want, we can also assign a new value to any of the fields, and we can print that. Okay, so one of the things we have learned over here, how constructor works. So the earlier part was more like Java. In Java or in other languages, you actually create the constructor will have constructor body, and you could do tons of things. But over here you could have a simpler version if you don't need the constructor body. Okay, all right, well, so over here we have seen that we can actually go ahead and have this as it is. But if you do want, actually you can also assign default value to each of them. Over here you can have default value over here, it doesn't matter, a.com, and your password, you can have anything you want, and repassword. All right, so well, of course, even if you assign the default value, and if you call it like this, you will get error. Okay, so it is still expecting, okay, even if you have default value. So with this, you always need to pass value whenever you call your constructor. So that's the problem. Now, to assign default value inside over here, there are two ways to do that. And one of the ways we'll take approach is this one, using this curly braces, which we have seen before. You can still put them there. And inside this, if you have it right now, okay, parameter cannot have a value of null of this type, but implicit default value is null. With this, it is asking you, okay, you must have a default value assigned to me, otherwise I'll be null. And if I'm null, which means I'll throw an error and crash the app. So with this, you can have a default value over here. Now with this, what's going to happen if you actually try to remove this, because you already have a default value. So if you try to remove that, and we'll see that the error is gone. So let's go ahead and run it. And well, of course, in this case, we'll expect the same thing, but what if I move it up? Okay, now let's go ahead and try this. Okay, right. So, well, actually over here, it's null. So that's why nothing is there. So it's all empty actually. But if you remove this, I wouldn't say null, actually it's empty. Now, if you go ahead and try to print it, you'll see that it goes up a little bit, okay? Because just now there is empty line over here, okay? All right, so what do we learn over here? Well, first we learned that we can create a constructor, and then as we create object using this constructor, we have to pass a value. And now we learned that we can also create a constructor with default value. Now, well, in that case, if we want the default value to actually take actions or like to be useful, then we have to put it inside this curly braces over here. The other way to do that is having default value from there, but that is not very useful in terms of programming and optimization, because now with this, what's happening over here, even if I don't pass anything, I'm just going to call this constructor over here like an empty constructor without any value, and it still works because there is default value and it doesn't crash, okay? Also, that's the first thing that we have, that's the other thing we have learned, and this concept is very useful. So in general, you should be building your constructor like this, okay? You could go ahead and do like this one. Sometimes we do that if our object is simple. For simple object creation, you can do like this, okay? This works for simple object creation, but if your class is too complicated and it has many values, it is recommended you should go ahead with this curly braces and create a constructor. Now with this way of creating constructor, the constructor itself is called optional named parameter. Why it's optional? The reason is because, say for example, email itself, you can just pass one of the values. Say I just want to pass email from here, and well, you can also assign a value to it, okay? If you pass email to it, like for example, say b@b.com. Now let's go ahead and run it. Well, it's being slow. Let's try it again. So b@b.com. So even though you have default value, but when I created the constructor, because I have assigned a certain value for this, that value takes effect, and we see it over here. Okay, so understanding this thing and how it works, it's very important for great Flutter app development and app development skills. Okay, the constructor could be very annoying, but anyway, so now it's taking the other default values, but of course in our case these are all pretty empty. If you want, you can go ahead and print that. For example, over here, username. Let's go ahead and run it, and we'll see that there is nothing printed for username because there is no value. It's all empty over here, right? Okay, beautiful. So that's how it works. So in our case, in our app, throughout our app, we'd be using this one, the constructor that has optional, this is called optional parameter, named optional parameter, which takes a default value, and this is useful, and this is what something we'd be using throughout our application. But not only that, we'd be also actually using the other type over here. What is that? So over here, actually we're gonna use something called final. So we're gonna assign the type as final. This is a modifier. And why we do that? You can ask a question. Because in our app, in general, if you create objects, you want the object most of the time to be immutable, which means not changeable. Now one can say, no, I really want to change my object. And that's okay, you can do that, no problem. But the recommended suggestion is, if you make your object immutable, and that becomes bug-free. It means that once you create, you should not change. I mean, you cannot change it. That becomes bug free. Now, since right now over here, I said these are final. What is final? Final means that you can only assign value to this once, which means that when you create an object, first time when you create an object, for that one, you just assign value. And once you assign value, you cannot reassign. You see that over here, we already have assigned value for email over here, or during object creation over here. But now over here, you're trying to create the object, you're trying to change the email again. And that's why it's causing error. Okay, once you put final, after creating object, you can't reassign value. So with final, the variables, objects, only once could be assigned, and that's all. Now, of course, what if you want to change the value? Well, in that case, you have to recreate a new object, okay? Now, for example, say at this time, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another object, and I want to use this email address, okay? So here, simply, of course, you could do register state reg2 or 1, doesn't matter, and register state email, this one. All right, and we'll see it'll still work in this case, okay? And over here we'll have reg and email address, okay? Email. Now let's go ahead and run it, and we'll see that actually there would be two different objects and two different email addresses. So with this, when you create object, this is object reg and reg1, and they are completely different objects, and they point to different location in memory, okay? So they have different memory address, so they are not going to interact with each other. So, well, why we still want this kind of, and this is recommended, and this is the most recommended way of creating objects, because this is immutable. It means once you create, you are not going to change it. But if you need to modify something, the only way you can modify, go ahead and recreate one. With this becomes bug free, okay? Now what will happen to this object if you recreate a new one? Then this, in general, most likely if you don't use it for a long time, this would be managed by a garbage collection of Dart, and they will process it and remove it from the memory, okay? But do remember that, well, each of this time, for like username, password, and repassword, it's taking the default value. Default value could be anything. So this one, when it created object, it just got the email from here, but for other values, it took from here. So that's the other thing you have to know. And in general, if you have situation like this, you also want to put a const modifier right before the constructor, and which also reconfirms, okay, this object that I'm creating using this modifier, using this constructor over here, this is immutable, and I will never ever change it, and I'll also not allow someone else to change it, okay? So this becomes hacking free and more safe, and it's also thread safe. And now thread is something how CPU executes codes and arrange everything. But now if your object is immutable, even thread cannot change them, even if it's necessary to change, okay? So this way, this application becomes bug free, because you know what you created, so you can always check it. You know that nobody else changed it after this creation, okay? All right, now this is beautiful. Why it's beautiful? In a sense that, because sometimes whatever the value is already there, you just want to use those values and attach a new one. Like for example, for name itself over here, I just want to use the default value, whatever the name is there, okay? I just want to use the default one, and I want to have my custom email address, okay? So that's why this is very useful. Now there is another interesting thing over here. Now that's called copy with method, and in this section later now we'll actually explore what is called copy with method. Now why I'm doing all these things over here, because soon actually I'm going to copy all of this and put it in our Flutter application, so I don't have to recreate them, and at the same time we are also covering the ideas, the concept that how everything works. Now let's go ahead and do something more interesting this time, and as I was talking about copy with method and how does it work and what is this. Now copy with method is a fancy name, actually you can call it anything, but the convention they call it copy with method, and in general copy with method actually returns a type of the class. So what is our class? Our class is register state, the class name itself. So over here, first I'll have this one, and then I'll have copy with method, and then I'll have the body. Okay. All right. And over here, actually, you need to return this class itself, register state. I mean, you need to invoke the constructor and return it. All right. Now, of course, over here, you do see that the error is gone. Now, this copy with method becomes part of this class, which means actually part of the instance. So what is this? This is our instance, right? Now, over here, of course, if you want, you can go ahead and call like this, reg.copy with. All right, you can call this one. And of course, even if you call it, nothing will happen because actually it's not doing anything right now, okay? Yeah. But here we do see that if you want, here you can create a variable and you can var, okay, the copy object and put it here, because as you see over here, it returns us an object, right? So this is our object. This object itself is over here like this, copy object dot. You can access other properties like email. Go ahead and do that, okay? Now let's go ahead and print it over here. Definitely we'll see that email. Okay, now here what is happening over here? Of course we didn't see that. There is a reason. I mean, this is the first email actually, which is being printed from here, and over here, okay, we called this copy method and we returned an object, and in this case we are passing the constructor, but constructor doesn't have any value. We didn't apply any value to it, and if we did not apply any value to it, it's going to use this constructor over here and their default values. And what's the default value for email? Which is empty. That's why it's nothing over here when we have it, right? So what copy with method does in general, you can, once again, you can call it anything, and the most important thing is that whatever the method you name it, it should return the class type itself, or it return an object of that class. Okay, that's how you should understand it. Now, copy with method in general works with the constructor like this, where the constructor, the parameter it takes, they are optional named parameter. In general, that's how it should work. Okay, because if the type is not like this, if you remove the curly braces, and then you'll see that it will require you to pass arguments over here, some values, otherwise it not work. So remember, copy with method works with constructor that is named optional parameter. Why? Because it is default values. If you don't pass anything, it still works, app doesn't crash. But only in that case, what happens, the value is empty, there is nothing there, but not null, it's empty. Null and empty, they are different idea in Dart. Anyway, so this is the first basic thing we understand, that copy with method actually returns an object of that class, and over here we can pass empty constructor to it. And this is very useful. Why? Well, why it is useful? So sometimes you want to create an object, but you want to reuse the earlier objects. You want to reuse the value in that object, the earlier object. And what do I mean by that? For example, say, actually, I created this object using register state constructor, and here I'm passing a new email, and that email value is being saved over here inside this object in the email property, and I can print that, right? But what if next time, say somehow I want to create another object, and I will still call this one, but I don't want to pass this email because I already passed it, I already created once, but all I want to just grab it. It should be there in the memory, but when I create the object, it automatically becomes part of my object. This is something what we want. And in that case, actually we use copy with method, but not in this form. We have to change the form. Over here, I'll change it like this. You have to have this curly braces. Once again, in Dart, whenever you see this curly braces, most of the time as a function parameter, that means that these are all optional. Okay, so here you could do like this. Say, for example, string. I know what I'm talking, it didn't make a lot of sense, but it would make a lot of sense very soon, because I'm going to give you with examples. So over here, I'll have string email, string password, string repassword. You can name them actually anything, it doesn't matter in this case.
All right, let me format the code, whether it is, well, the formatter is like this. All right, so I'll enlarge it actually so that we know what's happening over here. Right. So now you see that whenever I'm calling this copy of the method, I can actually pass some of this with value, or I may not pass it. That's why the question mark is there. It is telling you that, okay, you may pass something, you may not pass something, and then how it works. But of course, even after now, if you go ahead and run it, we'll see that it's empty over here because it's still doing nothing, because whenever it's returning an object, what it does, it takes whatever is there, right? This is what we confirm. So if you pass nothing, it takes whatever the value is there, okay, as a default one. But actually it doesn't take this one. That's the problem. So what we want, that, well, I'm calling this copy method, I'm trying to recreate an object, but I want the previously given value to be used, not this one. Okay, with this current situation, what happens every time I call this one, this default value get used, even though this was assigned. Why? Because this get erased whenever it comes over here. So we need to find a mechanism. We should tell it, okay, don't erase, find this value and use that. Okay, and this is where inside this constructor parameter section we could do it. And how to do that? Well, first you have to find the field which you want to assign value, which is username. And then over here you'd use like this, something like this. You can call it username double question mark and then this dot username. All right, okay, now this could be a whole lot confusing. Let me explain to you. This username actually refers to the field over here, this one. Okay, all right, so this is this one, and the value would be assigned to this. Whatever comes from here would be assigned to this one, and this one refers to this. Okay, second, well, what is this? Now this one is actually this one. Once again, you can have a different name for this, but in general the convention keeping the same name. So this is same as this one. All right, okay, now what is this double question mark, which is different than this question mark? This question mark tells you this value could be nullable. But double question mark in Dart, they mean that, well, if it has value, use that one. If it doesn't have value, use the value from here. Okay, so that's what it tells double question mark. One more time. If you have value, which means this one, if this has any value given when we call, then use that one. If the caller doesn't give any value to this, use this one. Now what is this? Actually, this dot username refers to the value that's reserved, that's given in the memory for this one. It could be default, it could be any given value. Now which one exactly? Well, okay, so it would always take the latest value, last time the value assigned to it. Okay, that's the value it would actually look for. Well, of course, in our case, the last time was any kind of value assigned to it. This is empty. So over here, it still returned empty. Okay, and I know that it still didn't make a lot of sense. So let's continue. And this time it would make more sense. This dot email. Now this becomes interesting. Once again, this email actually refers to this field over here, and this one refers to this one, whatever is coming from there. If it has value, use that one. Otherwise, use the value if you had any earlier value. Now let's come over here with this copy with method. We know that we created an object and we assigned a value as we created. So this Reg has this email address, right? Now we are calling copy with method again. And what will happen this time? Let's see. Yes, you see, this time we are printing this value. What is this? Where is this one coming from? Because you see, earlier we created an object, we passed the value, and it's stored in the memory. And this time we are calling copy with method again. And now when it looks for this email section, it sees, this guy, when it called me, like you see, I'm not passing any value. So this email is, it's null, actually completely null. So then it says, okay, let me use the earlier value. Earlier value was given as this.
Beautiful. So that's how it works. Okay. Now, of course, it may be still a little bit abstract. So let me put it like this over here: b@b.com or ba.com. Now here, let me assign something completely different and new so that it makes more sense. So over here, what's happening is that, well, first it will have a value. Okay. All right. And then that value would get overridden whenever we created object for this as a reg object over here. And then when it comes over here, it will say, well, you didn't pass any value to me, so I'm going to take whatever was early, whatever was the last time. Exactly last time was this one. This is last time, but this is the exactly last time, the latest value. So copy method would take the latest email value and use that. Let's go ahead and run it. Beautiful. So over here you see that, okay, well, first time, even though this value is there, we don't see that it's being printed, and it's normal because by the time we start to print this value over here, this one actually get overridden or erased by this one. All right. Okay. And then when we call this copy with method, it prints this one. It takes from this constructor. Okay. I mean, actually, I don't say this constructor. It's the earlier value it takes. But now here's another interesting thing. So here, actually, you can assign a new email value. Okay. u@thebesttag.com. Now let's see what happens. So here you see is it u@thebesttag, because this time the email has given a value, so it doesn't use the last value, it uses the given value, and that's the beauty. So why it's useful? Because a lot of time you just want to use the earlier value, okay, what was there, use that one and create a new object. Remember, when you call copy with the method, actually it's not modifying any object, it's still creating a new one, but based on the older value from the memory. So that's why copy with method is useful and it shines. It's still immutable. Each copy with method, the object it creates, they're all immutable. But the beautiful thing is it gets information, old information from somewhere else. It's also not changing the old information, but it's taking the old information and building. So that's what we have seen over here. Okay. If you don't give any value, it tries to find any value from the memory for that field, take that one, use it. Okay, but of course, even now here, if you try to do copy object and email and say a.bbc.com or whatever it is, it doesn't matter, and you will see there is an error because you can't assign. It's just impossible. It's immutable, okay, because it's final. Because it says it's final, of course it will not say it's immutable. It's just final. You cannot change it once you assign. So we have assigned value over here. Okay, if you don't assign value over here, it gets assigned from here. Hopefully it makes sense, and this idea is extremely useful. Okay, all right, so whenever it creates an object, it takes the old one if new one is not given and uses the old one. So let me complete this, because after this we can just go ahead and copy this section and put it in our Flutter code, and then repassword. Hopefully it made sense. If it didn't, just rewatch the video or ask me more questions and I would be able to help. Now this copy with method, this kind of copy with method we'd be using throughout our app all the time, because this is the best way to go ahead and create objects and it's safe. All right, so hopefully it made a lot of sense. Now we'll go back to our Flutter application, and all we need to do, we need to copy these sections and go back to Flutter. All right, beautiful. Now over here, actually, whatever we have done so far, this would be used as a state with the Riverpod together. That's why we called it states. All right. So over here, we'll have, okay, we have this sign up, and then here we'll create a new directory. And here we'll call it notifiers or notifier, the directory name. And inside this, we're gonna create a new object and we will call it register state.dart. And okay, let me add this back to my Git repo, and then I added it, and beautiful, no error. And with this, we are ready to directly use this. And after have this basic understanding how the state, the objects, the copy with method, immutability, and final everything works, it would be much easier to work with this. So since we are done with this, our next step should be actually create actual notifier object using this state variables over here and this class. So this becomes our state variable. So next section actually would be looking at how to use state notifier and create a shared state for this variable so that our app can use them throughout our app when it's necessary, and then we'll pass down them to our server. All right, here we go. So now this is what we have over here, and we want to make this actually a stateful. Now there are two ways to do that. We could use the classic Riverpod way or the latest way. Now throughout our app we'd be using both of them. Now in this case I'm going to use the very latest way, in which we already have learned over here. Now to do that, first we know that we have to create a file. Okay, so here we would create it like this. Register notifier .dart. All right, now inside this, first we are going to create a class, but even before that we have to use this annotation. Okay, so here we would say Riverpod because we want to generate Riverpod code, and we're gonna call it as a class. And here we'll say register notifier, just like this. And here we know that we could do extends, and this one $register notifier. All right, okay. And after that, of course, this is a class and we have to have it like this, and inside this we'll have a build method. Okay, let's see, I think I have a typo, notifier. Okay, notifier, that's fine. And over here at the top, most probably, okay, Riverpod annotation is not recognized. And actually previously we have worked with this. So over here I'm going to have it like, I'm going to copy it from the top. So let's come over here and put it there, and hopefully this error is gone. Now with this we are pretty good. All right, so register notifier. So what do you want? Now let's take a look at our this one over here. So we need a build method, so we're going to copy this one, and now we're gonna come over here. Fine, but in this case actually we don't want to have an int class to be, or int type to be actually as stateful. Okay, we want to have something like register state, this one. And we also want it to return something called register state, this one. All right, okay. Now of course we know that it's not gonna throw error because register state itself over here a lot of default values. Okay, so it's not going to throw error. And let's see over here, remove Riverpod annotation, override annotation. Actually we don't need to do that, we know that we are good to go. Now the last thing we want to do over here is here like this part. Now here we're gonna call it register, well, I think we're gonna call it register notifier.g.dart. Okay, so this is the only thing we want. So with this, it's gonna create a class inside this file's same directory, and the class would be the file name would be notifier.g.dart, just like this we have seen over here. Okay, so nothing fancy. Now after this, all we need to do, we need to come to the terminal and make sure that over here you run something. Now if you forget the command, come to this website and copy the command from here, because it's been a while that we didn't use this. So I'm going to run it over here, and hopefully it's going to generate us something useful that we want. All right, now let's see, looks like it generated, and but we don't see it here though. Okay, movie, it didn't get updated. Let's see. Yes, so this is the one that we have seen, and this is the one that's been generated. Now we see it in red because once again I'm connected with Git actually, so that's why you might not have, because all the file that I create over here and everything, the code in general, after recording I always upload it to the Git, so that's why it's red. All right, so yes, that's it. So now this is the very first thing that's been actually being used over here, and now this class itself becomes stateful. Okay, so whatever it returns us, and from there actually we'd be able to access the stateful memory. Now one of the things we could go ahead and check right away over here, the very first thing we need to do, that we want to make it actually consumer widget type instead of stateless widget type. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we'd say consumer widget, this one, and for that one I think we need to import Flutter Riverpod, and after that over here we also have to have this widget ref, and we're gonna call it as ref object. Okay, now with this the error is gone. Now one of the things that we want to do inside this is actually have this provider. What provider we are talking about right now? Remember, this one created a provider which is called register notifier provider, and we want to access that one. And previously we have seen that how we can access this. Now let's come over here. Now to be able to do that, okay, here you can create a variable final and reg provider, you can call it anything you want, and then here we could do ref.watch over here and register notifier provider. That's it. Okay, well, we have this one, but of course we also have access to ref. All right, now after this over here you could do like this reg provider, and then here you could actually access all of this, or you just access this copy with method. Okay, it's up to you. You see that now we have access to everything that's in that register state class which we have seen already. Okay, all right, so for now I'm gonna comment this out. So now interesting thing should be happening over here. So let's calm down, and we need to actually grab this information once I click on this register button. And where is this? So over here we have this button where it says that register. So once we click on this, we should be able to catch all this information from here. Well, actually we shouldn't change it here though. It's not changing about here. It's about changing somewhere here. App text field, because this is a button. We don't need to change it here. We need to change it here. Well, previously we just have this one. So we have this text field and we already set up a function. So what does that mean? Well, we are passing this function, and this function should be actually given to somewhere, right? And we're gonna give it to this place over here on change value. Okay, so this is where actually you want to replace this. But here you do see that onChange also takes a function. As you see, onChange takes a function, just like earlier we have seen that it takes an anonymous function, but in the function itself you should pass a parameter. Okay, so this is what we need to do, and as you can see actually it takes a parameter over here. It already gave you that you should have a parameter, otherwise it's not going to work. So we need to pass something that it will have a value, okay, or string, and this is the reason actually why we are passing the string value. Otherwise it's just not gonna work. You can't assign it to this. Now let me move it up over here inside this text field over here so that we get a better visual, so that we know how it works from the top. All right, okay, so yeah, now from here we need to find a way to send exactly the same thing. Now since we are using this named parameter, and as you can see that this one, well, not really from here. I think we should do it from here, right? App text field. So here we need to pass a function. So here you can pass func just like this, and function will have a parameter like a value over here,
and you pass it like this. Now inside this you can pass anything you want. So what do you want to pass over here? You want to pass, say for example, my name. All right, that's the first thing you want to pass. So whatever you're passing, actually that would be directly applied to this one over here. Okay, now, well, of course we are not using the one that we are supposed to use, like this func. All right, so we need to use that one. Now over here we can use it like this. Actually we can directly go ahead and use it like this. Func and value. Okay, and let's see, the void cannot be assigned to, oh right, so we still need to have this value over here, otherwise it's gonna throw an error because it's asking where is this coming from. It has to come from like this. Okay, the function is being passed, but it still has to have this one, and this is the, well, protocol that they set up like this. So anyway, the function is coming from here, right? We know that. Now let's go ahead and check it. Let's save it. And then over here, actually you can type anything and you see it says my name. You type again, it says my name. But in fact, this is not what we want. Okay, so we don't want to pass things like that. So what do you want to pass? You want to pass this value, whatever is inside our text field, whatever we are typing, we want to pass that one. Okay, all right. So now let's come over here and let's save this. I think looks like we have a typo. Somehow we have a typo. Okay, right, I think I just erased that. Now let's save that and let's come over here. Right, so hello, you can type hello and you will see all the letters that get printed over here. Right, that's beautiful. So the way it works, so we need to pass a function to our app text field. So we are passing the function and we are assigning the function over here. The app text field, what it does, well, when there is a function over here, and then what it does, it grabs all the value, and that's what the text field on change does. So if you have something and you change it, it takes the changes and give it to you in this value. Okay, all right. Now from here we're already passing value like that in a sense because it has to confirm with this anonymous function. Remember, it here also takes an anonymous function, but this anonymous function, the signature type is that it has to have a value. Okay, now where and how this value is gotten, it's up to Flutter and Flutter widget. Now in our case we are using text field, so text field can always assign value, something for this value object. This one, text field always can grab something and assign it to that one, and that one actually we are printing over here, even though it looks like why the print function is here, right? It looks like the print function is here. It does look like the print function is here, but in fact it's being directly applied over here. So even before the print function gets called, this value is being applied because of the text field. You have to understand. Now for a lot of beginners this could be convoluted, that how it works. Once again, this works because first, whenever you hit a text field, even before everything, while onChange gets triggered and it sees that, well, if there is a function or not. Yes, we already assigned a function, and inside the function it has this print function. Now this print function is actually given a lot before to this one, even before we start this app. During the compile time, everything is compiled. This function over here is already given to it, so that's why whenever you try to type, the function is already here. It can get it and it gets the value. All right, yeah, that's how it works, and beautiful. But of course, if you want to be smart, you can also do it like this and it would still work, because it's something that we have already seen, that how it works and how it becomes concise. All right, okay, so here you could say hello, my name. Right, so we see that it's printed over here. Beautiful. Now of course this is about over here. Now for our password, all we need to do, we can just copy this one. All right, and let's put it here. Okay, now you'll see that over here pass. I think we need to save it. We didn't save the code. Now here you pass, so this should be our password. Oh, sorry, it should be our email address. So a@a.com, just like this. You see, so it is reflected there automatically. So each function is independent over here. But if you want to go back over here, you'll see that it's still there. Hello, my name Dylan. All right, so here you see my name Dylan, or the best tech, whatever. So yeah, that's how it works. So that's with our app text field. Now we can also do the same for password. Okay, so just grab the function and put it over here. All right, and we can actually put it here as well. Okay, so this way our code looks more readable, and but of course the concept here could be difficult for some people to understand. All right, okay, so you see that how it works. All right, okay, now while the values are here, all right, no problem. And well, but now these values, we want to access them in a different field or in different place actually. Okay, so this value, right now we are in the current directory or in the current file, or we are passing like this one place to another, and this is not very maintainable. So this is where the shared state comes. So what do you want to do once it's here, once it's over here, we want to save the value in shared store so that we can access that value, whatever that value is there, so that we can access that from somewhere else. Okay, so this is what we want to do. Okay, all right, so from now on, even though we can pass the value from this one to app text field, but now we'll have a controller. Now we want to access this value in our controller, this one. Okay, all right. Now how to do that? Of course, one of the ways you could create more function and ask that function and connect that function with your controller and then access the value. But this becomes very complex and cumbersome because you see we already have, well, a bit of change over here, and then it comes over here, right? And from here it also comes to this section down here. Now we want to do something more maintainable. This is where the text, the Riverpod comes in. But of course we have already done a bit of work over here, right? Okay, now we want to create some mechanism over here that once you assign value from here, it can store it. And the first thing we have to do right now, okay, we have to pass this value, whatever the value is inside this func over here, inside this value variable, inside this value object, we have to grab that one and store in shared memory. But remember, we already created shared memory over here. This mechanism helps us to create shared memories, but how to save, it didn't give us anything yet. So this is something we have to create on our own. So here we could do void on username change. All right, and then we want to pass a string, and here we can just this name. All right, so how are you gonna work with this? So over here we'll have the state object which would be available. So here state.copy with method, and then over here username, I think username and the name. Okay, so whatever we have in that text field over here, so we need to save it. We pass it down to copy with the method using this method. Okay, but if someone wants, someone can call it directly like this, but I think that's not good. So we are separating the business logic from random code where everything is spaghetti noodles. So over here, all we do, just call this one, and then we pass down to over here as a parameter, and then we make a change and get that object, an object value. The whole object actually, we create a new object, but in that object we'll just have username. Everything else is empty. And then we save it over here. Okay, so that's how it's gonna work. Okay, well, so far so good, and it sounded good whatever we have done over here. Now how to actually do that? Now to be able to do that, here we need to come over here actually. So here we have this username. Now of course so far we are passing a print function, but of course we don't want to pass a print function. So what do you want to pass over here? So here you can access ref.read. Now what is our provider? Our provider is register notifier, register notifier provider. This one, register notifier provider, and then we call notifier object, and based on that, whatever is available in our file over here in this one, okay, this object is being returned. Okay, now this object holds some property. Now what is one of our property? One of our property in this class, the object that creates that object has a property called copy with method. So we can just go ahead and call copy with method, but we decided that we are not going to directly call copy with method. We'll just keep within our notifier over here, or provider. You can actually also call it provider. I think it doesn't really matter. Provider would actually work. Anyway, so we want to call this on username change. Okay. Right, so let's come over here and call this one. And what does it want? All it wants a value as a string, and we pass this one. And we know that this is a string. As you can see that it has to be a string, because eventually from here we don't know what it is, but eventually it is matching with text field, the onChange function, and that function only takes string. Okay, so that's why we have to have this one. Now let's reorganize our code, and it looks a little better. So with this we'd be able to pass down our object to our shared store. Now what's going to happen with this, you see, so the first thing is that, well, this function over here, this one actually would be attached to eventually to this one, okay, over here. Okay, all right, but now, well, let me cut this out. Let me cut this out so that I know, because things may be a little bit of convoluted right now, because it's a lot of things are happening over here. But let me do it like this, but we'll have an error, but don't worry, it would work for explanation. Register notifier provider dot notifier dot what is it? We were calling on user change, on user name change. All right, in value. Okay, write this. But you see that over here our ref object is not available, so we can't really call this one. But what we are doing over here, actually we are passing it. So when it arrives over here, by this time it would be of this form, it would be of this format, but we are writing it just like this, okay, using one line. Okay, otherwise it's the same thing, but only thing we are doing here different is we are passing everything. Anyway, so when it comes over here, like let me go back. When it comes over here, say for example it's over here, so what's going to happen over here? So you pass down the value, the string value, and on username change get called, which is eventually this one, and then it takes it, and then eventually it creates an object, and that object is assigned to the state variable, which means that whatever the string we are passing, that's available in this object so that we can use it later. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. But anyway, we can't write it over here. The only thing we could do over here is because we are passing this one from there, and it should work. All right, okay, now this is so far so good. And well, this is the username. Now the same thing we would do over here, so I'm going to copy this one. The only thing you need to do, copy and put it here. Okay, all right, but here we need to change it. So on user name change, on user email change. Okay, right, but well, this doesn't exist over here. So what we could do right now, let's go ahead and copy this one and put it here, and instead of on user name change, we're gonna call it on user email change. So we're gonna pass user, whatever the user types in, we're gonna pass that one, and in this case, well, we're gonna call it email, and I'm gonna copy this so that it works. All right, that's it. Okay, so that's for our email and username. Now so far so good. And after that, actually we're gonna come over here, And inside this sign up page over here, we are going to create a file, and we're going to call it sign up controller .dart. All right, so I'm going to say yes. Over here we're going to create a class, and the class name would be sign up controller, and that's it. Now inside this we are going to pass actually something called widget ref and ref, because this is something that actually we need to pass. Our controller should have access to the ref object so that we can do a lot of process of data. Okay, and we'll call this controller and we'll pass this, so don't worry about that one. Okay, and then how it should work actually. Well, one of the other things we could do right away here, we could have const and then sign up controller, and then over here we'll have this dot ref. Okay, so what we'll do actually, let's see over here, it says required. Okay, we could do it required, no problem. And what else? Let's remove that and it should work. All right. Okay, so now we have to find a way to call this sign up controller, and if we could do that, we can access the ref object, and if we can access the ref object, eventually we'd also be able to access the state object. So that's our goal, to do that.
All right, so let's go ahead and do the rest of the thing. So far we have covered this one over here where we have this. Now, of course, what we did over here, we are actually printing it console, but this is not what we want. We want to actually show it at the top when it pops up. And for this reason, actually, I'm going to go ahead and install a plugin. Okay, so this is very important. So let's go ahead and do that. Flutter pub add Flutter toast. There's a plugin that you could use for popping up messages. All right, and okay, I hope it's working. All right, and right now I'm on our Android Studio, Android emulator, and this is the first time actually I'm running it over here, and it looks like everything is as we expected and beautiful. Okay, this is fine. All right, and one of the things that we do see here, it says that login. So this is something that I want to change. Now, to be able to change that, we need to come to this sign up page, and over here we do see that there is build app bar, and build app bar has this login. Now here, let me change this thing. So over here we could actually have named optional parameter and string name, well, a title, I would say that there's this default value, and then here we can actually use as title. Okay, now let's save it. If you don't give anything, so it uses as over here as empty, nothing. But now if you come over here, so you can do it like this, title, and then here I'm say sign up. Let's save it. Okay, right. And if you go back over here, there's nothing. We also can change that one. Now, to be able to do that, I need to go ahead and find sign in class over here and just give it the name. So title here, and give it as login. All right, and we'll see that it pops up, shows up immediately. Cool. I mean, we are doing an amazing job. And so far, what you have mastered and learned, if you can use them, you'd be a very good one in terms of developing Flutter application. As I know, I have covered a lot actually, and a lot of them is years of experience. But anyway, let's continue. Now here, the thing you'll see that even if here you hit, and then if you come to the terminal, let's hit it. Okay, and it's all printing messages. This is not this is something not what we want. Okay, this behavior is not expected. So how to work with this? Well, over here we need to check each of them and send a message at the top. Now to be able to do that, over here inside this utils folder, I'm going to have well, not inside this utils. Over here I'm going to have a new file, and I'm going to call it pop-up messages dart. Okay, I'm going to add it to my Git, and then over here I'm going to create a class, and I'm going to call it toast info. And over here I'm going to return something, and I'm going to return something called Flutter toast dot show toast, but looks like it didn't recognize. And one of the reason is because we didn't import it. Let's go ahead and import it, and this is something that we actually have installed just now, and it has some default properties. And one of the things that over here, the message itself, so you always need to send a message. Okay, now this time here we do string msg. All right, and we'll see that this is here. You can also give it a default value, and let me check with this. Well, looks like this doesn't recognize over here as a default value, and it wants us to try surrounding names in curly braces, which could be an optional value. So if it is so, we'll go ahead, and I think we should do that. But actually this is not what I was trying to achieve. It did say that, okay, you need to go ahead and do it like this, say by curly braces, which actually we have seen before. But now if you do it with the curly braces, the thing is that you always have to assign a name over here. Okay, so I don't want to assign any name, but yet I want to set a default value. Now if you want to do that over here, you could do it like this. You could have this kind of braces over here. Okay, now with this you see the arrow is gone. Okay, you can still apply message over here, msg. Okay, so when you call this one, you just pass the string. Now over here, this is called the positional optional parameter. Optional, I guess I have a typo. Well, optional, TI. Okay, all right. So which is different than having the other curly braces. Okay, so with this, what's going to happen, it still has a default value, but when you want to give it a custom value, you don't really need to pass any name like msg. You can just pass a string directly. Now we're going to go ahead and actually use it and see that how it works. Okay, so now over here we created a message. We created a method, global method, which is called toast info. So I'm going to call it toast info, and here you see that you say your password didn't match. Okay, let's go ahead and try this. All right, and because I just installed the plugin, so I think I need to go ahead and restart everything. So everything has been restarted. Now we're here, let's go ahead and try this. Okay, so we're going to go to this register page, and here I'm going to type in the password 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then I'm going to come up over here, and then here I do 1 2 3. All right, and then here let's hit this, and it does look like, okay, we have an error over here, unhandled exception, missing plugin exception, and no implementation found for this one. Now here's another thing. Whenever you see this kind of missing plugin exception, any error like this right after installing your plugin, that means that even though you have installed the plugin, but that didn't take effect. Now to do that, well, you have to stop your application and restart it. So I'm going to stop, and restart again. Now, why you have to do that? Because a lot of time when we reload our application, some of the things that might not take effect at all, like for example installing plugin, because it's a heavy thing, so you have to stop and restart, or in that case everything takes effects from the beginning. Otherwise, when you just keep restarting by hitting this button, actually it doesn't restart from the initial point, but plugin installation should be taking place from the very initial app start place. So this only works when you go ahead, stop it and restart. So that's why we needed to do that. And this is a very common problem. A lot of people face it, but they don't know how to solve this. Okay, so it started. Let's go ahead and try it. And come over here. I'm going to try this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 1, 2, 3. Hit this. And here it's a password didn't match. Okay. And this is what we wanted. And it just worked. So with this, we also see that, well, you have positional named parameter, which is different than optional named parameter. Positional named parameter, or positional optional parameter, which is different than optional named parameter, and which is sometimes I would say even more efficient, because you are not typing this message like MSG, which you would have done with MSG, which you would have done with optional named parameter. This time you don't need that, and this is beautiful. All right, okay. But here we can actually optimize it more. And how you do that? Over here, you could do it like this. There are some other properties that you could set, like toast length, this one. And here is a toast dot short, I think length short, this one, as well as gravity. Over here, you could say toast gravity dot top, so which means that it would show up from the top, and as well as time 2 seconds, and background color over here. Now we could do background colors dot white, it doesn't matter, but if you want we can also give it optimized colors, okay, colors dot black for now, say, and then font size. Now here we're gonna use a 16.sp. Now here, these are the things that we need to import, and let's go ahead and do that, and we'll see that or is gone. And we also need to import this one, and these are coming from our other packages. Let's go ahead and try it, and let's do hot reload, and let's try now.
All right, so let's continue. And after having this, of course, we learned something new over here, that how it works, right? So this is something new for us, that positional optional parameter. You can use this one, but do remember, if you want to use named optional parameter, you can't use them like this. You have to use a different approach to do that. And how it should work, let me tell you. So far we have this positional optional parameter, right? But if you want to have name optional parameter, which goes ahead with curly braces, which we have seen before, and you'll see there is an error. You cannot do it like this. So of course in that case you have to get rid of this one. Okay, you just have to get rid of this, and it still work. But in that case, yeah, it still would work, even if you don't assign any name. Like for example here, you see here we don't have any error yet. And over here inside this, you could do like this: string color or background color, sorry, it's not string. Here we can have color and a background color. Okay, so in general you can assign a default value over there. So here you could do colors dot say blue. All right, so this is something that you could apply. And over here you can also apply text color, which is also color. You call it color.text color and colors.white. Okay, so that's how you should go. Now this is something new over here. Well, if you want to apply, these are called optional named parameter. If you want to apply named parameter, you can't have positional optional parameter. Okay, you have to get rid of that one. So this is what you need to remember, and it still works over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and check it. And over here, if you hit it, so right now it's taking this color, which is default is blue, and text color is, I'm not sure whether text color is being applied or not. Well, the text color is not taking effect or anything, because over here, instead of blue, you can use just background color, the one it defined at the top, and over here you can also use text color, and it should work as well. Now let's go ahead and save it, and now let's take a look at this. Now you see your password didn't match, so it's good to have this optional parameters. You can change it somewhere as you want. Okay, so this is beautiful. All right, so now this becomes reusable as well. Good. And then now let's come over here. So a few things that we need to check one by one. So we don't really need any of this. So here I would say if state dot username or any of this, if name is empty, or over here whatever the condition is, if any condition matches, so whatever the condition, so you can just you can always say like this, test info here, your name is empty. All right, and you could also do the other thing, like over here you can also check the length. Okay, if you want to, you could do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that here. State.username dot length less than, say, 6. Okay, you could say this one, or name is length less than 6. Any of this condition which matches, you can say toast info, your name is too short, your name is too short. So you get the idea, right? So we have to do it like this. And then over here, if says state.email is empty, or, so this is our condition, and email dot is empty, email dot is empty, any of this condition. If any of this condition matches, so we'll say your email is empty, toast info, and your email is empty. All right, so you get the idea. Okay, now in each of this case, actually we have to do other thing. Over here we can just have to return. We don't want to continue, so you have to have return statement, just to return, do nothing. You can stay in this page over here. All right, return, otherwise it will submit the form, but this is something that we don't want. So now let's go ahead and try it, and here your name is empty, as you can see. So you can have your name like A, your name is too short. Okay, so this condition is working, so you can put more of them, A. So your email is empty like A, but of course right now it says the password doesn't match, so I just put random password. Now in this case, no message at all, because all the condition is met. Okay, all right, so this is the basic validation, and which is good to have. So you should do validation before you submit a form. Now here is this, where is our external API coming from? Because once everything matches, every condition, once we hit over here, which means that well, we have gotten all the information from the user, so we need to submit. But here we are talking about doing actually Google login, so we'll use email address to log in. So how to do that? Well, first thing, we have to come to our terminal over here, and over here we're going to add Flutter pub add, and here Firebase auth. So we have to install this plugin, Firebase auth. Okay, so let's go ahead and install it. So once we install this one, it will give us some API, which means it will give us some methods, and we can use those methods, or we'll be able to use those methods to actually go ahead and call them. Now here in general, you need to use a try catch clause to work with this. Okay, try catch. For now, let's just keep it like this, as simple as that one. Okay, well, in general, it does need something. Okay, it does need something inside. Okay, so here we're gonna call it E. E means well, we're gonna catch error. And here actually, okay, do it step by step, because this is something you might not have done at all, so it could be a little bit different. Okay, credential. So here we say credential, final credential, which means that this is your information. And here we have to do await and Firebase auth this on. So this is a class, and this class itself has an object which is called instance. We are getting over there. Okay, now instance, here we can use, there is a method called create user with email and password, because after all, this is what we want to assign to our this is what we want to give, and that's why we are doing validation and form submission. And now looks like we have await. Now we need to add this async modifier. Await means you need to wait until this is done, but if you put await, your method, the one that it uses, it should also have async, which means the asynchronous operation, which means that it doesn't actually it doesn't really go ahead and run immediately or execute immediately. Okay, so like for example over here, until this is done, it won't execute the rest thing. What does it mean? It means that until this is done, until this is talked done with Google server, because remember, now everything would be coming from our Firebase. Now until this operation execution is done, wait there. So that's why it says await, and you have to use async over here. All right, now there are a lot more goes on, just not like this. And inside this, we want to pass our email object and password object. So it is our email and password. Okay, all right. So yeah, now here it does look like this one. So I'm going to do another conditional check over here. So over here, or here, password doesn't match equal repassword. So in any of this condition, go ahead and say it didn't match. But another thing I should do over here, actually we should do that. So let me take this on. Let me copy and put it here. This is another conditional check. If is empty, or if state dot empty, like this, or whatever, even its string over here is empty, whatever you're using. If all of them is empty, so if any of these things are empty, then we'll say your password is empty. Okay, your password is empty, like that. Okay, so this is even greater solution. Now let's come over here. So hope after this we'd be able to talk with the Google server, and Google server will take our email and password and try to check. Internally, it will check, well, this is a valid email address or not. So it will do a lot of things, which is actually very good because you don't need to worry about and validate those things on your own. All right. Okay. Now over here, one thing we could do, we can print actually credentials. Whatever would be coming from this server, Google server, the response, we'd be able to actually go ahead and print them. All right, so looks like we need to import this. This is better. We're going to put it over here. So in debug mode, it is available. In production mode, it is not available. And after that, over here, we need to check like this: if credential dot user. Well, we want to see if there is user or not. If user is not null, which means that actually we can find a user for this email, which means that actually email address is correct. Okay, and valid. Not only correct, it's valid. If this is the condition, then okay, here is the thing we could do. Here we could await credential dot user. Okay, well, user could be nullable, and then here send a verification email to the user. So with this, because of this one, it will send verification email to the user. Okay, all right. And we could also do the other one, credentials dot user, like this. And then here actually update display name, this one, update display name, show the username. Actually it's not showing username, it's a setting username. Remember, we have username string display username, this one, or actually I think it was just name at the top. So whatever the username is given from here, go ahead and use that one. So for example, we have this username from the state variable. Okay, so go ahead and use that one. And now that's actually a setting that we are doing. Now over here in future, we'll set up get server photo URL and set user photo URL. In future, we need to take care of this thing. Right now, we don't need to do that. Okay, all right. So with after this, actually, we'd be able to send a verification name, a verification email, and then over here, we'd also be able to go ahead and change the username based on this, because when you're giving email and password, there is no username there. So whatever the name is given from this form, so that would be available to our user over here. Okay, all right, and we can set it, and it be actually set in the Google server as well, and which is actually a very good one. Okay, all right. Now here actually we can show a message to the user. What message you want to send? Here you could say that an email has been sent to verify your account. Please open that email and confirm your identity. That's all we want. All right, okay. Yeah, this is the only thing we want. And after that, here we could just go ahead and return. So if we are able to hit up to here, anyway, what we should do? You should go ahead and actually return from here. Return to previous page. And what is our previous page? Well, our previous page is this login page. Okay, so we should be able to go to that login page, and that's what we want to do. Now that means that from here we need to automatically go back. Now in general, from one page to go back another page, we can simply go ahead and call something like this: navigator.off.pop. Okay, pop is a method, which means that whatever was in the route, the last one, pop that, remove that. So this is the last one, so it will remove this last one and go back to the, it will remove the last one and go back to the earlier one. Okay, all right, but now here we have this error because context is not available. How to get this context? But here our ref object is available, as you can see, and ref object actually has context object, so we can just simply go ahead, do ref.context and pop. All right, but here it also said don't use build context across async gaps. So there are many different ways to get rid of this one. So it is trying to say this is a context and you're trying to use across async gaps. What does that mean? Well, that means, well, over here you have await. So after await, don't go ahead and call this one. Okay, so this is what it's saying and it's causing problem. So it tells you after calling await, don't call context. So how to work on this one? So here you could go ahead and call context, create a variable, and you can call it context or anything you want, and ref.context, this one. So all we did over here, actually we created, let me see, well, are there any other await? Looks like there is other await as well over here, right? Okay, so what I could do, I can just put it here. So because there is another await, so we need to put it at the top. And now over here we could just simply do context.pop. Okay, all right, now you see there is no error. So what it does, navigator.off actually returns something to us. Previously we have used a navigator.off or navigator.push, but we never really cared what it returns, but it does return something. Okay, it returns an navigator state object, and that navigator state object has a method called pop. And as I said earlier, with pop you just go back to earlier pages. All right, if things work here successfully, you go back to earlier pages. So that's how it works. All right, okay, so this is something that you have to know. And actually, well, here we are inside this condition, but what if we don't fall inside the condition? If you don't fall inside the condition, you still have to be in this page. So that's why we have this one. Okay, so when we are successful, we'll automatically go back. We are not successful, we stay in this page. But if you want to go back, you can click on this and go back manually. Okay, all right, like for example, if you click over here, it won't go back right now. All these conditions are met and the information is submitted to the backend, then it will automatically go back, and that's how it should work.